What advice would you give to a young person today in high school or college, stepping into this complicated world full of advertisements, of big, powerful institutions, of big, rich companies, how to have a positive impact in the world, how to live a life they can be proud of?
I would say, should that person who has only good motives go into medicine? They have an inclination to go into medicine, and they've asked me what I think about that, given what I know about the undermining of American healthcare at this point. And my answer is, if you got the calling, you should do it. You should do it because nobody's going to do it better than you. And if you don't have the calling and you're in it for the money, you're not going to be proud of yourself.
It feels like that might also be a good way to live life. So let me ask, do you have advice for young people today about how to live life or how to succeed in their career, or forget career, just succeed in life? From an evolutionary computation perspective.
Yes. Yes, definitely. Explore. Diversity, exploration.
Yeah.
And I mean, individuals take classes in music, history, philosophy, math, engineering, see connections between them, travel, learn a language. I mean, all this diversity is fascinating, and we have it at our fingertips today. Mm-hmm. It's possible. You have to make a bit of an effort because it's not easy, but the rewards are wonderful.
There's something interesting about an objective function of new experiences. So try to figure out, what is the maximally new experience I could have today? And that novelty, optimizing for novelty for some period of time might be a very interesting way to sort of maximally expand the sets of experiences you had, and then ground from that perspective, like what will be the most fulfilling trajectory through life. Of course, the flip side of that, this is where I come from. Again, maybe Russian, I don't know, but the choice has a detrimental effect, I think, at least from my mind, where scarcity has an empowering effect. So if I have very little of something and only one of that something, I will appreciate it deeply. Until I came to Texas recently, and I've been pigging out on delicious, incredible meat. I've been fasting a lot, so I need to do that again. But when you fast for a few days, that the first taste of a food is incredible. So the downside of exploration is that somehow, maybe you can correct me, but somehow you don't get to experience deeply any one of the particular moments. But that could be a psychology thing. That could be just a very human, peculiar flaw.
Yeah, I didn't mean that you superficially explore. I mean, you can
explore deeply.
Yeah, so you don't have to explore 100 things, but maybe a few topics where you can take a deep enough dive that you gain an understanding. You yourself have to decide at some point that this is deep enough, and I've obtained what I can from this topic, and now it's time to move on, and that might take years. People sometimes switch careers, and they may stay on some career for a decade and switch to another one. You can do it. Mm-hmm. You're not predetermined to stay where you are, but in order to achieve something, 10,000 hours you need 10,000 hours to become an expert on something. So you don't have to become an expert, but to even develop an understanding and gain the experience that you can use later, you probably have to spend, like I said, it's not easy. You got to spend some effort on it. Now, also at some point then, when you have this diversity and you have these experiences, exploration, you may want to, you may find something that you can't stay away from. Mm-hmm. Like for us, it was computers, it was AI, it was, I just have to do it, and and then it will take decades maybe, and you are pursuing it because you figured out that this is really exciting and you can bring in your experiences. And there's nothing wrong with that either. But you asked what's the advice for young people. No, that's the exploration part. And then beyond that, after that exploration, you actually can focus and build a career. And, even there you can switch multiple times. But I think that diversity exploration is fundamental to having a successful career, as is concentration and spending the effort where it matters. But you are in better position to make the choice when you have done your homework.
Explored. So exploration precedes commitment, but both are beautiful.
Yeah.
What advice do you have for young folks today in high school, in college, thinking about how to live, have a career they can be proud of, or maybe have a life they can be proud of?
Know yourself, follow your passion, make your work and passion the same thing while considering the money part, because money will get you freedom and choice and be able to make that. But if you know yourself, feel the pull and pursue that passion. And along those lines, by the way, I found that using personality profile tests has been very helpful. I've used those for about 25 years for people to help to understand themselves and understand each other. So I created a free one that is called Principles U. It's online. It's had remarkable, loving people who've taken it, learn about themselves, but also you can put in somebody else and it'll tell you about your relationship with them. That's like 30 minutes is a quick discovery, but the main thing is to understand on your journey, your hero's journey, when you're that you will have mistakes and you will have weaknesses, and to understand those, not fight those, because by understanding mistakes, you will learn not to make mistakes again. I have a principle which is pain plus reflection equals progress. And so that reflection is important, to know yourself, know your pulls, know your weaknesses. And when you also know your weaknesses and the strengths of other people, there are people who have strengths where you're weak and you have strengths where they're weak. And to be able to work well together is the most effective way of achieving success. So, yeah, it's that journey. And there's a life arc and there's a journey, and you want to make it the best that you can make it. And it has, it's like a video game. It has the challenges and the obstacles and the learning experiences and the temptations and all of that. And the maximizing learning to go where you want to go to achieve the life you want is the most important. That's kind of maybe a long-winded way of saying it, but to learn, I think I'll try to say it simply. There's a 5-step process. Step 1 is know your goals, know what you're going after. You could have almost anything you want, but you can't have everything you want. And so you have to prioritize and you move in that direction. On the way to your goals, you're going to encounter your problems and your obstacles. So step 2 is understanding your problems and your obstacles, identify them. Step 3 is to diagnose them to get at the root cause of the problem. And that could be many root causes, but it could also be your weaknesses or weaknesses of others, but you have to be objective about them. Once you diagnose them, then you go to step 4, which is to design a way to get around them. And then after you have that design, you implement that design. So you have to follow through and do it. And you do that, and that will then produce its new results, which should be better results. I call this kind of the looping process. It's the evolutionary looping process. And you just keep doing that, and you learn over a period of time, and you move in the direction that you want.
So you've educated some scary number of people.
Mm-hmm.
So you've seen a lot of people succeed, find their path through life. is there advice that you can give to a young person today about computer science education, about education in general, about life, about whatever the journey that one takes in their, maybe in their teens, in their early 20s, sort of in those underground years, as you try to go through the essential process of partying and not going to classes, and yet somehow trying to get a degree?
If you get to the point where you're far enough up in the hierarchy of needs that you can actually make decisions like this, then find the thing that you're passionate about and pursue it. And sometimes it's the thing that drives your life, and sometimes it's secondary. And you'll do other things because you've got to eat, right? You got a family, you got to feed, you got people you have to help or whatever. I understand that, and it's not easy for everyone. But always take a moment or two to pursue the things that you love, the things that bring passion and happiness to your life. And if you don't, I know that sounds corny, but I genuinely believe it. And if you don't have such a thing, then you're lying to yourself. You have such a thing. You just have to find it. And it's okay if it takes you a long time to get there. Rodney Dangerfield became a comedian in his 50s, I think. It certainly wasn't his 20s. And lots of people failed for a very long time before getting to where they were going. I try to have hope. And it wasn't obvious. I mean, you and I talked about the experience that I had a long time ago with a particular police officer. Wasn't my first one. It wasn't my last one. But, in my view, I wasn't supposed to be here after that, and I'm here. So it's all gravy. So you might as well go ahead and grab life as you can because of that. That's sort of how I see it. While recognizing, again, the delusion matters, right? Allow yourself to be deluded. Allow yourself to believe that it's all going to work out. Just don't be so deluded that you miss the obvious. And you're going to be fine. It's going to be there. It's going to be there. It's going to work out.
What do you think?
I like to say choose your parents wisely, because that has a big impact on your life.
Different.
There's a whole lot of things that you don't get to pick, and whether you get to have, one kind of life or a different kind of life can depend a lot on things out of your control. But I really do believe in the passion and excitement thing. I was talking to my mom on the phone the other day, and essentially what came out is that computer science is really popular right now, and I get to be a professor teaching something that's very attractive to people. And she was like trying to give me some appreciation for how foresightful I was for choosing this line of work, as if somehow I knew that this is what was going to happen in 2020. But that's not how it went for me at all. Like I studied computer science because I was just interested. It was just so interesting to me. I didn't think it would be particularly lucrative.
Yeah.
And I've done everything I can to keep it as unlucrative as possible.
Yeah.
Some of my friends and colleagues have not done that, and I pride myself on my ability to remain unrich. But I do believe that like I'm glad. I mean, I'm glad that it worked out for me. It could have been like, what I was really fascinated by is this particular kind of engraving that nobody cares about. But so I got lucky, and the thing that I cared about happened to be a thing that other people eventually cared about. But I don't think I would have had a fun time choosing anything else. Like, this was the thing that kept me interested and engaged.
Well, one thing that people tell me, especially around early undergraduate, and the internet is part of the problem here, is they say they're passionate about so many things. How do I choose a thing? Which is a harder thing for me to know what to do with. Is there any?
I mean, don't you know? Look. A long time ago, I walked down a hallway and I took a left turn.
Yeah.
I could have taken a right turn. And my world could be better or it could be worse. I have no idea. I have no way of knowing.
Is there anything about this particular hallway that's relevant, or you just in general choices?
Yeah, you were on the left.
It sounds like you regret not taking the right turn.
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, you brought it up.
Well, because there was a turn there. On the left was Michael Littman's office, right? I mean, these sorts of things happen, right?
Yes.
But here's the thing.
On the right, by the way, there was just a blank wall. So
it
wasn't a huge choice.
It would have really hurt.
He tried first.
No, but it's true, right? That I think about Ron Brockman, right? I took a trip I wasn't supposed to take, and I ended up talking to on about this, and I ended up going down this entire path that allowed me to, I think, get tenure. But by the way, I decided to say yes to something that didn't make any sense, and I went down this educational path. But it would have been, who knows, right? Maybe if I hadn't done that, I would be a billionaire right now. I'd be Elon Musk. My life could be so much better. My life could also be so much worse. You just got to feel that sometimes you have decisions you're going to make. You cannot know what's going to do. You should think about it, right? Mm-hmm. Some things are clearly smarter than other things. You got to play the odds a little bit. But in the end, if you've got multiple choices, there are lots of things you think you might love. Go with the thing that you actually love, the thing that jumps out at you, and sort of pursue it for a little while. The worst thing that'll happen is you took a left turn instead of a right turn, and you ended up merely happy.
Beautiful quote. So accepting, taking the step and just accepting that don't question the choice.
That life is long and there's time to actually pursue.
Every once in a while, you have to put on a leather suit and make a Thriller video.
Every once in a while.
If I ever get the chance again, I'm doing it.
Yeah. I was told that you actually danced, but that part was edited out.
I don't dance. there was a thing where we did do the zombie thing.
Yeah.
We did do the zombie thing.
Yeah.
But that wasn't edited out. It
was.
just wasn't put into the final thing. I'm quite happy. But there was a reason for that too, right? Like I wasn't wearing something right. There was a reason for that. I can't remember what it was.
No leather suit.
Is that what it was? I can't remember. Anyway, the right thing happened.
Exactly. You took the left turn and
the left turn to the right thing.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to a young person today about life, about career? We talked about startups. We talked about music. We talked about the end of human civilization. Is there advice you would give to a young person today, maybe in college, maybe in high school, about their life?
Well, let's see. I mean, there's so many domains you can advise on, and I'm not going to give advice on life because I fear that I would drift into sort of Hallmark bromides that really wouldn't be all that distinctive, and they might be entirely true. Sometimes the greatest insights about life turn out to be like the kinds of things you'd see on a Hallmark card. So I'm going to steer clear of that. On a career level, one thing that I think is unintuitive but unbelievably powerful is to focus not necessarily on being in the top sliver of 1% in excelling at one domain that's important and valuable, but to think in terms of intersections of two domains, which are rare but valuable. And there's a couple reasons for this. The first is in an incredibly competitive world that is so much more competitive than it was when I was coming out of school, radically more competitive than when I was coming out of school. To navigate your way to the absolute pinnacle of any domain. Let's say you want to be, really, really great at, Python, pick a language, whatever it is. You want to be one of the world's greatest Python developers, JavaScript, whatever your language is. Hopefully it's not Cobalt. But
by the way, if you listen to this, I am actually looking for a Cobalt expert to interview because I find language fascinating, and there's not many of them. So please, if you know a world expert in Cobalt or Fortran, but both actually, please,
or if you are one,
please email me.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're going out there and you want to be in the top sliver 1% of Python developers, it's a very, very difficult thing to do, particularly if you want to be number one in the world, something like that. And I'll use an analogy. Is I had a friend in college who was on a track and indeed succeeded at that to become an Olympic medalist in, I think it was 100-meter breaststroke. And he mortgaged a significant percentage of his sort of college life to that goal, or I should say dedicated or invested or whatever you wanted to say. But he didn't participate in a lot of the social, a lot of the late night, a lot of the this, a lot of the that, because he was training so much. And obviously he also wanted to keep up with his academics. And at the end of the day, story has a happy ending in that he did medal in that. Yeah, bronze, not gold, but holy cow, anybody who gets an Olympic medal, that's an extraordinary thing. And at that moment, he was, one of the top 3 people on earth at that thing. But wow, how hard to do that. How many thousands of other people went down that path and made similar sacrifices and didn't get there. It's very, very hard to do that. Whereas, and I'll use a personal example, when I came out of business school, I went to a good business school and learned the things that were there to be learned. And I came out and I entered a world with lots of MBAs.
Harvard Business School, by the way.
Okay, yes, it was Harvard. It's true.
You're the first person who went there who didn't say where you went, which is beautiful. I appreciate that. It's one of the greatest business schools in the world. It's a whole nother fascinating conversation about that world. But anyway, yes.
But anyway, so I learned the things that you learn getting an MBA from a top program, and I entered a world that had hundreds of thousands of people who had MBAs, probably hundreds of thousands who had them from top 10 programs. But so I was not particularly great at being an MBA person. I was inexperienced relative to most of them, and there were a lot of them. But it was okay MBA person, right? Newly minted. But then, as it happened, I found my way into working on the commercial internet in 1994. So I went to at the time, giant and hot computing company called Silicon Graphics, which had enough heft and enough, headcount that they could take on inexperienced MBAs and try to train them in the world of Silicon Valley. But within that company that had an enormous amount of surface area and was touching a lot of areas and had unbelievably smart people at the time, it was not surprising that SGI started doing really interesting and innovative and trailblazing stuff on the internet before almost anybody else. And part of the reason was that our founder, Jim Clark, went off to co-found Netscape with Mark Andreessen. So the whole company was like, wait, what was that? What's this commercial internet thing? So I end up in that group. Now, in terms of being a commercial internet person or a World Wide Web person, again, I was, in that case, barely credentialed. I couldn't write a stitch of code, but I had a pretty good mind for grasping the business and cultural significance of this transition. And this was, again, we were talking earlier about emerging areas. Within a few months, I was in the relatively top echelon of people in terms of just sheer experience. Because let's say it was 5 months into the program, there were only so many people who'd been doing World Wide Web stuff commercially for 5 months, And then what was interesting, though, was the intersection of those two things. The commercial web, as it turned out, grew into an unbelievable vastness. And so by being a pretty good, okay web person and a pretty good, okay MBA person, that intersection put me in a very rare group, which was web-oriented MBAs. And in those early days, you could probably count on your fingers the number of people who came out of really competitive programs who were doing stuff full-time on the internet. And there was a greater appetite for great software developers in the internet domain, but there was an appetite, and a real one, and a rapidly growing one, for MBA thinkers who were also seasoned and networked in the emerging world of the commercial World Wide Web. And so finding an intersection of two things you can be pretty good at, but is a rare intersection and a special intersection, is probably a much easier way to make yourself distinguishable and in demand from the world than trying to be world-class at this one thing.
So in the intersection is where there's to be discovered opportunity and success. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
There's actually more intersection of fields than fields themselves, right? So
yeah, I'll give you kind of a funny hypothetical here, but it's one I've been thinking about a little bit. There's a lot of people in crypto right now. It'd be hard to be in the top percentile of crypto people, whether it comes from just having a sheer grasp of the industry, a great network within the industry, technological skills, whatever you want to call it. And then there's this parallel world, an orthogonal world called crop insurance. And there's, I'm sure that's a big world. Crop insurance is a very, very big deal, particularly in the wealthy and industrialized world where there's sophisticated financial markets, rule of law, and, large agricultural concerns that are worried about that. Somewhere out there is somebody who is pretty crypto savvy, but probably not top 1%, but also has kind of been in the crop insurance world and understands that a hell of a lot better than almost anybody who's ever had anything to do with cryptocurrency. And so I think that decentralized finance, DeFi, one of the interesting and I think very world positive things that I think it's almost inevitably will be bringing to the world is crop insurance for small holding farmers. People who have tiny, tiny plots of land in places like India, et cetera, where there is no crop insurance available to them because just the financial infrastructure doesn't exist. But it's highly imaginable that using oracle networks that are trusted outside deliverers of factual information about rainfall in a particular area, you can start giving drought insurance to folks like this. The right person to come up with that idea is not a crypto whiz who doesn't know a blasted thing about smallholding farmers. The right person to come up with that is not a crop insurance whiz who isn't quite sure what Bitcoin is, but somebody occupies that intersection. That's just one of gazillion examples of things that are going to come along for somebody who occupies the right intersection of skills, but isn't necessarily the number one person at either one of those expertises.
That's making me kind of wonder about my own little things that I'm average at and seeing where the intersections that could be exploited. That's pretty profound. Right. So you're one of the most successful and brilliant people the world has ever seen. So you're the good person to ask for advice. You know, there's a lot of young people that look up to you. God bless their souls and hearts.
Made the right choice.
What advice would you give to a young person, maybe to yourself, to a young version of yourself, you know, and just how to live a good life?
Be doggedly you. I think the magic happens when you are stubbornly, doggedly you, and you meet other people who are doing the same. And the real magic of life, the real true currency in this ephemeral life is sort of the communication that happens between people. That's the real currency. Friendships, love. It's cliche, but it's I think the meaning of life is to experience love. And I think people often mistake, maybe it's because of Hollywood films and things like that love is a feeling, but it's not. It's an action. So that took me a while to learn, and I think that's why I've made decisions since that I think have been good for me and healthy for me. Love is an action. People can say things. You can feel things. That doesn't mean they're necessarily real. It's all chemical reactions. It's all tied to our immaturity and psychological issues and survival. But action, when you do things, when you act out of love, and that's what it's about.
Is there times when you were younger where you were kind of dishonest with who you are to yourself?
Yeah.
In terms of like what kind of things did you have to do to shake yourself up and be like, okay, I thought I'm going to be a scientist, but instead I realized I'm going to do this.
Yeah, my parents
I'm going to make funny.
Yeah, my comedy is a hard thing to explain to an immigrant mother who came here and under Nazi occupied Crete and became a human rights lawyer. And my brother's a lawyer, my father was a lawyer. You know, clawed his way up. His dad was a.
So you're a disappointment.
I'm the black sheep. Yeah, my brother went to Oxford, Georgetown Law, Brown. Has a master's in law degrees. My mother has four law degrees. She was on the Human Rights Commission in New York, up for a judgeship under Dinkins. She was the editor of Unitar. She wrote a seminal piece on the human rights of children for the United Nations. I was a comedian. I was always a fuck up. And the thing that I was best at, the only thing I was ever decent at was just like making people laugh. I don't know why. I don't know where that comes from. But
was there ever a question, or was there a moment where you decided this is what I'm going to do?
There was a moment after I graduated college, yeah. But I was thinking about all types of stuff that other people imposed on me. And I was honest with myself. And once I figured out it was an actual career path, I wasn't even aware. Back then, the internet wasn't huge. Late '99, 2000, it wasn't big yet. So I thought Robin Williams was just like an actor. I didn't know there was comedy clubs and all. So once I learned that, I was just like, I tried it. I suffered from massive anxiety. I remember the first time I did comedy, my arms went numb. I started having a massive panic attack. I have my first set. I can show it to you. It's like I just kept
on
going.
Video.
Yeah, on video.
Oh,
I kept going, thank you. And the reason why I kept saying thank you is because I forgot my whole jokes. I was so scared. Yeah. And then they laughed because of the amount of times I said thank you. Yeah. And then once they laughed, I remembered the whole thing. And I did the 5 minutes. And I remember getting off. And for a person who never felt like he had a place anywhere, nothing ever felt right. That felt like, okay, I found it. This is what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. This is it. It was the only time in my life I felt that. I haven't felt it since. Never felt it before. So that's the only thing I can do. And
I had that. It's funny because there's I have a similar experience, like immigrant family. and the world tells you to do certain things, and you think that's right, but then you put yourself in situations by luck probably where it's like, oh, this feels right. I don't know what this means, but this feels right. I think the biggest moment like that for me was I don't know what to make of it exactly, but when I met Spot, the robot, the four-legged robot, it was like 5 years ago. It felt like the depth of fascinating ideas that are yet to be explored with this thing. This felt like a journey. It was like a door that opened. And I was like, I don't want to be a professor. At that point, I realized I don't want to do sort of generic stuff. I want to do something crazy. I want to do something big. That's the reason I stepped away from MIT. That's the reason I have this burning desire to do a startup. That's the reason I came to Austin. Yeah, I don't know what the hell it all means, but you just kind of follow that.
That's awesome. That sounds like you're following what's doggedly you. And also, I think just to piggyback off it, I think that means no matter what it is, because I think our the American dream is sold like, hey, if you're not Beyonce or if you're not famous, you're not worth it. I hate that, and that's what I love so much about certain countries like Sweden. It's like where everyone has healthcare and stuff like that, because everyone's is valued more. It's like whatever. If you want to be a doorman, do it. Like it's all the same. Prince was not happy. There's no just because you're rich or famous, you're still the same guy. Yeah. Whether your possessions are a lot, little, it's like I have met some doormen. I have met some tax gabbers that I lie to you not are more fascinating. Comedians are horrible people. I want to get away from all of them. I have very few friends, Paul Verzi, Tim Dillon, who are comedians because they're awful, awful people. Some of the people who you know the most, who are the most famous, are not who they say they are. Usually that's the case. They're putting on that public facade because they're fucking sociopaths.
Yeah.
They're horrible people. And some of the most beautiful people I've met and the most interesting people I've met have regular jobs. There's no shame in any fucking job. We don't all have to be rappers with like rims. It's just a weird thing.
Yeah, fame is a drug. And yeah, comedians, I agree with you. There's some part of me that knows that there'll be a moment in my life when I'm standing there with like a sword or a knife in my stomach and looking at Tim Dillon's smiling face saying, you shouldn't have trusted me, you stupid fuck. So on that note, Yannis, I've been a huge fan of yours. I love what you're doing with Long Days, now your new podcast. And I obviously love all the stuff you've done before with History Hyenas, the chemistry. The chemistry you have with yourself is also fun to watch. So, man, I'm a huge fan. It's a huge honor that you come down here. Dude, thanks so much for talking today.
It means so much to me to hear you say that. I really appreciate it. I'm a big fan of yours, and having me on has been amazing. And just thank you, man. Thanks for having me on. And people, if they want to watch my special, it's called Blowing the Light. It's on YouTube. And please come listen to Long Days, the podcast.
And let's go eat some barbecue.
Let's do it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Yannis Pappas. And thank you to Wine Access, Blinkist, Magic Spoon, and Indeed. Check them out in the description to support this podcast. And now, let me leave you with some words from Karl Marx. Revolutions are the locomotives of history. Thank you for listening and hope to see you next time. Advice. What advice would you give to a young person today? High school, maybe undergrad, college, thinking about their career, thinking about how to live a life they can be proud of.
Yeah, whatever career they choose, just make sure that they dedicate themselves to it and be the best at what they do first. That's what you have to do first. Like people see me advocating for this position. 30 years of science is in these opinion, this view. And trust me, I would be dismissed if I didn't know my shit, if I was not.
Yeah, you did the work. You proved yourself. You're legit and by the people, in the eyes of the people who know.
Absolutely. So that's the main thing that I would encourage people to do. Really know your craft. If you know your craft, and then maybe you will be a service to your fellow citizens. There are so many people out here faking the funk and they don't know their craft.
and they're not a service to the people that they claim to serve. And that's a problem. And when you have a fair number of people like that in positions of power, your society is going to crumble.
What about the scientific path? You recommend people get a PhD?
Not necessarily, like my own children, I don't recommend that for. So science certainly my science can be a very petty sort of space to be in. But it was the only sort of path that I had. And so I had to do it. I would really encourage people to just do something that they enjoy and something that makes them happy, because the greater number of happy people in our society, the better off we all are.
All right. Since you mentioned happiness in the world, is there advice you can give to young folks? We give a bunch of advice on middle school, high school mathematics. Is there more general advice you would give about how to succeed in life, how to learn for high school students, for college students, and so on, career or life in general?
So I think the first one would be to make sure that you're learning to invent, and to make sure you're not just learning how to mimic. Because a lot of times you learn how to do X by watching somebody do X and then repeating X many times with different inputs. Mm-hmm. I'm just being very generic in explaining this. But I guess this is just my own attitude towards the world. I didn't like ever following anyone's directions exactly. Even if you told me this is the way to do your homework, is to write in pencil, I would say, but I think pen is nice. Let's try, right? So I've been that kind of a funny person. But I do encourage that if you can learn how to invent as your core skill, then you can do a lot. But then the second piece that comes with that is something I learned from my PhD advisor, which was, well, make sure that what you're working on is big enough. And so in that sense, I usually advise to people, once they have learned how to invent, ideally, don't just try to settle for something comfortable. Try to see if you can aim for something which is hard, which might involve a campaign, which might be important, which might make a difference. And it's more of, I guess, rather than worrying, what if you didn't achieve that? There's also the regret of, what if I didn't try? You see, that's how I operate. I don't operate based on, did I succeed or fail? It was hard anyway. If I did this Novid thing and the whole thing failed, would I feel terrible? No, it's a very hard problem. But would I have had the regret of not jumping in? Yes. So it's that different mentality of don't worry about the failing part as much of the make sure you give yourself the shot at those potentially unbounded opportunities.
You almost make it sound like there's efforts. What advice would you give to a young person today, a high school student, a college undergraduate that's thinking about career, maybe advice not about just career, but about how to live a life they can be proud of?
We talked earlier about intellectual honesty, and to me, that's the first step of just saying, to the best of your ability, who am I, and what's important to me, and what do I want to do and accomplish? If you can start with that and develop some sort of rules-based, philosophical, here's what I'll do, what I won't do, and that way, you can be flexible and pliable, and you're going to need to be. But if you still have a compass that tells you, hey, at least I know this is the path I'm going to take, I think that's very important.
The rules you're referring to, the principles, that's kind of like underlying integrity. So knowing what lines you don't cross on this path.
It's exactly right. Because if you have those absolutes, there are many decisions that come into focus very quickly. Right? Because, hey, that's not for me. Or, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do X, Y, and Z.
And it has to do with the thing you were talking about. It's kind of interesting. You mentioned this earlier in the conversation about slippery slope, and that's how often it happens. Like how the slipping into unethical behavior happens. It's a slippery slope of little adjustments. You put stuff off. And that I found that to be... I've been fortunate to not have to encounter these moments very much in my life, but I still encounter them. that's what integrity, I think, looks like, is as the slippery slope is happening, those little things is without drama, without making a show of it, making a decision that stands behind your principles and just walking away.
Yeah, and besides the big ideas, I'm going to change the world, I'm going to innovate, I'm going to do all those other things. I also start, if I'm giving any advice, which, we can debate whether or not, I should be giving advice, but just in terms of, well, let me start with this. Are you a good friend? Can you be counted on? Do you do what you say you're going to do?
Yeah.
Right? Are you accountable to what you sign up for, and do you hold others accountable? Right? What does all that look like? And then I think it's being as intellectually curious and well-read as you can be. We live in a world that is designed to distract you, right? And being able to sit with your thoughts or go on a walk and think deeply about something and not just surface area. You text me, I text you back, and we decide the fate of the world based on a couple of text messages or something. You don't want to lose touch, I think, with being well-read and understanding and standing on great thinkers' shoulders and learning from those works. And then I also think that, there's resiliency, and then there's grit. And I heard someone say one time that those are slightly different. And, I know that there are all kinds of challenges in life, right? That are tragic, that are unfair. There's no question that's the world we live in. But for me personally, to try as much as possible not to be in the victim mindset, because unfair things are going to happen. And, we all want to live in an idealistic, just world. That should be what we aspire to. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't experienced that yet, but yet you still have to function in that world. So, I think that resiliency thing is very important. And then putting yourself out there, right? Because if you play scared and you're always afraid to fail, this is probably a dumb way to get to the end of the podcast, but there are times, especially when I'm out west, I love the big sky out in, Montana, Idaho, places like that.
Yeah.
And when you look up at night, it's almost like I've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah.
Because there's no light pollution, so to speak. And sometimes when I look up, the most daunting problems that I'm experiencing, I'm like, those things have been there for 1 billion years or whatever, and I'll be gone, and it doesn't, the most famous person on earth 200 years ago, So, it's pretty fleeting. And so make sure you have a good journey, and especially coming out of COVID, I think telling people that you care about them, and maintaining and cultivating your friendships and relationships, and they're not just transactional, right? And making sure that someday when you're laying there, you can say, yeah, I was a good family member. I was a good friend. I was someone that could be counted on. I think all those things go into the mix of, however you want to take the journey.
What advice would you give to those young people today, maybe in high school, in college, at Stanford, maybe to your grandchildren, about how to have a career they can be proud of, have a life they can be proud of?
Pursue careers that are in the public interest, in one fashion or another, and not just in their interests. And that would be, it's not bad to pursue a career in your own interests. As long as it's something that's useful and positive for for their families or whatever. But yeah, so I try to advise kids to find themselves somehow, find it who they want to be and what they want to be, and try to pursue it. And the NGO world is growing, as you know, and a lot of young people are kind of throwing themselves into it, and Human Rights Watch and that kind of stuff, and they want to do that kind of work, and it's very admirable.
I tend to think that even if you're not working in human rights, there's a certain way in which if you live with integrity, I believe that all of us, or many of us, have a bunch of moments in our lives when we're posed with a decision. It's a quiet one. Maybe it'll never be written about or talked about, where you get to choose whether you, there's a choice that is difficult to make. It might require sacrifice, but it's the choice that the best version of that person would make. That's the best way I can sort of say how to act with integrity. It's the very thing that would resist the early days in Nazi Germany. It sounds dramatic to say, but those little actions. And I feel like the best you can do to avoid genocide on scale is for all of us to live in that way, to within those moments, unrelated potentially to human rights, to anything else, is to take those actions. Like, I believe that all of us know the right thing to do.
I know, that's right. I think that's right. You put it very well. I couldn't have done it better myself. No, I agree. I agree completely that there are, to live with truth, which is what Václav Havel used to say, this famous Czech dissident, talked about living in truth, but also to live with integrity.
Yeah.
And that's really super important.
So what advice would you give to a young person today about their career, about life, about how to survive in this world full of suffering?
Yeah, great. Yeah. My advice is to get competent advice. That's what I tell my students at Stimmer. I'm like,
don't listen to me.
Yeah, don't listen to me. Well, I think my big piece of advice these days is, again, it's at the risk of sounding like a simpleton, but it's to emphasize a few things. One is, one of your questions, I think, was, what's the meaning of life? And of course, the existentialists say life has no meaning, but it doesn't follow from that it's intrinsic, that it's meaningless. What the existential point is not that life is meaningless so much as it doesn't have one inevitable and intrinsic meaning, which then it opens up, I think it was Kierkegaard who said consciousness gives us the possibility of possibilities. But there's another lunatic, Oswald Spengler, who wrote a book called Decline of the West. Mm-hmm. And he says that the German philosopher Goethe, he says the purpose of life is to live. And that's one of my pieces of advice.
So the possibility of possibilities, it's interesting. So what do you do with this kind of sea of possibilities? This is one of the, when young folks talk to me, especially these days, yep. Is they're swimming in a sea of possibilities.
Yeah. Well, so it's great. And so that's another existential point, which is that we yearn for freedom. We react vigorously when we perceive that our choices have been curtailed, and then we're paralyzed by indecision in the wake of seemingly unlimited possibilities because we're now choking on choice. And I'm not sure if this is helpful advice or not, but what I say to folks is that the fact of the matter is that, for most people, choice is a first world problem. And sometimes the best option is to do something, as silly as it sounds. And then if that doesn't work, do something else, which just sounds like my mom torturing me when I was young. But, part of the thing that I find myself singularly ill-equipped is that I may be at the tail end of the last generation of Americans where you like picked something and that's what you did. Like I've been at a job for 40 years where you can expect to do better than your parents because those days are gone. And where you can make a comfortable inference that the world in a decade or two will have any remote similarity to the one that we now inhabit. And so,
but still, you recommend just do.
Yeah. And to do so, I'm so back to the Heidegger guy, because, all right, I consider myself a professor, but what happens if most of the schools go out of business? Somebody else may consider themselves a restaurateur, but what happens if there's no more restaurants? So this is negative advice, but I tell folks, don't define yourself as a social caricature.
Yeah.
Don't limit how you feel about yourself by through identification with a host of variables that may be uncertain,
maybe temporary.
What?
Sorry.
No, but of course that gets back to your point earlier, Lex, where you're like, yeah, but when you step out of that, it's extraordinarily discombobulating.
So let me ask you, you're one of the most successful people ever. You've built an incredible company that has a lot of impact. What advice do you have for young people today? How to live a life they can be proud of? How to build something that can have a big positive impact on the world?
Well, let's break that down, because I think you proud of, have a big positive impact.
Well, you're actually listening.
And how to live your life are actually three different things that I think, I mean, they could line up, but and also, like, what age of people are you talking to? Because I mean, I can like
high school and college, so you don't really know what you're doing, but you dream big, and you really have a chance to do something unprecedented.
Yeah. So
also
I guess
for people my age.
Okay, so let's maybe start with the kind of most philosophical and abstract version of this.
Yes.
Every night when I put my daughters to bed, we go through this thing, and they call it the good night things, because we're basically what we talk about at night. And I go through them.
Sounds like a good show.
Yeah, the good night things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Priscilla's always asking. She's like, "Can I get good night things?" It's like, I don't know. You go to bed too early. But it's But I basically go through with Max and Augie. What are the things that are most important in life, right? That it's like, what do I want them to remember and just have like really ingrained in them as they grow up? And it's health, right? Making sure that you take care of yourself and keep yourself in good shape. Loving friends and family, right? Because having the relationships, the family, and making time for friends, I think is perhaps one of the most important things. And then the third is maybe a little more amorphous, but it is something that you're excited about for the future. And when I'm talking to a 4-year-old, often I'll ask her what she's excited about for tomorrow or the week ahead. But I think for most people, it's really hard. I mean, the world is a heavy place, and I think like the way that we navigate it is that we have things that we're looking forward to. So whether it is building AR glasses for the future, or being able to celebrate my 10-year wedding anniversary with my wife that's coming up, it's like I think people, you have things that you're looking forward to. Or for the girls, it's often I want to see mom in the morning, right? It's like but it's like that's a really critical thing. And then the last thing is I ask them every day, what did you do today to help someone? Because I just think that's a really critical thing, is like it's easy to kind of get caught up in yourself and kind of stuff that's really far down the road. But like, did you do something just concrete today to help someone? And, it can just be as simple as, okay, yeah, I helped set the table for lunch, right? Or, this other kid in our school was having a hard time with something, and I like helped explain it to him. But I think that that's sort of like, if you were to boil down my overall life philosophy into what I try to impart to my kids, those are the things that I think are really important. So, okay, so let's say college. So if you're graduating college, probably more practical advice. So I'm always very focused on people. And I think the most important decision you're probably going to make if you're in college is who you surround yourself with, because you become like the people you surround yourself with. And I sort of have this hiring heuristic at Meta, which is that I will only hire someone to work for me if I could see myself working for them. Not necessarily that I want them to run the company, because I like my job, but in an alternate universe, if it was their company and I was looking to go work somewhere, would I be happy to work for them? And I think that that's a helpful heuristic to help balance. When you're building something like this, there's a lot of pressure to, you want to build out your teams because there's a lot of stuff that you need to get done. And, everyone always says, don't compromise on quality, but there's this question of, okay, how do you know that someone is good enough? And I think my answer is, I would want someone to be on my team if I would work for them. But I think that's actually a pretty similar answer to like, if you were choosing friends or a partner or something like that. So when you're kind of in college, trying to figure out what your circle is going to be, trying to figure out, you're evaluating different job opportunities. Who are the people, even if they're going to be peers in what you're doing, who are the people who in an alternate universe you would want to work for them because you think you're going to learn a lot from them, because they are kind of values aligned on the things that you care about, and they're going to like, and they're going to push you, but also they know different things and have different experiences that are kind of more of what you want to become like over time. So I don't know. I think probably people are too, in general, objective focused and maybe not focused enough on the connections and the people who they're basically building relationships with.
I don't know what it says about me, but my place in Austin now has 7-legged robots. So I'm surrounding myself by robots, which is probably something I should look into. Do you have advice for young people? We've been talking about mathematics quite a bit, but in terms of their journey through education, through their career choices, through life, maybe middle school, high school, undergrad students, of how to live a life that they can be proud of?
I think if I were to give advice to people, especially young people, my advice would be to always, it sounds really corny, but to always believe in yourself and know that you can achieve, because although that sounds like obvious, of course we want kids to know that they can achieve things. I know that millions of kids who are in the school system have been given the message they cannot do things. Mm-hmm. And adults too. They have the idea, oh, I did okay in this. I went into this job because those other things I could never have done okay in. Mm-hmm. So actually when they hear, hey, maybe you could do those other things, even adults think, maybe I can. And they go back and they encounter this knowledge and they relearn things and they change careers and amazing things happen. So for me, I think that message is really important. You can learn anything. Scientists try and find a limit. They're always trying to find a limit. Like, how much can you really learn? What's the limit to how much you can learn? And they always come away not being able to find it. People can just go further and further and further. And that is true of people born with brain, areas of their brain that aren't functioning well, that have what we call special needs. Some of those people also go on to develop and do amazing things. So I think that really experiencing that, knowing that, feeling, not just saying it, but knowing it deeply, you can learn anything, is something I wish all people would have.
Actually also applies when you've achieved some level of success too. What I find, like in my life with people that love me, when you achieve success, they keep celebrating your success and they want you to keep doing the thing that you were successful at, as opposed to believing in that you can do something else, something big, whatever your heart says to do.
Right.
And one of the things that I realized the value of this, quite recently, which is sad to say, is how important it is to seek out, when you're younger, to seek out mentors, to seek out the people, like surround yourself with people that will believe in you.
Yeah.
It's like a little bit is on you. It's like you don't get that sometimes if you go to like grad school. You think you kind of land on a mentor. Maybe you pick a mentor based on the topic they're interested in. But the reality is the people you surround yourself with, they're going to define your life trajectory. So
really
select people
That's really true. And get away from people who don't believe in you.
Sometimes parents can be that. They can love you deeply, but they set, it's the math thing we mentioned. They might set certain constraints on the beliefs that you have. And so in that, if you're interested in mathematics and your parents are not that interested in it, don't listen to your parents on that one dimension.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And if people tell you can't do things, you have to hear from other people who believe in you. I think you're absolutely right about that. It's so sad, the number of people who've had those negative messages from parents. In my Limitless Mind book, I interviewed quite a few people who'd been told they couldn't do maths, sometimes by parents, sometimes by teachers. And fortunately, they had got other ideas at some point in their life and realized there was this whole world of mathematical thinking that was open to them. So it's really important that people do connect with people who believe in them, however hard that might be to find those people.
What do you hope the education in general looks like 10, 20, 50, 100 years from now? Are you optimistic about this future?
Yeah, I definitely have hope. There is change can happen in the education system. In recent years, it's been microscopically slow. And, but I do actually see change happening. Like we were talking earlier that data science is now a course you can take in high school instead of Algebra 2. And that's pretty amazing because that content was set out in 1892 and hasn't changed since then. And so now we're actually seeing a change in the content of high school. So I'm amazed that that's happening and very happy it's happening. But so change is very slow in education usually. But when you look ahead and think about all that we know and all that we can offer kids in terms of technology, you've got to think that 100 years from now, education will be totally different to the way it is now. Maybe we won't have subject boundaries anymore because those don't really make much sense.
And it's interesting to think how certain tools like programming, maybe they'll be deeply integrated in everything we do.
You would think that all kids are growing up learning to program and create. So I just think, the system of schooling we have now, people call it a factory model. It's not designed to inspire creativity. And I feel like that will also change. People might look back on these days and think they were hilarious, but maybe in the future, kids will be doing their own programming and they'll be able to learn things and find out things and create things even as they're learning. And maybe the individual subject boundaries will go. Data science itself coming into the education system kind of illustrates that because people realize it doesn't really fit inside any of the subjects. Mm-hmm. So what do we do with it? Where does it go? And who teaches it? So it's already raising those kind of questions and questioning how we have these different subject boundaries.
So you've seen data science be integrated into the curriculum?
Yes, it's happening across the United States as we speak.
I wonder how that got initiated. Like, how does change happen in the education system? Is it just a few revolutionary leaders?
I think so. It's been an interesting journey seeing data science take off, actually. There was a course that was developed in 2014 by some people who thought data science was a good idea for high schoolers. And then after some kids took the course and nothing bad happened to them, and they went to college and people started to accept it more. And then this was a big piece of the change in California. The UC system communicated they sent out an email last year to 50,000 high schools saying, we now accept data science. Kids can take it instead of Algebra 2. That's a perfectly legitimate college pathway. So that was like a big green light for a lot of schools who were like wondering about whether they could teach it. So I think it happens in small spaces and expands. So now
it goes viral.
Yeah.
In this modern age.
Then it goes viral. California's ahead, I think, in creating courses and having kids go through it. But it's suddenly, when I last looked, there were 12 states that were allowing data science as a high school course. And I think by next year, that will have doubled or more. So change is happening.
Joe, as I said, I think mathematics is truly a beautiful subject, and you having an impact on millions of people's lives by educating them, by inspiring teachers to educate in the ways that you've talked about, in multidimensional ways, in visual ways, I think is incredible. So you're spreading beauty into the world. So I really, really appreciate that you spend your valuable time with me today. Thank you for talking.
Thank you. It was really good to talk to you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Joe Bowler. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now let me leave you with some words from Albert Einstein. Pure mathematics is the poetry of logical ideas. Thanks for listening, and hope to see you next time. I know you're super humble, saying it's better to be lucky than good, but your story is inspiring. That's the entire trajectory of having a dream, of accomplishing that dream, of having one hell of a career. What advice would you give to a young person, to a young version of yourself today that listens to this and is inspired, that wants to fly or wants to go to space, or wants to build the rocket? Is there advice you could give them about life, about career, about anything?
Yeah. First, let me start with, and you had a question on inspirational people. So my grandfather, I had mentioned him earlier, huge funeral, beer delivery guy, was delivering beer in the 60s riots where the guys, in the black neighborhoods where, white people didn't go. And my grandfather's Sicilian. He was one of the first ones in his family born in the United States. So my great grandmother, and I had aunts and uncles that I knew growing up that actually came over on the boat. Huge guy, and just the nicest, friendliest, would give you the shirt off his back, obviously proven by his funeral. And I'm talking at his funeral, the head of the Black Panthers was at his funeral in Toledo, Ohio. The mafia guys were at his funeral in Toledo, Ohio. It was literally a mix of who's who. And he had told me once, because when you're little, you start looking, and I grew up basically, I was probably middle class, lower middle class. My dad was a fireman. You're not rich. He's working for the city. It was a paycheck to paycheck living is how I grew up. And I was talking to my grandfather one day, and he said something to me, and this is literally how I run my life. He said, it was about money, because you'd see, back in the day, if you saw someone in a Mercedes, that was rare. They weren't everywhere. People you couldn't lease a car. You actually bought a car, and usually you bought a car with cash. Yeah. So it was totally different than we are now. And he goes, David, he goes, they're no better than you, and you're no better than anyone else. He goes, you got to remember that. He goes, everyone's different. He goes, treat everyone with the respect and dignity that they deserve. He goes, and if they're poor, if they're homeless, he goes, it doesn't make them a bad person. It just, that's who they chose to be. And you make choices in your life, but never ever look down on someone, because, there will always be someone that will look down on you, and you should never ever do that. And I kept that close to me. He was huge influences. My mom's dad, just a big influence in my life and the way I carried myself. And he was one that would say, you can be anything you want to be. He grew up dirt poor, and the fact that he had bought a house and took good care of my grandmother and did stuff like that, to him, that was a success. And to me, it was always, trying to better and move on. And he was the one, my parents were a big part of this too, was instilling that anything is possible. So when I'm 4 years and 11 months old in 1969, and I'm watching Neil Armstrong walk on the moon, and I'm asking my mom, and she says, well, they were all military pilots. And, we had an Air National Guard that at the time was flying F-100. So I'm dating myself. And I was just fascinated with flight. And I just looked at that going, that's really what I want to do. And I never lost sight of that. There was always, I could do this or do that. And when I was going to go to college, before I enlisted in the Marine Corps, I was accepted into natural resources at Ohio State. And I'm like, if I can't fly, I'll go be a forest ranger, because I wanted to hang out in one of those towers in Colorado and look for fires, because that's just, I like that stuff. You know, it was that or be an oceanographer, because I was fascinated with Jacques Cousteau. And actually, that's my degree. My undergrad degree is Jacques Cousteau. So influences are Neil Armstrong and Jacques Cousteau. I have an oceanography degree. I got an MBA from University of Houston. Go Cougs. Got to mention them. And then, and so you look and people go, what are you going to do with that? And I said, you know, I got an oceanography degree, because I go, well, I'm going to sail on the ocean. So at least if the ship sinks, I'll know where I'm at. And that was a kind of a running joke. And then
there's so these passions, and underneath it is the belief that you can be anything you want to be.
You can. You know, I told my kids this, you know, when they were young. You know, it was tough, especially for my son. So when Nate was about 5, 6 years, we knew Nate was colorblind. You know, my wife's brothers are both colorblind. It's really color deprived. Color blind, you see black and white. He can't tell. He has issues with greens, reds, browns. It's funny if you're ever around someone like that. Because I'll go, what are you looking at? He goes, right over there by the red thing. I'm like, what are you looking at? I go, this. He had a hat on one day. I go, which one are you going to get? He had a hat in his hand. It was green. He goes, I'm going to get the green one. I go, oh, this one right here. He goes, no, the one on my head. I go, Nate, that one's brown. He's like, leave me alone, Dad. He got the brown hat because to him it looked green.
Yeah.
So he couldn't fly. He came to me and said, I go, what do you want to do, Nate? You know, you're talking to your kids, and what do you want to do? He goes, I want to be a pilot. No, now I got to tell him, because he's looking at me because I'm a pilot. You can't be a pilot. He's like, why can't I be a pilot? I said, because you got eye issues, you know, so you got to redirect. And the other one was because I stopped flying. I was 42 years old. And I was like, and it was my childhood dream. So it's like a pro athlete. I know exactly what it feels like when, you know, Brett Favre has to walk away from the NFL when you still can do it.
Good choice of quarterback, by the way, the greatest of all time, but whatever.
So you do, and you look at it and you go, I understand what those guys feel like when you have to walk away from something you love and you think you can still do it. So I told them, I said, look, I was talking to both my kids, and I said, you know, find something that you want to do, that you love to do, and that you can do your whole life. And you should be able to do good things for other people. You want to be able to help other people. That's what I said. So both of my kids, and there's no one in my family, both of my children, one of them my daughter is a doctor doing a residency in internal medicine right now, and my son is in his 3rd year. And they're both going to be doctors. And I look at it as, you know, people go, oh, you got 2 doctors. I don't care. I told my kids, if you want to be a garbage man or you want to dig ditches, I don't care. Just be the best ditch digger that you can be. I said, and be happy doing it, because what you also find is that we are in this big pursuit of money. Yeah. That's what makes the world go round. But what you realize, and I'll go back to my grandfather, who didn't have a lot of money, and he was probably one of the most happy people on life. And unfortunately, he died at 65. He had a massive heart attack because he didn't tell that he kind of knew it was happening, and he just made the choice to do it. And it was devastating to the entire family. But he didn't have a lot of money. But I'll tell you what, I know a lot of rich people who have funerals and there's nobody at them.
Yeah.
And my grandfather, who's a beer delivery guy, had, it was like 3 miles long.
The Pope.
It was crazy. Yeah. Who died? The Pope. That was because it was like, he's a Catholic. He's just, you know, Italian. He goes, who died? The Pope? And I go, no, that was my grandfather. And then the next funeral I went to was my aunt, his sister. And there was like, 30 people. And I looked at my mother and I said, where's everybody at? She goes, oh, no, this is normal. This is what a normal funeral looks like. So it's for young kids, bottom line, one, be nice. Kindness will get you. I'm a big believer in karma. Kindness will get you a long way in the world. It's easy. It's easy to be nice. It doesn't cost you anything. I said, and get rid of the hate. And number 2 is follow your dreams, because everyone is capable of everything. And there's a self-realism, like, if you really have trouble with math, getting a PhD in applied math is probably not something you're going to be able to do. But understand yourself, what your own capabilities are, and inside your heart. Don't let anyone ever tell you what you can and can't do. You have to determine that yourself and go for it. And you can do anything. It's just, it's a great, the world's incredible.
Again, one of those profound, looking over the ocean, maybe sitting on a porch, maybe with a drink of some kind. And a young kid comes by and asks you for advice. What advice would you give to?
Don't drink. That's my advice. I'm serious.
Well, so Okay, after that, what advice would you give to a young person today as they take on life, whether career in academia in general, or just a life, which is probably more important than career?
Most good advice is context specific, but here are my 2 generic pieces of advice.
Good.
First, get a mentor. Both career, but anything you want to learn. Like say you want to learn about contemporary art. People write me this. What book should I read? It's probably not going to work that way. You need a mentor. Yes, you should read some books on it, but you want a mentor to help you frame them, take you around to some art, talk about it with you. So get as many mentors as you can in the things you want to learn. And then...
Can I ask you a quick tangent on that? Presumably a good mentor.
Of course. I'm begging the question in there. It's complicated, right?
Yeah, well, it is complicated. Is there a lot of damage to be done from a bad mentor?
I don't think that much, because it's very easy to drop mentors. And in fact, it's quite hard to maintain them. Good mentors tend to be busy. Yeah. Bad mentors tend to be busy.
Yeah.
And you can try on mentors and maybe they're not good for you, but there's a good chance you'll learn something. Like I had a mentor, I was an undergrad. He was a Stalinist. He edited the book called The Essential Stalin. Brilliant guy. I learned a tremendous amount from him. Mm-hmm. Was he, like as a Stalinist, a good mentor for me? Fan of Hayek? Well, no. But for a year, it was tremendous.
Yeah.
He introduced me to, Soviet and Eastern European science fiction because he was a Marxist. Like that's what I took from him, among other things.
Any advice on finding a good mentor? Daniel Kahneman has somebody just popped this to mind as somebody who was able to find exceptionally good collaborators throughout his life. There's not many bright minds that find collaborators. They often, which I ultimately see what a mentor is.
Yeah. Be interesting, be direct, and try. It's not like a perfect formula, but it's amazing how many people don't even do those things.
Be interesting, be direct, and try.
Like what you want from a better known person, I would just say be very direct with them.
Yeah. Beautiful. What's the second piece of advice?
Build small groups of peers. They don't have to be your age, but very often they'll be your age, especially if you're younger, with broadly similar interests, but there can be different points of view. People you hang out with, which can include in a WhatsApp group online. And like every day or almost every day, they're talking about the thing you care about, trying to solve problems in that thing. And that's your small group, and you really like them, and they like you, and you care what you think about each other, and you have this common interest.
That's for human connection, or that's for development of ideas?
It's both. They're not that different. Like Beatles, classic small group, right?
But there's so much drama.
The Florentine artists, of course there's drama, and small groups tend to split up, which is fine, just like mentoring relationships often end. But it's remarkable how little has been done that was not done in small groups in some way.
Do you have advice for young people? Think high school students, maybe undergrads, college students, about career, life, how to live a life they can be proud of. You've had one heck of a life.
Some of them are really cheesy, but they're true. Live a life you can be proud of, number one. If you wake up every morning and you hate what you do, change the fucking station. Do not live and stay in that perpetual cycle of bullshit. It's not worth it. It's not what you're on this planet for. You're worth more than that, than the monotony of waking up, going to work, hating your life, drinking yourself to sleep, and functioning. Do yourself a favor. The thing I scream about on the show so much is move your fucking body. Move your body. Get your blood moving. Allow your body to do what it's here for. Go for a run. Go for a walk. If you can't run, walk to the fridge 3 times more than maybe you did before, but you're moving. Pay attention to the shit you look at. More now than ever, we are seeing our younger generation just be force-fed information from one side or the other, and none of it makes sense. None of it's understandable. It just causes chaos in the brain. Really pay attention to what you listen to. Something I've had to learn to do is make time for myself. All of this working 18 hours a day, not sleeping, just work. That doesn't work. That's not sustainable. It's not healthy, and it's not anything anyone should be doing. Balance is important. But if you're going to take the time to do something for yourself, don't make it sitting in front of the TV for 6 hours, eating a bag of chips, drinking a Coke. Make it, I'm going to go for a walk, maybe listen to a podcast where I can learn something. Make it, I'm going to go volunteer somewhere. Nobody does that anymore, but make it, I can go volunteer somewhere. Honor House, they have no paid employees. They have one. Everybody is a volunteer. They're fucking phenomenal. Just do whatever you're going to do. Do it with some fucking drive. Put some goddamn effort into your life and pick something in a career that's going to make you happy. Not something that's just going to give you 6 figures, because that's not going to make you happy. I can tell you right now, I have everything in the world. And the last thing I want is more things. I want less. I want the woods, and I want quiet, because that's what's important to me. I want my family to matter, the people around me to matter, and the small group I keep, that tight knit I have, I want them to wake up every minute knowing that they have a friend that they can call on the other line that isn't just like, how's it going? That can actually have a conversation, a meaningful, intelligent, caring conversation. We are just breeding these kids to be followers who digest bullshit, who reverberate things they don't fully understand, and have opinions on stuff they have no business talking about.
Yeah. With an open mind, humbly think deeply about the world. You mentioned kind of advice for startups. Is there, in general, whether you do a startup or not, do you have advice for young people today? You're like an example of somebody who's paved their own path and were, I would say, exceptionally successful. Is there advice, somebody who's like 20 today, 18, undergrad, or thinking about going to college or in college and so on, that you would give them?
I think I often tell young people, don't start companies. Don't start a company unless you're prepared to make it your life's work. Like, that's a really good way of putting it. And a lot of people think, well, this semester I'm going to take a semester off, and in that one semester I'm going to start a company and sell it or whatever.
Right.
And it's just like, what are you talking about? It doesn't really work that way. You should be like super into the idea, so into it that you want to spend a really long time on it.
Is that more about psychology or actual time allocation? Like, is it literally the fact that you need to give 100% for potentially years for it to succeed? Or is it more about just the mindset that's required?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you don't want to have, certainly don't want to have a plan to sell the company, right. Like quickly or something. Or it's like a company that has it's like a big fashion component. Like it'll only work now. It's like an app for something. So yeah, that's a big one. And then I also think something I've thought about recently is I had a job as a quant at a fund for about 2.5 years. And part of me thinks if I had spent another 2 years there, I would have learned a lot more and had even more knowledge to be to basically accelerate how long Numerai took. So the idea that you can sit in an air-conditioned room and get free food, or even sit at home now in your underwear and make a huge amount of money and learn whatever you want and it's just crazy. It's such a good deal.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. That's the case for, I was terrified of that. Like at Google, I thought I would become really comfortable in that air-conditioned room. And that I was afraid the quant situation is I mean, what you present is really brilliant, that it's exceptionally valuable, the lessons you learn, because you get to get paid while you learn from others. If you see jobs in the space of your passion that way, that it's just an education. It's like the best kind of education. But of course, from my perspective, you have to be really careful not to get comfortable. Like get in a relationship, then you buy a house or whatever the hell it is, and then you get, and then you convince yourself like, well, I have to pay these fees for the car, for the house, blah, blah, blah. And there's momentum, and all of a sudden you're on your deathbed and there's grandchildren, and you're drinking whiskey and complaining about kids these days.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid of that momentum, but you're right. Like there's something special about the education you get working at these companies.
Yeah, and I remember on my desk I had like a bunch of papers on quant finance, a bunch of papers on optimization, and then a paper on Ethereum just on my desk as well, and the white paper. And it's amazing how kind of, and you can learn about, so that I also I think this like idea of like learning about intersections of things. I don't think there are too many people that know like as much about crypto and quant finance and machine learning as I do. Mm-hmm. And that's a really nice set of 3 things to know stuff about. And that was because I had like free time in my job.
Okay. Do you have advice in general for people? You're already exceptionally successful. You're young, but do you have advice for young people starting out in college or maybe in high school? Advice for their career, advice for their life, how to pave a successful path in career and life.
I would say just be hungry. Like always be hungry for what you want. And I think like I've been inspired by a lot of people who are just like driven and who really like go for what they want no matter what. Like you shouldn't want it, you should need it. So if you need something, you basically go towards the ends to make it work.
How do you know when you come across a thing that's like you need?
I think there's not going to be any single thing that you're going to need. There are going to be different types of things that you need. But whenever you need something, you just go push for it. And of course, once you may not get it, or you may find that this was not even the thing that you were looking for. It might be a different thing. But the point is, like, you're pushing through things, and that actually brings a lot of skills and brings a lot of, builds a certain kind of attitude, which will probably help you get the other thing once you figure out what's really the thing that you want.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are I've noticed kind of afraid of that is because 1, it's the fear of commitment. Mm-hmm. And 2, there's so many amazing things in this world. You almost don't want to miss out on all the other amazing things by committing to this one thing. Right. So I think a lot of it has to do with just allowing yourself to like notice that thing and just go all the way with it.
I mean, I also like failure, right? So
yeah,
I know this is like super cheesy that, failure is something that you should be prepared for and so on. But I do think, I mean, especially in research, for example, failure is something that happens almost every day is like experiments failing and not working. And so you really need to be so used to it. You need to have a thick skin. But, and only basically through, like when you get through it is when you find the one thing that's actually working. Mm-hmm. So like Thomas Edison was like one person like that, right? So I really, like when I was a kid, I used to really read about how he found like the filament, the light bulb filament. And then I think his thing was like, he tried 990 things that didn't work or something of the sort. Yeah. And then they asked him like, so what did you learn? Because all of these were failed experiments. And then he says, oh, these 990 things don't work. And I know that. Did you know that? I mean, that's pretty inspiring.
Do you have advice for young people today, aside from playing lots of video games? High schoolers, college students, thinking about their career, thinking about life.
Well, we no longer live in a world where you get one skill set, you do it for 40 years and retire. I mean, that ship has sailed a long time ago. So learn how to learn and learn an appreciation and love for learning. So that's the first thing. Josh Waitzkin's wrote this beautiful book, The Art of Learning, if you ever read it. Stuff like that. So good study skills, slip box notes, these things. What was it? Zettelkasten or whatever it is. Yeah, there's a lot of little techniques that you can pick up along the way. And basically they teach you how to process lots of information very quickly, retain it, and then decide what's useful to you for that moment. The second thing is do not undervalue EQ, emotional intelligence. We've lived for a long time in a society where IQ was dominant. It's like how smart you are excuses everything else. You can be a horrible human being, but he's a really bright guy, right? The asshole mathematician or physicist. We now live in a world where the balance is far more important. You have to be smart, but you also have to be a nice guy. And don't undervalue that. So learn things like closed circuit communication and active listening. These skill sets will always pay enormous dividends along the way. Third, remember that you're judged for the things that you have and what you do with those things. If you have very little, you still have to do something. If you have a lot, you have to do even more. So learn how to give and do that early on. Learn how to give back. Volunteerism, charity, mentoring, these types of things. Those are so incredibly valuable to a person's development. The people that you mentored in the academic world, you learn this. You have graduate students. They one day will be professors. And it might just so happen they might eclipse you. Remember, Gauss had a doctoral advisor. Never forget that. And so did Feynman. Make sure that you mentor people, you give back, and you learn how to learn, and you learn how to teach. Super important for your development as a person. Now, you'll notice all those things are agnostic to whatever domain you happen to have chosen. You could be in medicine or law or technology, whatever. That's your fancy, whatever your passion happens to be. And don't conflate your earning and your career. If people try to keep putting these things together, they're increasingly becoming decoupled. There's a lot of cases where people do their passions and they do it for free or, for sustenance, but then they have something else they do on the side to also augment or supplement their income. It's probably best that way. When you conflate the two, you tend to get burnt out terribly. You see this a lot with musicians or other people. They want to make music, but they have to tour or whatever because they got to pay bills. Stuff like that happens. Other than that, I'm not a guru. I'm not in any particular position to.
You showed up in a robe, which I thought was kind of weird, and you had a crown, and you kept calling yourself king.
King of the rats. Right? And that wasn't a robe. That was a yukata.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Wait, audience, he's joking. Reddit.
I heard somebody's going to write blog posts. Charles Hoskinson walks around with a crown. Is there advice that you can give to young people today, whether in high school or college, who are thinking about their career, who are thinking about life, how to live a life they're proud of, a successful life?
Yeah, so many people ask me for advice and have asked for, and I talk to a lot of people all the time. And there is no one way. There's a lot of pressure to produce papers that will be acceptable and be published. Maybe I come from an age where I could be a rebel against that and still succeed. Maybe it's harder today. But I think it's important not to get too caught up with what everyone else is doing. And it depends on what you want out of life. If you want to have real impact, you have to be ready to fail a lot of times. So you have to make a lot of unsafe decisions. And the only way to make that work is to keep doing it for a long time. And then one of them will be work out. And so that will make something successful.
Or not.
Or you just may, end up, not having having a lousy career. It's certainly possible.
Taking the risk is the thing.
Yeah. So, but there's no way to make all safe decisions and actually really contribute.
Do you think about your death, about your mortality?
I got to say, when COVID hit, I did, because we did, in the early days, we didn't know how bad it was going to be. And that made me work on my book harder for a while. But then I'd started this company, and now I'm doing more than full-time at the company, so the book's on hold. But I do want to finish this book.
When you think about it, are you afraid of it?
I'm afraid of dribbling. Of losing it.
The details of, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the fact that the ride ends?
I've known that for a long time. So it's...
Yeah, but there's knowing and knowing. It's such a...
yeah, and it
really sucks.
It feels a lot closer. So my blog with my predictions, my sort of pushback against that was I said I'm going to review these every year for 32 years. And that puts me into my mid 90s. So it's my
that puts the whole every time you write the blog post, you're getting closer and closer to your own prediction.
That's true
of your death.
Yeah.
What do you hope your legacy is? You're one of the greatest roboticist AI researchers of all time.
What I hope is that I actually finish writing this book, and that there's one person who reads it and sees something about changing the way they're thinking, and that leads to the next big
And then they'll be on a podcast 100 years from now saying, I once read that book. And that changed everything. Let me ask sort of an advice question to young folks. You've explored a lot of fascinating ideas in your life. Mm-hmm. You built a startup, worked on physics, worked on computer science. What advice would you give to young people today in high school, maybe early college, about life, about career, about science and mathematics?
I remember, I remember reading that Poincaré was once asked by a French journal about his advice for young people and what was his teaching philosophy. And he said that like one of the most important things that parents should teach their kids is how to be enthusiastic in regards to like the mysteries of the world. Mm-hmm. And that he said like striking that balance was actually one of the most important things between like in education. You know, you want to have your kids be enthusiastic about the mysteries of the world, but you also don't want to traumatize them, like if you really force them into something. And I think like, especially if you're young, I think you should be curious. And I think you should explore that curiosity to the fullest, to the point where you even become almost as an expert on that topic. And you might start with something that is small, like you might start with, you're interested in numbers and how to factor numbers into primes. And then all of a sudden you go and you're like lost in number theory and you discover cryptography. And then all of a sudden you're buying Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. And I think you should do these. You should really try to fulfill this curiosity, and you should live in a society that allows you to fulfill this curiosity, which is also important. And I think you should do this not to get to some sort of status or fame or money, but I think this is the way, this iterative process, I think this is the way to find happiness. And I think this is also allows you to find the meaning for your life. I think it's all about like being curious and being able to fulfill that curiosity and that path to fulfilling that your curiosity.
Yeah, the start small and let the fire build is kind of an interesting way to think about it.
And you never know where you're going to end up. It's like, for instance, for Maz, it's just a really good example. We started like by doing this as an internal like thing that we did in the company, and then we started putting it out there, and now a lot of people follow it and know about it. And so,
and you still don't know where Farmar's library is going to end up, actually.
True, exactly. So, I think that would be my piece of advice with very limited experience, of course. But
yeah, I agree.
I mean, is there something from particular, Joao, from the computer science versus physics perspective? Do you regret not doing physics? Do you regret not doing computer science? Which one is the wiser, the better human being? This is Messi versus Ronaldo. Those are very. I don't know if you would agree, but they're kind of different disciplines.
True.
Yeah, very much so. I had that question in my mind. I took physics classes as an undergrad, or like besides what I had to take, and it's definitely something that I considered at some point, and that I do feel like later in life that might be something that I'm not sure if regret is the right word, but it's kind of something that I can imagine in an alternative universe what would have happened if I gone into physics. I try to think that like, well, it depends on what your path ends up being, but that it's not super important, right? Like exactly what you decide to major on. Like I think there's I think Tim Urban, like the blogger, had a good visualization of this, where it's like, like he has a picture where you have all sorts of paths that you could pursue in your life, and then maybe you're in the middle of it, and so there's maybe some paths that are not accessible to you, but like the tree that is still in front of you gives you a lot of optionality. And so
there's two lessons to learn from that. Like we have a huge number of options now, and probably you're just one to reflect. Like to try to derive wisdom from the one little path you've taken so far may be flawed because there's all these other paths you could have taken.
Yeah.
So it's like, so one, it's inspiring that you can take any path now, and two, It's like the path you've taken so far is just one of many possible ones. Yeah. But it does seem that like physics and computer science both open a lot of doors and a lot of different doors.
True.
It's very interesting.
It is. I like in this case, like, and especially in our case, because I could see the difference. I studied, I went to college in Europe, and João went to college here in the US. So I could see the difference. And like in the European system is more rigid in the sense that when you decide to study physics, you don't have a lot, especially in the early years, you don't have a lot of, you can't choose to take like a class from like computer science course or something like that. You don't have a lot of freedom to explore in that sense in university, as opposed to here in the US where you have more freedom. And I think that's important. I think that's what constitutes, a good kind of educational system, is one that gravitates towards the interests of a student as you progress. But I think in order for you to do that, you need to explore different areas. Mm-hmm. And I felt like if I had a chance to take, say, more computer science class when I was in college, I would have probably have taken those classes. But but I ended up like focusing maybe too much in physics. And I think here, at least, my perception is that you can explore more fields.
But there is a kind of, it's funny, but physics can be difficult. So I don't see too many computer science people then exploring into physics. It's only like one of the beneficial things of physics, it feels like it, what was it, Rutherford that said like basically that physics is the hard thing and everything is easy. So like there's a certain sense once you've figured out some basic like physics, that it's not that you need the tools of physics to understand the other disciplines. It's that you're empowered by having done difficult shit. I mean, the ultimate, I think, is probably mathematics there.
Yeah, true.
So maybe just doing difficult things and proving to yourself that you can do difficult things, whatever those are.
That's net positive, I believe.
Net positive.
Yeah. And I think like I before I started a company, I worked in the financial sector for a bit. And like, I think having a physics background, I felt I was not afraid of like learning like finance things. And I think like when you come from those backgrounds, you are generally not afraid of stepping into other fields and learning about those, because I feel you've learned a lot of difficult things, and that's an added benefit, I believe.
This was an incredible conversation, Luis, Joao. We started with, who do we start with? Feynman, ended up with Messi and Ronaldo. So this is like the perfect conversation. It's really an honor that you guys would waste all this time with me today. It was really fun. Thanks for talking.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Luis and Joao Batalla. And thank you to Skiff, Simply Safe, Indeed, NetSuite, and Four Sigmatic. Check them out in the description to support this podcast. And now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. Nobody ever figures out what life is all about. And it doesn't matter. Explore the world. Nearly everything is really interesting if you go into it deeply enough. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. You've lived one heck of a life. Looking back, there's a lot of young people that listen to this, high school, college students. What advice would you give them? How to live, how to have a successful career, how to have a good life, how to be a good man or woman.
To be a good man or woman, if I had it to do over with, I'll just tell you what I'd have done. I would have paid attention and studied my lesson and did the best I could.
In school?
In school, yes. And went as far as I could have. I would have liked to have been a doctor. I just didn't have the stickability or anybody to tell me, hey, go there and do that. Mm-hmm. And if you can do that at a very young age, start in a trade. Learn to do something. Doesn't matter what it is. If you learn to do something good, there is a great demand for you. And I would say that in prison, that the prison system should come in and you get a thief, young fan's a thief, a robber. And you say, all right, we need carpenters, we need plumbers, we need electricians, we need sheep. Sentence them to that trade And when you get an A+ in that, where you can go out and make you $30 or $50 an hour, you go home. Now you can mess around 10 years if you want to, or you can do this in 2. I think that would, that's just for the prison. But anyway, I would say that they find somebody and be true to them, that we have, just be honest and true in your life.
You mean like relationships,
friendships? Yes. I mean, so many people, particularly our children, are from relationships where they're not wanted. They're divorced. Their father's left. They don't know who their daddy is. They're just in foster homes. 500,000 children are in foster homes in America today. And we have, and our government inadvertently is encouraging those people. My daughter is a doctor, and she delivered a couple of years ago a baby from a 10-year-old child. That child, and she said, in the visiting room is 4 generations, all of them on welfare. Mm-hmm. Now we got one more, and it reminds me of Elvis Presley's song, In the Ghetto.
Mm-hmm. So for an individual, learn a trade, become a craftsman of sorts.
Yes.
And find somebody to love and who loves you.
That's right. And have a family and stick with it. Surely you're going to get angry. You're going to get disappointed. You're going to get all kinds of stuff. But come back and make up before you go to sleep.
Well, I did half of those things. I got the first one and working on the second one. So I appreciate the advice. We've talked about young people a little bit at the beginning of our conversation. Is there advice that you could give to a young person today thinking about their career, thinking about their life, thinking about making their way in this world?
Yeah, sure. I'll share some advice. It actually picks up on a question we talked about earlier in the academy and schools, but it's some advice that a professor gave to me when I got to Harvard, and it is this, that you have to be willing to come face to face with your intellectual limitations and keep going. And that's it. And it's hard for people. I mean, you mentioned this earlier, to face really difficult tasks, and particularly in these sort of elite spaces where you've excelled all your life, and you come to MIT and you're like, wait a minute, I don't understand this.
Yeah.
Wait, this is hard. I've never had something really hard before. And there are a couple options, and a lot of people will pull back and take the gentleman or gentlewoman's B and just go on, or risk going out there, giving it your all, and still not quite getting it. And that's a risk, but it's a risk well worth it, because you're just going to be the better person, the better student for it. And and even outside of the academy, I mean, come face to face with your fears and keep going in life, and you're going to be the better person, the better human being.
Yeah, it does seem to be, I don't know what it is, but it does seem to be that fear is a good indicator of something you should probably face.
Yes.
Like fear kind of shows the way a little bit. Not always. You might not want to go into the cage with a lion, but it's maybe you should.
Maybe.
Otherwise, is there advice you have for young people about career, about life, in making their way in the world?
Yes. Two things I believe that I say to a lot of talented young people. First, I don't think you can predict what is going to be well remunerated 20 years from now. Don't pick a profession because you think, even though your parents might tell you, or do this and you'll make money. This is the scene in The Graduate where a guy tells Dustin Hoffman, go into plastics, money in plastics. We don't know. So many of my students now have parents who are telling them, bright students, go to the business school. That's what's going to set you up to make money. If you're passionate about business, yes, but don't begin by thinking you know what's going to be hot 20 years from now. You don't know what's going to be hot from 20 years from now. What should you do? This is advice number 1. Find what you're passionate about. Because if you're passionate about it, you will do good work in that area if you're talented, and usually passion and talent overlap, and you'll find a way to get people to pay you for it. I mean, you do it really well, people will want to pay. That's where capitalism works. People will find it valuable. right? Whether it's violin playing, right, or engineering or poetry, you will find, you might not become a billionaire. That involves other things, but you'll find a way to get people to pay you for it. And then the second thing is it's really important at the very beginning of your career, even before you're in your job, right, to start building your networks. But networks are not just people you're on Facebook with or Twitter with. I mean, that's fine. It's actually forming relationships. And some of that can be mediated in the digital world, but I mean real relationships. I like podcasts because I think they actually open up that space. I know a lot of people can listen to a podcast and find someone else who's listened to that podcast and have a conversation about a topic. It opens up that space. Build those relationships, not with people who you think will be powerful, but people who you think are interesting, because they'll do interesting things. And every successful person I know at some level had a key moment where they got where they are because of someone they knew for some other reason who had that connection. So use and spread your networks and make them as diverse as possible. Find people who are of a different party, have different interests, but are interesting to you.
That's brilliant advice. And some of the on the passion side, I do find that as somebody who has a lot of passions, I find the second part to that is committing.
Yes, that's true too.
Which sucks because life is finite. And when you commit, you say, well, I'm never going to be good. Like when you choose one of the two passions, one of the two things you're interested in, you're basically saying, I'm letting go. I'm saying do свидания to
That's true. That's true. Which is actually what do свидания means. Not goodbye, but letting go. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly right. I think you do have to make choices. You do have to set priorities. I often laugh at students who tell me they want to have like 3 majors. If you have 3 majors, you have no major, right? I mean, so I do think you have to make choices. I also think it's important that whatever you do, even if it's a small thing, you always do the best you can. You always do excellent work. My kids are tired of hearing me say this at home, but I believe everything you do should be about excellence, the best you can do. If I'm going to wash the dishes, I'm going to be the best person washing the dishes.
Yeah.
Right? If I'm going to write a book review, I'm going to write the best possible book review I can. Why? Because you develop a culture about yourself, which is about excellence.
Yeah, I was telling you offline about all the kind of stuff, Google Fiber and cable installation, all that stuff. I've been always a believer washing dishes. People don't often believe me when I say this. I don't care what I do. I am with David Foster Wallace. I'm unboreable. There is so much joy for me, I think for everyone, but okay, let me just speak for me, to be discovered in getting really good at anything. In fact, getting good at stuff that most people believe is boring or menial labor or, impossible to be interesting. That's even more joyful to find the joy within that and the excellent. It's the Jiro dreams of sushi, making the same freaking sushi over and over and becoming a master of that. That can be truly joyful.
There's a sense of pride, and on the pragmatic level, you never know when someone will spot that. And intelligent people who perform at the level of high excellence look for others who do the same.
And it radiates some kind of signal. It's weird. It's weird what you attract to yourself when you just focus on mastery and pursuing excellence in something. Like, this is the cool thing about it. That's the joy I've really truly experienced. I didn't have to do much work. It's just cool people I find myself in groups of cool people, really people who are excited about life, who are passionate about life. There's a fire in their eyes that's, at the end of the day, just makes life fun, something. And then also money-wise, at least in this society, we're fortunate to where if you do that kind of thing, money will find a way. Like I have I say this, that I don't care about money. I have to think about what that means because some people criticize that idea as like, that must be nice to say that. Because I've, for many periods of my life, had very little money. But I think we live in a society where not caring about money, but just focusing on your passions. If you're truly pursuing excellence, whatever that is, money will find you. That's, I guess, the ideal of the capitalist system.
And I think the entrepreneurs I've studied and had the chance to get to know, and I'm sure you'd agree with this, they do what they do because they're passionate about the product.
Yeah.
They're not just in it to make money. In fact, that's when they get into trouble, when they're just trying to make money.
Exactly. At the risk of asking the totally wrong person this question, what advice would you give to young people today in high school and college about how to have a successful career, or career they're proud of, or maybe have a life that they're proud of?
Ooh. Well, first of all, you got to want a life you're proud of. Not everybody has any integrity. A lot of people just want short money. I want to feel good, look good right now. I want to do Molly. Boom, I'll feel good, But you should space it out. It's almost like saving money so you can use it later. Nobody wants to save money. What do they say? Like 11% of America actually has money saved, $1,000 or some shit. It's wildly low. Everybody wants it now. What do you call it? Immediate gratification. I think the key to happiness and satisfaction is working for something. Even if it's like a baby. If you could have a baby in 5 minutes, if a woman, you jizzed in her and she had a baby, 5 minutes, boom, newborn, healthy, I think you'd be more likely to throw it away if you could make it that quick. It's the fact that you spent 9 months backbreaking, the labor, the lactating, the ripped placenta and the hymen or whatever the fuck. That's what makes you love it. And I think it's the same with comedy or making money or whatever. Look at these kids who like child stars. They all become heroin addicts at like 22 because their sensors are burned out. Their pleasure sensors. You didn't have to earn it. I think earning it is a big part of life, and always try to do better, try to do more, try to learn new things. Hey, I'm bored. Life sucks. Play the piano then, you chooch. But you won't do it because it takes effort and failure and all that. But that's the good part.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard to see. So I think that's a good key to life is work hard at something you care about and then love the result. The hard work, the journey is actually way more important than just getting something. Everybody wants to go on Amazon. I got a package. Then you feel good for 10 seconds and all right, let's go on Amazon again. And then it's just a dumb cycle of you being disgusting and gluttonous. So work for it. Everybody wants to take steroids and just boop, I'm buff.
Why'd you point at me?
Well, I'm just
saying.
saying.
Russian or what?
Well, I saw the Icarus.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not saying you're on roids. You'd be way bigger. But I'm just saying, work for something. And then I would also, young people, eat shit early. Yeah. Eat shit early. I know a guy who kind of got canceled or whatever, and he had an out early, but he tried to get by and he tried to ride it, and it all came crumbling down. But if he had eaten it early, like, yeah, I fucked up, I did that, whatever it was, he would have just kind of been shit on for a month and then it would have gone away. But now it's his whole identity, and that sucks. So eat shit early, and I know it's hard to see. What do you mean early? I'm in the present, but look ahead, look back. This time will pass. I mean, look at high school. High school was the biggest thing in our lives. Oh my God, this exam. Susie Q hates me. The football player beat me up. Oh, I'll never recover. Now you don't even think about high school. It's just a blip in your dumb life, And that's what this is now. This will just be a blip. So remember that and work towards something and work hard and care about the result. If the result isn't good, try it again. And failure is not always bad. We look at failure as this end all be all. My life's over. I failed. But failure is really just learning. So that's something.
So in summary, eat shit early and eat shit often.
Yes.
All right. Mark Norman.
Eat ass.
That's escalated quickly. In Tao of Wu, you write something about confusion, which I really like. Confusion is a gift from God. Those times when you feel most desperate for a solution, sit, wait. The information will become clear. The confusion is there to guide you. Seek detachment and become the producer of your life. So I got to ask you advice. If a young person today in high school, college is looking for some advice, what advice could you give them to be a producer of a life they can be proud of?
Read the Tao of Wu.
Let's start with the Wu Tang manual first.
Yeah. No, you can do that second.
Second?
Yeah. Right. I think you could read the Tao of Wu first and then do the manual. Right. Because the manual is actually, not to pit the two books against each other, but the manual is talking about things that is so deeply connected to the music and the people in the Tao of Wu goes beyond that. So I would actually start there, which is not normally how I prescribe. I always tell people start at knowledge, then go to wisdom.
Yeah.
But since the Tao,
skip ahead to the wisdom, I like it.
Yeah, I think for a young man in high school, go to the Tao of Wu, and then go back. It's just like sometimes, you had, like my son's generation, they had to watch the second round of Star Wars, and then go back. You know what I mean? This generation is watching The Force Awakens, and then they go back. Yeah.
But what? Because if you just look at your life as an example, that's one heck of a life. There's very few lives like it. You've created some of the most incredible things artistically in this world. Like if somebody, you talk about that like 1 million, right? At the corner of the table. If somebody once dreams to become one of those, right. How do they do it?
Well, the beautiful thing is that there are footprints left by those who've done it, and the best way is to study that, to study those who've already done what you want to do. We live on the civilizations. We say this is the greatest country in the world, but our seal is a pyramid with an eye on it. You know what I mean? Because they did it before, and they may have failed for some reason or something happens, but it was just a strong enough example, right, to take us further. Elon Musk is sitting here trying to do better than what the rocket builders did before. He's not the first one to build the rocket. Mm-hmm. He's not the first guy to think of the electric car. He's doing it better. He's advancing it to the point that whoever picks up after him, maybe they'll get to that flying car. Mm-hmm. So that's the beauty. There's a good verse. I love finding verses to say things to confirm, because this way people could take it verbally, physically, and then maybe even spiritually. But Krishna just said a verse. He said, the fastest way to heaven is by spending time or studying the wise people, meaning the wise people who was living and those who lived before you.
Study the master.
Yes.
You've accomplished some incredible things in the space of science, in the space of technology, in the space of theory and engineering. Do you have advice for somebody young, an undergraduate student, somebody in high school, or anyone who just feels young about life or about career, about making their way in this world?
So I was telling before that I believe in emotion, and in my thing is to be true to your own emotion. And that I think that if you do that, you're doing well, because it's a life well spent, and you are going never tire, because you want to solve all these emotional knots that have always intrigued you from the beginning. And I really believe that, to live meaningfully, creatively, and you have to live your emotional life. So I really believe that whether you're a scientist or an artist even more, but a scientist, I think of them as artists as well. If you are a human being, so you are really to live fully your emotions, and to the extent possible, sometimes emotions can be overbearing, and my advice is try to express them with more and more confidence. Sometimes it's hard, but you are going to be much more fulfilled than by suppressing them.
What about love? One of the big ones. What role does that play?
That's the bigger part of emotions. That is it's a scary thing, right? It's a lot of vulnerability that comes with a love, but there is also so much, energy and power and love in all senses, and in the traditional sense, but also in the sense of a broader sense for humanity. This feeling, this compassion that makes us one with other people and the suffering of other people. All of this is a very scary stuff, but is really the fabric of life.
Well, the sad thing is it really hurts to lose it.
Yes, that's why the vulnerability that comes with it. Yes,
that's the thing about emotion, is It's the up and the down, and the down seems to come always with the up. So, but the up only comes with the downs. Fair enough. Do you have advice for young people today in high school, in college, that are thinking about what to do with their career, with their life, so that at the end of the whole thing, they can be proud of what they did?
Don't cheat. Have integrity. Aim for integrity.
Integrity. So what does integrity look like when you're the river or the leaf or the fat frog in a lake?
It basically means that you try to figure out what the thing is that is the most right. And this doesn't mean that you don't that you have to look for what other people tell you what's right, but you have to aim for moral autonomy. So things need to be right independently of what other people say. Yeah. I always felt that when people told me to listen to what others say, like read the room, build your ideas of what's true based on the high status people of your in-group, that does not protect me from fascism. The only way to protect yourself from fascism is to decide, is the world that is being built here the world that I want to be in? Yeah. And so in some sense, try to make your behavior sustainable. Act in such a way that you would feel comfortable on all sides of the transaction. Realize that everybody is you in a different timeline, but is seeing things differently and has reasons to do so.
Yeah, there's I've come to realize this recently. There is an inner voice that tells you what's right and wrong. And speaking of reading the room, there's times, what integrity looks like is there's times when a lot of people are doing something wrong. And what integrity looks like is not going on Twitter and tweeting about it, but not participating quietly. Not doing, so it's not like signaling or not all this kind of stuff, but actually living what you think is right, like living it. Not
There's
signaling.
also sometimes this expectation that others are like us. So imagine the possibility that some of the people around you are space aliens that only look human, right? So they don't have the same prayers as you do. They don't have the same impulses. That's what's right and wrong. There's a large diversity in these basic impulses that people can have in a given situation. And now realize that you are a space alien, right? You are not actually human. You think that you're human, but you don't know what it means, like what it's like to be human. You just make it up as you go along, like everybody else. And you have to figure that out, what it means that you are a full human being, what it means to be human in the world, and how to connect with others on that. And there is also something, don't be afraid in the sense that you, if you do this, you're not good enough. Because if you are acting on these incentives of integrity, you become trustworthy. That's the way in which you can recognize each other. There is a particular place where you can meet. And you can figure out what that place is, where you will give support to people because you realize that they act with integrity and they will also do that. So in some sense, you are safe if you do that. You're not always protected. There are people which will abuse you and that might, that are bad actors in a way that it's hard to imagine before you meet them. But there is also people which will try to protect you.
Yeah, that's such a, thank you for saying that. That's such a hopeful message that no matter what happens to you, there'll be a place, there's people you'll meet that also have what you have, and you will find happiness there and safety there.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to end well. It can also all go wrong. So there's no guarantees in this life. So you can do everything right, and you still can fail, and you can still horrible things happening to you that traumatize you and mutilate you, and you have to be grateful if it doesn't happen.
And ultimately be grateful no matter what happens, because even just being alive is pretty damn nice.
Yeah, even that, the gratefulness in some sense is also just generated by your brain to keep you going. It's all the trick.
Speaking of which, what advice would you give to young folks today, operating in this complicated space, about how to have a successful life, a life they can be proud of, a career they can be proud of? maybe somebody in high school and college thinking about what they're going to do?
Be a hacker. If you have any interest, become a hacker and apply yourself to defense. Every time, like we do have these amazing scholarship programs, for instance, where they find you early, they'll pay your college as long as you commit to some kind of federal commitment to sort of help federal agencies with cybersecurity. And where does everyone want to go every year from the scholarship program? They want to go work at the NSA or Cyber Command. They want to go work on offense. They want to go do the sexy stuff. It's really hard to get people to work on defense. It's always been more fun to be a pirate than be in the Coast Guard. And so we have a huge deficit when it comes to filling those roles. There's 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity positions around the world. I mean, talk about job security. Like, be a hacker and work on cybersecurity. You will always have a job. And we're actually at a huge deficit and disadvantage as a free market economy. Because we can't match cybersecurity salaries at Palantir or Facebook or Google or Microsoft. And so it's really hard for the United States to fill those roles. And, other countries have had this workaround where they basically have forced conscription on some level. China tells people, like, you do whatever you're going to do during the day, work at Alibaba. If you need to do some ransomware, okay. But the minute we tap you on the shoulder and ask you to come do this sensitive operation for us, the answer is yes. Same with Russia. A couple of years ago when Yahoo was hacked and they laid it all out in an indictment, it came down to 2 cyber criminals and 2 guys from the FSB. Cyber criminals were allowed to have their fun. But the minute they came across the username and password for someone's personal Yahoo account that worked at the White House or the State Department or military, they were expected to pass that over to the FSB. So we don't do that here. And it's even worse on defense. We really can't fill these positions. So, if you are a hacker, if you're interested in code, if you're a tinkerer, learn how to hack. There are all sorts of amazing hacking competitions you can do through the SANS org, for example, SANS. And then use those skills for good. Neuter the bugs in that code that get used by autocratic regimes to make people's life, a living prison. Plug those holes, defend industrial systems, defend our water treatment facilities from hacks where people are trying to come in and poison the water. That I think is just an amazing, it's an amazing job on so many levels. It's intellectually stimulating. You can tell yourself you're serving your country. You can tell yourself you're saving lives and keeping people safe, and you'll always have amazing job security. And if you need to go get that job that pays you, $2 million a year, you can do that too.
And you can have a public profile, more so of a public profile. You can be a public rock star. I mean, it's the same thing as sort of the military. There's a lot of well-known sort of people commenting on the fact that veterans are not treated as well as they should be, but it's still the fact that soldiers are deeply respected for defending the country, the freedoms, the ideals that we stand for. And in the same way, I mean, in some ways, the cybersecurity defense are the soldiers of the future.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I mean, in cybersecurity, the difference is oftentimes you see the more interesting threats in the private sector, because that's where the attacks come. When cyber criminals and nation state adversaries come for the United States, they don't go directly for Cyber Command or the NSA. No, they go for banks, they go for Google, they go for Microsoft, they go for critical infrastructure. And so those companies, those private sector companies, get to see some of the most advanced, sophisticated attacks out there. And, if you're working at FireEye and you're calling out the SolarWinds attack, for instance, I mean, you just saved God knows how many systems from, that compromise turning into something that more closely resembles sabotage. So, go be a hacker. and or go be.
So let me ask you the big question of advice. So you've lived an incredible life in terms of the ideas you've put out into the world, in terms of the trajectory you've taken through your career, through your life. What advice would you give to young people today in high school and college about how to have a career or how to have a life they can be proud of?
Finding the thing that you are intrinsically motivated to engage with, and then celebrating that discovery is what it's all about. When I was in college, I struggled with that. I had thought I wanted to be a psychiatrist because I think I was interested in human psychology in high school, and at that time the only sort of information I had that had anything to do with the psyche was, Freud and Erich Fromm and sort of popular psychiatry kinds of things. And so, well, they were psychiatrists, right? So I had to be a psychiatrist. And that meant I had to go to medical school. And I got to college and I find myself taking, the first semester of a 3-quarter physics class, and it was mechanics. And this was so far from what it was I was interested in, but it was also too early in the morning in the winter quart semester. So I never made it to the physics class. But I wondered about the rest of my freshman year and most of my sophomore year until I found myself in the midst of this situation where around me, there was this big revolution happening. I was at Columbia University in 1968, and the Vietnam War is going on. Columbia is building a gym in Morningside Heights, which is part of Harlem, and people are thinking, oh, the big bad rich guys are stealing the parkland that belongs to the people of Harlem, and they're part of the military-industrial complex, which is enslaving us and sending us all off to war in Vietnam. And so there was a big revolution that involved a confluence of black activism and, SDS and social justice, and the whole university blew up and got shut down. And I got a chance to sort of think about why people were behaving the way they were in this context. And I happen to have taken mathematical statistics. I happen to have been taking psychology that quarter at just Psych 1. And somehow things in that space all ran together in my mind and got me really excited about asking questions about what made certain people go into the buildings and not others and things like that. And so suddenly I had a path forward and I had just been wandering around aimlessly. And at the different points in my career, when I think, okay, well, should I take this class or should I just read that book about some idea that I want to understand better, or should I pursue the thing that excites me and interests me, or should I, meet some requirement? I always did the latter. So I ended up, my professors in psychology thought I was great. They wanted me to go to graduate school. They nominated me for Phi Beta Kappa, and I went to the Phi Beta Kappa ceremony, and this guy came up and he said, "Oh, are you Magna or Summa?" And I wasn't even getting honors based on my grades. They just happened to have thought I was interested enough in ideas to belong to Phi Beta Kappa. So,
I mean, would it be fair to say you kind of stumbled around a little bit through accidents of too early morning of classes in physics and so on until you discovered intrinsic motivation, as you mentioned, and then that's it. It hooked you, and then you celebrate the fact that this happens to human beings. And it's
and what is it that made what I did intrinsically motivating to me? Well, that's interesting, and I don't know all the answers to it, and I don't think I want anybody to think that you should be sort of in any way, I don't know, sanctimonious or anything about it. It's like I really enjoyed doing statistical analysis of data. I really enjoyed running my own experiment, which was what I got a chance to do in the psychology department that chemistry and physics I never imagined that mere mortals would ever do an experiment in those sciences, except one that was in the textbook that you were told to do in lab class. But in psychology, we were already, like, even when I was taking Psych 1, it turned out we had our own rat, and we got to, after 2 set experiments, we got to, okay, do something you think of, with your rat, so it's the opportunity to do it myself. and to bring together a certain set of things that engaged me intrinsically. And I think it has something to do with why certain people turn out to be, profoundly amazing musical geniuses, right? They get immersed in it at an early enough point, and it just sort of gets into the fabric. So my little brother had intrinsic motivation for music, as we witnessed when he discovered how to put records on the phonograph when he was like 13 months old, and recognize which one he wanted to play, not because he could read the labels, because he could sort of see which ones had which scratches, which were the different, that's Rapidi Espanol, and that's,
oh wow,
and
he enjoyed that connected with him somehow.
And there was something that it fed into, and you're extremely lucky if you have that, and if you can nurture it and can let it grow and let it be an important part of your life.
Yeah, those are the two things. Is like, be attentive enough to feel it when it comes. Like, this is something special. I mean, I don't know. For example, I really like tabular data, like Excel sheets. Like, it brings me deep joy. I don't know how useful that is for anything, but there's
part of what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So there's like not a million, but there's a lot of things like that for me. You have to hear that for yourself. Like, realize this is really joyful. But then the other part that you're mentioning, which is the nurture, is take time and stay with it a while and see where that takes you in life.
Yeah, and I think the motivational engagement results in the immersion that then creates the opportunity to obtain the expertise. So, we could call it the Mozart effect, right? I mean, when I think about Mozart, I think about, the person who was born as the 4th member of the family string quartet, right? And they handed him the violin when he was 6 weeks old. All right, start playing. It's just like, and so the level of immersion there was amazingly profound. But hopefully, he also had, something. Maybe this is where the more sort of the genetic part comes in. Sometimes I think. Something in him resonated to the music, so that the synergy of the combination of that was so powerful. So that's what I really consider to be the Mozart effect. It's sort of the synergy of something with experience that then results in the unique flowering of a particular, mind. So I know my siblings and I are all very different from each other. We've all gone in our own different directions. And, I mentioned my younger brother, who was very musical. I had my other younger brother was like this amazing, like, intuitive engineer. And one of my sisters was passionate about, water conservation well before it was such a hugely important issue that it is today. So we all sort of somehow find a different thing, and I don't mean to say it isn't tied in with something about us biologically, but it's also when that happens, where you can find that, then, you can do your thing and you can be excited about it. So people can be excited about fitting people on bicycles as well as excited about making neural networks achieve insights into human cognition, right?
Yeah, like for me personally, I've always been excited about love and friendship between humans, and just like the actual experience of it since I was a child, just observing people around me, and also been excited about robots. And there's something in me that thinks I really would love to explore how those two things combine. And it doesn't make any sense. A lot of it is also timing, just to think of your own career and your own life. You found yourself in certain places that happen to involve some of the greatest thinkers of our time. And so it just worked out that like you guys developed those ideas, and there may be a lot of other people similar to you, and they were brilliant, and they never found that right connection and place to where their ideas could flourish. So it's timing, it's place, it's people, and ultimately the whole ride, it's undirected. Speaking of future existence, is there advice you can give to future pockets of existences, aka young people, about life? You've worn many hats. You've taken on some of the biggest problems in the universe. Is there advice you can give to young people about life, about career, about existing?
Maybe not about the last one. A lot of people ask me this question about like working on such hard problems, like how can you make a successful career out of that? But I think for me, it couldn't be otherwise. Like I have to be fulfilled, you have to work on things you care about. And that's always kind of driven me. And that's been discipline, department, and sort of superficial level problem independent, because I started at community college actually, and I was taking a physics class, and I learned about magnetic monopoles, and we didn't know if they existed in the universe, but we could predict them and we could go look for them. And I was so deeply intrigued by this idea that we had this mathematical formula to go look for things. And then I wanted to become a theoretical physicist because of that. But that actually wasn't my driving question. I realized my driving question is the nature of the correspondence between our minds and physical reality and what we are. And that question's very deep, so you can work across a lot of fields doing that. But I think without that driving question, I never would have been able to do all the things that I've done. It's really the passion that drives it. And usually when students ask me these kind of questions, I tell them, like, you have to find something you really care about working on, because if you don't really care about it, A, you're not going to be your best at it. And B, it's not going to be worth your time. Why would you spend your time working on something you're not interested in?
So find the driving questions.
Find the driving question. Find your passion. I mean, I think passion makes a huge difference in terms of creativity, talent, and potential, and also being able to tolerate all the hard things that come with any career or life.
Yeah, I've had a bunch of moments in my life where I've just been captivated by some beautiful phenomena, and I guess being rigorous about it and asking what is the question underlying this phenomena, like robots bring a smile to my face, and
that's cool.
Forming a question of like, why the hell is this so fascinating?
Yeah.
Why is this specifically the human robot interaction question, that something beautiful is brought to life when humans and robots interact? Understanding that deeply.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so this is going to be my life work then. I don't know what the hell it is, but that's what I want to do.
Interesting.
And doing that for whatever the hell gives you that kind of feeling, I guess, is the point.
Yeah. Am I allowed to ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. On that point, because I had this colleague that suggests the idea that like consciousness might be contagious, and so interacting with things, it's an interesting idea, right? So I'm wondering, like, sort of, the motivation there. Is it the motivation that you want more of the universe to appreciate things the way we do and appreciate those interactions, or is it really more the enjoyment of the human in those interactions? Like, is it? Do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah. See, I think consciousness is created in the interaction between things.
Yes, I agree.
So the joy is in the creation of consciousness. And
I see.
I really like the idea that it doesn't just have to be two humans creating consciousness together. It could be humans and other entities.
Yes.
We talked offline about dogs and other pets and so on. There's a magic. I mean, I've been calling it love. It's this beauty of the human experience that's created, and it just feels like fascinating that you could do that with a robotic system.
Right.
And
Right.
There's something really powerful, at least to me, about engineering systems that allow you to create some of the magic of the human experience, because then you get to understand what it takes, at least get inklings of what it takes to create consciousness. Yes. And I don't get this, philosophers get really upset about this idea that sort of the illusion of consciousness is consciousness. But I really like the idea of engineering systems that fool you into thinking they're conscious.
Right.
Because that's sufficient to create the magical experience.
Right. Because it's the interaction. Yeah.
It's the interaction. Yeah.
Right.
And this is the Russian hat I wear, which is like, I think there's an ocean of loneliness in the world. I think we're deeply lonely. We're not even allowing ourselves to acknowledge that. Mm-hmm. And I kind of think that's what love is, between romantic love and friendship, is two people kind of getting a little bit like alleviating for a brief moment
that loneliness,
but we're not there. It's not the full aspect of that loneliness. Like, we're desperately alone. We're desperately afraid of not existing.
Right.
I have that kind of sense, and I just want to explore that ocean of loneliness more.
Right.
From an engineering perspective, like create a submarine that goes into the depth of that loneliness. So creating systems that can truly hear you,
right,
truly listen,
make the universe a less lonely place.
Do you have advice for young people today? You've lived an incredible life, and you have, I hope, an incredible life ahead of you. What advice would you give to young people today, high schoolers, college students, how to be successful in their career, or maybe successful in life?
Last thing I want them to feel is guilty. It doesn't do anything, right? So I hate when people talk about, oh, why guilt? It's like, that doesn't make even any sense, right? I think the fact that they're born with freedom is a blessing for all of us. It's not like I want them to want to do something because they are guilty. I want them to do something because they are grateful. It is true, like, we are sitting here, the fact why I have children, we're suffering. Having kids, you don't sleep. Costly, like so much work. Like any logical, rational mind, you should never want children. Right? Like, why would you do that to yourself? Especially as a woman, right? Yeah. You don't want to do that to yourself. But think about, like, we are sitting here today, two of us, in this amazing technology, this country, because somebody in savannah, hundreds, thousands of years ago, they're hunting berries and surviving cold, every suffering they can imagine. They fall for us. That's why we ended up here. So life is ultimately bigger than us. And I think that's what I want them. It's not like I want them to do the right thing and be the best version of themselves. It's like I want them to feel grateful. And we should be feel grateful.
For the freedom. And then take full advantage of that. I mean, it starts with the freedom to experience everything in life.
And for your life, literally.
Like life.
Like how my father, like, working, dying is a lot easier than living. Dying takes like few minutes, right? Maximum. And living takes forever. So when I was facing this unbelievable challenge, I thought, okay, this most rational thing I can do is killing myself right now. But the hardest thing I can choose is choose to live. And my father did that. Even in the concentration camp, even no matter what he said, life is a gift. You need to fight for it. And I think that's what's missing here, that we don't think life as a gift. It's a gift. Like, how many people had to fight for me to be here today? Think about the sacrifice they made for many, many, many generations. I don't even know what they went through. I can't even fathom what they went through.
They fought for life.
Yeah. And that is my responsibility enough. So it doesn't make them their fight was not meaningless, right? It meant something because now I'm carrying on that fight.
Yes. Is there advice from your life that you can give to young people today, high school, college, about their career or maybe about life in general?
I'm not like a career coach by
life coach,
right? Like I'm definitely not a life coach. I don't have it all figured out, but I think there's a perpetual cycle of thinking that there's kind of like a template for success, right? Maybe there is, but in my experience, I haven't seen it, right? I would say people in high school, right? So much of their focus is on getting straight A's, filling their CV with this and this and this so that it looks impressive, right? That is not, I think, a good way to optimize your life, right? Do the thing that fills your life with passion. Do the thing that fills your life with interest, and do that perpetually, right? A straight A student, is really impressive, but also, somewhat boring, right? So I think, injection of more of that kind of interest into the lives of young people would go a long way in just both upping their level of happiness and then just kind of ensuring that looking forward, they're not suffering from a perpetual condition of, I have to satisfy these check boxes to do well, right?
Because you can lose yourself in that whole process for the rest of your life. But it's nice if it's possible, like Max Tegmark was exceptionally good at this at MIT, figure out how you can spend a small part of your percent of your efforts such that your CV looks really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no, without a doubt, that's a baseline that you need to have.
And then spend most of your time doing amazing things you're passionate about, but such that it kind of like Planet Nine produces objects that feed your CV slowly over time. So getting good grades in high school, maybe doing extracurricular activities, or in terms of for programmers, that's producing code that you can show up on GitHub, leaving traces throughout your efforts such that your CV looks impressive to the rest of the world.
In fact, this is somewhat along the lines of what I'm talking about. See, getting good grades is important, but grades are not a tangible product.
Right.
You cannot show your A and have your A live a separate life from you. Code very much does, right? Music very much takes on, provided somebody else listens to it, right? Takes on a life of its own. That's kind of what I mean, right? Doing stuff that can then get separated from you is exceptionally attractive, right? It's like a fun. And
it's also very impressive to others. I think we're moving to a world where grades mean less and less. Certifications mean less and less. Yeah. If you look at, especially again in the computing fields, getting a degree, finishing your currently just finishing your degree, whether it's bachelor's or master's or PhD, is less important than the things you've actually put out into the world.
Right.
And that's a fascinating that's great that in that sense the meritocracy is in its richest, most beautiful form is starting to win out.
Yeah, it's weird because my understanding, and I'm not I don't know the history of science well enough to speak very confidently about this, but the advisor of my advisor from undergrad didn't have a PhD. Right. So I think it was a more common thing back in the day, even in the academic sector, to, not have, Faraday. Faraday didn't know algebra, right? And drew diagrams about, magnetic fields. And his Faraday's law was derived entirely from intuition. So it is interesting to how the world of academia has evolved into you got to do this and then get PhD, then you have to postdoc once and twice and maybe thrice, and then like you move on. So, I do wonder, if we're, if there's a better,
I think we're heading
approach,
there, but it's a fascinating historical perspective. Like that we might have just tried this whole thing out for a while, where we put a lot more emphasis on grades and certificates and degrees and all those kinds of things. I think the difference historically is like we can actually, using the internet, show off ourselves and our creations better and better and more effectively, whether that's code or producing videos or all those kinds of things.
That's right. You can become a certified drone pilot. It's true.
of all the things you want to pick, yeah, for sure. Or you could just fly and make YouTube videos that gets hundreds of thousands of views with your drone and with never getting a certificate. That's probably illegal.
Yes.
Is there advice you would give to a young person today, curious about Bitcoin, curious about how they succeed in the world, or both career-wise and just in life in general?
I mean, the strongest piece of advice I have this is beyond just Bitcoin. This is you managing your own personal and financial affairs, is that you need to invest in knowledge first. It's not good enough to just follow the crowd and buy a 60-40 portfolio and put it in a Roth IRA and plan on Social Security. I mean, the world's changing much faster than any existing institution is going to be able to keep up with. So that's why that's why I named the show the question, what is money? Like, I think that to me is the rabbit that took me down the rabbit hole. It's like just asking that question naturally progressed to these other questions, like what is value? What is government? What is, what is the purpose of society, speech, all of these things. So I would encourage people to arm yourself with knowledge and study. And like that a lot of financial people always give you, a line of advice and then say, this is not financial advice. Or like, this is financial advice. Like study, study, learn.
Knowledge is power.
Yeah.
This is official financial advice.
Yes. And you're exercising your divine trait, which is the logos, right? That we are these animals that can tell and believe stories. So it feels like almost a sacred duty to really sharpen that part of ourselves, and use it to create the best world possible. And then, the second one was I think health and fitness stuff. Maybe everyone does this in their 20s. They just live a little fast and beat themselves up. Not that I wasn't, like, I was living well and, successful by a lot of measures, but I wish I had maybe gotten my act together a little bit sooner. I just think
health-wise, morality-wise.
Drinking, I think morality and eating, I just was kind of doing whatever I wanted in some ways, let's say.
Is there a value to a trajectory that includes a lot of mistakes? So maybe you're supposed to make the mistakes in your 20s.
That's a great point too.
Maybe the 20s are all about the mistakes. Accumulate the most mistakes possible.
Yeah, I don't.
As quickly as possible.
I don't regret any of it, but now that I'm kind of in this place where I feel good and I know the value of a good night's sleep, and just I've more deeply explored my own potential, that I feel maybe a little regretful that I didn't do this earlier, is all I'm saying. So maybe just exploring different sides of yourself, right? See what it's like to go and make a bunch of mistakes and be wild and crazy, and then maybe try to walk the straight and narrow for a few months and just see what it's like. So
there's probably a guy doing vodka shots right now listening to this podcast with his buddies, and they if you are, please take a shot for us for all the mistakes and you should make in your 20s. Let me ask you some advice to put on your profound hat. What there's a bunch of young folks that listen to this thing for no good reason whatsoever. Undergraduate students, maybe high school students, maybe just young folks, young at heart, looking for the next steps to take in life, what advice would you give to a young person today about life, maybe career, but also life in general?
Get good at some stuff. Well, get to know yourself, right? Like get good at something that you're actually interested in. You have to love what you're doing to get good at it. You really got to find that. Don't waste all your time doing stuff that's just boring or bland or numbing, right? Don't let old people screw you. Well, people get talked into doing all kinds of shit and racking up huge student debts, and like there's so much crap going on,
And it drains your time and drains
the Eric Weinstein, thesis that, the older generation won't let go.
Yeah.
And they're trapping all the young people.
I think there's some truth to that.
Yeah, sure. Just because you're old doesn't mean you stop thinking. I know lots of really original old people. I'm an old person. So, but you have to be conscious about it. You can fall into the ruts and then do that. I mean, when I hear young people spouting opinions that sounds like they come from Fox News or CNN, I think they've been captured by groupthink and memes and
They're
stuff.
supposed to think on their own.
So if you find yourself repeating what everybody else is saying, you're not going to have a good life. Like that's not how the world works. It seems safe, but it puts you at great jeopardy for being boring or unhappy.
What advice, let's put on your wise visionary hat, what advice do you have for young people today? You've dedicated your book actually to your kids, to your family. What advice would you give to them? What advice would you give to young people today thinking about their career, thinking about life, of how to live a successful life, how to live a good life?
Yes, I have 3 sons, and in fact, to them, I have tried not to give too much advice. So even though I've tried to kind of not give advice, maybe indirectly there has been some impact. My oldest one is doing biophysics, for example, and the second one is doing machine learning, and the third one is doing theoretical computer science. So there are these facets of interest which are not too far from my area, but I have not tried to impact them in that way. And they have followed their own interests, and I think that's the advice I would give to any young person: follow your own interest, and let that take you wherever it takes you. And this I did in my own case, that I was planning to study economics and electrical engineering when I started at MIT. And, I discovered that I'm more passionate about math and physics. And at that time, I didn't feel math and physics would make a good career. And so I was kind of hesitant to go in that direction, but I did because I kind of felt that that's what I'm driven to do. So I don't regret it. And I'm lucky in the sense that, society supports people like me who are doing, these abstract stuff, which may or may not be experimentally verified, even let alone applied to the daily technology in our lifetimes. Yeah. I'm lucky I'm doing that. And I feel that if people follow their interests, they will find a niche that they're good at. And this coincidence of hopefully their interests and abilities are kind of aligned, at least some extent, to be able to drive them to something which is successful, and not to be driven by things like, this doesn't make a good career, or this doesn't do that, and my parents expect that, or what about this? And I think ultimately you have to live with yourself, and you only have one life, and it's short, very short. I can tell you, I'm getting there. So I know it's short. So you really want not to do things that you don't want to do. So I think follow your interest is my strongest advice to young people.
Yeah, it's scary when your interest doesn't directly map to a career of the past or of today. So you're almost anticipating future careers that could be created. It's scary. But yeah, there's something to that, especially when the interest and the ability align, that you will pave a path that will find a way to make money, especially in this society, in the capitalistic United States society. It feels like ability and passion paves the way.
Yes.
At the very least, you can sell funny t-shirts. What advice would you give to a young person, high school, college, about how to be successful? You've done a lot of incredible things in the past decade. So maybe you have some...
There might be something.
There might be something.
I mean, might sound like simplistic or so, but I would say literally just follow your passion, double down on it. And if you don't know what's your passion, just figure out what could be a passion. So the step might be an exploration. When I was in elementary school, was math and chemistry. And I remember for some time I gave up on math because my school teacher, she told me that I'm dumb. And I guess maybe an advice would be just ignore people if they tell you that you're dumb.
You're dumb. You mentioned something offline about chemistry and explosives. What was that about?
So let's see. So a story goes like that. I got into chemistry. Maybe I was like a second grade of my elementary school, third grade. I started going to chemistry classes. I really love building stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I did all the experiments that they describe in the book, like how to create oxygen with vinegar and baking soda or so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I did all the experiments, and at some point I was, so what's next? What can I do? And explosives, it's like you have a clear reward signal. If the thing worked or not. So I remember at first I got interested in producing hydrogen. That was kind of funny experiment from school. You can just burn it. And then I moved to nitroglycerin. So that's also relatively easy to synthesize. I started producing essentially dynamite and detonating it with a friend. I remember there was at first like maybe 2 attempts that I went with a friend to detonate what we built. And it didn't work out. And like a third time, he was like, it won't work. Like, let's don't waste time. And I was carrying this, the tube with dynamite, I don't know, pound or so, dynamite in my backpack. Mm-hmm. We're like riding on the bike to the edges of the city.
Yeah.
And
attempt number 3. This was attempt number 3.
Attempt number 3. And we dig a hole to put it inside. It actually had the electrical detonator. We draw a cable behind the tree. I haven't ever seen like a explosion before, so I thought that there would be a lot of sound.
Mm-hmm.
But we're like laying down, and I'm holding the cable and the battery. At some point, we kind of like a 3-to-1, and I just connected it, and it felt like the ground shaked. It was like more like a sound, and then the soil started kind of lifting up and started falling on us.
Yeah. Wow.
And then the friend said, "Let's make sure next time we have helmets." But it's also, kind of, I'm happy that nothing happened to me.
Yeah.
It could have been the case that I lost a limb or so.
Yeah, but that's childhood of an engineering mind with a strong reward signal of an explosion. I love it. There's some aspect of chemists, the chemists I know, like my dad with plasma chemistry, plasma physics. He was very much into explosives too. It's a worrying quality of people that work in chemistry that they love. I think it is that exactly is the strong signal that the thing worked.
There is no doubt.
There's no doubt. There's some magic. It's almost like a reminder that physics works, that chemistry works. It's cool. It's almost like a little glimpse at nature that you yourself engineer. That's why I really like artificial intelligence, especially robotics, is you create a little piece of nature.
And in some sense, even for me with explosives, the motivation was creation rather than destruction.
Yes, exactly. So you've, I think, just in your eyes, in your work, there's a passion that just is obvious and it's inspiring, it's contagious. What, if you were to give advice to us, a young person today, in the crazy chaos that we live today, about life, about how to discover their passion. Is there some words that you could give?
First of all, I would say the main thing for a young person is stay adaptable. And this is back to this issue of why COVID is useful for us, because it forces us off our tracks. The fact is, the jobs that will exist 20 years from now, we don't even have names for. We can't even imagine the jobs that are going to exist. And so when young people that I know go into college and they say, hey, what should I major in? And so on, college is and should be less and less vocational, as in, I'm going to learn how to do this, and then I'm going to do that the rest of my career. The world just isn't that way anymore with the exponential speed of things. So the important thing is learning how to learn, learning how to be live wired and adaptable. That's really key. And what I advise young people when I talk to them is, what you digest, that's what gives you the raw storehouse of things that you can remix and be creative with. And so eat broadly and widely. And obviously this is the wonderful thing about the internet world we live in now, is you kind of can't help it. You're constantly, you go down some mole hole of Wikipedia and you think, I didn't even realize that was a thing. I didn't know that existed. And so
embrace that.
Yeah, exactly. And what I tell people is just always do a gut check about, okay, I'm reading this paper and I think that, but this paper, wow, I really cared about that in some way. I tell them just to keep a real sniff out for that. And when you find those things, keep going down those paths.
Yeah, don't be afraid. I mean, that's one of the challenges and the downsides of having so many beautiful options is that sometimes people are a little bit afraid to really commit. But that's very true. If there's something that just sparks your interest and passion, just run with it. I mean, it goes back to the Heidegger quote. I mean, we only get this one life, and that trajectory, it doesn't last forever. So just if something sparks your imagination, your passion, just run with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't think there's a more beautiful way to end it, David. It's a huge honor to finally meet you. Your work is inspiring so many people. I've talked to so many people who are passionate about neuroscience, about the brain, even outside, that read your book. So I hope you keep doing so. I think you're already there with Carl Sagan. I hope you continue growing. It was an honor talking with you today. Thanks so much.
Great. You too, Lex. Wonderful.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with David Eagleman. And thank you to our sponsors, Athletic Greens, BetterHelp, and Cash App. Click the sponsor links in the description to get a discount and to support this podcast. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter at Lex Fridman. And now let me leave you with some words from David Eagleman in his book, Some, 40 Tales from the Afterlives. Imagine for a moment that we're nothing but the product of billions of years of molecules coming together and ratcheting up through natural selection. That we're composed only of highways of fluids and chemicals sliding along roadways within billions of dancing cells. That trillions of synaptic connections hum in parallel, that this vast egg-like fabric of microthin circuitry runs algorithms undreamt of in modern science, and that these neural programs give rise to our decision-making, loves, desires, fears, and aspirations. To me, understanding this would be a numinous experience, better than anything ever proposed in any holy text. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
At all.
What advice would you give to a young person today with a bit of fire in their eyes, high school student, college student, thinking about what to do with their life? Maybe advice about career or bigger advice about life in general?
Well, first read fundamentals, because there I've tried to give some coherent, deep advice.
That's Fundamentals: 10 Keys to Reality by Frank Wilczek.
So that's a good place
available
to start
everywhere.
if you want to learn what I can tell you.
Is there an audiobook? I read that.
Yes,
ebook.
there is an
There's
audiobook.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think I can give 3 pieces of wise advice that I think are generally applicable. One is to cast a wide net, to really look around and see what looks promising, what catches your imagination,
and promising. Yeah, and those, you have to balance those two things. You can have things that catch your imagination, but don't look promising in the sense that the questions aren't ripe, or and things that you, and part of what makes things attractive is that whether you thought you liked them or not, is if you can see that there's ferment and new ideas coming up, that's attractive in itself. So when I started out, I thought when I was an undergraduate, I intended to study philosophy or questions of how mind emerges from matter. But I thought that wasn't really right.
Timing isn't right yet.
The timing wasn't right for the kind of mathematical thinking and conceptualization that I really enjoy and am good at. So that's one thing. Cast a wide net, look around, and that's a pretty easy thing to do today because of the internet. You can look at all kinds of things. You have to be careful though, because there's a lot of crap also. But you can sort of tell the difference if you do a little digging. So don't settle on just what your thesis advisor tells you to do or what your teacher tells you to do. Look for yourself and get a sense of what seems promising, not what seemed promising 10 years ago. Or so that's one. Another thing is kind of complementary to that. Well, they're all complementary. Complementary to that is to read history and read the masters of the history of ideas and masters of ideas. I benefited enormously from early in my career from reading in physics Einstein in the original, and Feynman's lectures as they were coming out, and Darwin. These you can learn what it is, and Galileo. You can learn what it is to wrestle with difficult ideas and how great minds did that. You can learn a lot about style, how to write your ideas up and express them in clear ways.
And also just a couple that with I also enjoy reading biographies.
And biographies, yes, similarly, right.
So it gives you the context, of the human being that created those ideas.
Right, and brings it down to earth in the sense that, it was really human beings who did this. It's not, and they made mistakes. And, I also got inspiration from Bertrand Russell, who was a big hero, and H.G. Wells. And so read the masters, make contact with great minds. And when you are sort of narrowing down on a subject, learn about the history of the subject, because that really puts in context what you're trying to do, and also gives a sense of community and grandeur to the whole enterprise. Mm-hmm. And then the third piece of advice is complementary to both those, which is sort of to get the basics under control as soon as possible. So if you want to do theoretical work in science, you have to learn calculus, multivariable calculus, complex variables, group theory. Nowadays, you have to be highly computer literate. If you want to do experimental work, you also have to be computer literate. Then you have to learn about electronics and optics and instruments. And so get that under control as soon as possible, because it's like learning a language. To produce great works and express yourself fluently and with confidence, it should be your native language. These things should be like your native language, so you're not wondering, what is a derivative? This is just part of your, it's in your bones, so to speak. And the sooner that you can do that, then the better. So all those things can be done in parallel and should be. Yeah.
Is there advice you would give to a young person today that looks up to the stars and wonders what the heck they want to do with their life? So career, science, life in general. You've, for now, chosen a certain kind of path of curiosity. What insights do you draw from that you can give as advice to others?
I think for somebody, I would not presume to speak to giving people advice on life and humanity overall, but for somebody thinking of being a scientist, so there are a couple of things. One sort of practical thing, which is career-wise, I hadn't appreciated this going into science, but you need to... So the questions you're working on and the techniques you use are both of very high importance, maybe equal importance for being happy in your career. If there are questions you're interested in, but the techniques that you need to use to do them are tedious for you, then your job is going to be miserable, even if the questions are inspiring. So you have to find... But if the techniques that you use are things that excite you, then your job is fun every day. So for me, I'm fascinated by the solar system, and I love telescopes. And I love doing data analysis, playing with data from telescopes, coming up with new ways to use telescopes. And so that's where I have found that mesh. But if I was interested in, the dynamical evolution of the solar system, how the orbits of things evolve, then I would need to do a different type of work that I would just not find as appealing. And so it just wouldn't be a good fit. And so it sort of seems like an unromantic thing to have to think about the techniques being the thing you want to work on also, but it really makes a profound difference for, I think, your happiness and your scientific career.
I think that's really profound. It's like the menial tasks. If you enjoy those, that's a really good sign that that's the right path for you. I think David Foster Wallace said that the key to life is to be unboreable. So basically, everything should be exciting. I don't think that's feasible, but you should find an area where everything is exciting. I mean, depending on the day, but you can find the joy in everything, not just the big, exciting, quote unquote, things that everyone thinks is exciting, but the details, the repetitive stuff, the menial stuff, the stuff that takes years, the stuff that involves a lot of failure and all those kinds of things, and you find that enjoyable. That's actually really profound to focus on that. Because people talk about like dreams and passion and goals and so on, the big thing, but that's not actually what takes you there. It takes you there is every single day, putting in the hours, and that's what actually makes up life, is the boring bits. And if the boring bits aren't boring, then that's an exciting life. Let me, because when you were talking so romantically and passionately about Io, I remembered the poem by Robert Frost. So let me ask you, let me read the poem and ask what your opinion is. It's called Fire and Ice.
Oh, yeah. I could almost recite this from memory.
Some say the world will end in fire, some say in ice. From what I've tasted of desire, I hold with those who favor fire. But if I had to perish twice, I think I know enough of hate to say that for destruction, ice is also great and would suffice. So let me ask, if you had to only choose one, would you choose the world to end in fire, in volcanic eruptions, in heat and magma, or in ice, frozen over? Fire or ice?
Fire.
Excellent choice.
The sort of... I've always been a fan of chaos, and the idea of things just slowly getting cold and stopping and dying is just so depressing to me. So much more depressing than things blowing up or, burning or getting covered by a lava flow. Somehow the activity of it endows it with more meaning to me, maybe.
I've just now had this vision of you, in action films where you're walking away without looking back and there's explosions behind you, and you put on shades, and then it goes to credits. So, Katherine, this was awesome. I think your work is really inspiring. The kind of things we'll discover about planets in the next few decades is super cool. And I know you said there's probably not life in one of them, but there might be. And I hope we discover just that. And perhaps even on Io, within the volcanic eruptions, there's a little creature hanging on that we'll one day discover. Thank you so much for wasting all your valuable time with me today. It was really awesome.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you for having me here.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Katherine de Kleer, and thank you to Fundrise, Blinkist, ExpressVPN, and Magic Spoon. Check them out in the description to support this podcast. And now, let me leave you with some words from Carl Sagan. On Titan, the molecules that have been raining down like manna from heaven for the last 4 billion years might still be there, largely unaltered, deep frozen, awaiting for the chemists from Earth. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. You've lived a hell of a life. Is there advice you can give to young people, sort of high school, college, thinking about their career, thinking about life, how to live one they're proud of?
I think the number one thing I can tell people is, and how I've lived my life is, you've really got to forget everybody in your life right now, your mother, your father, your grandparents, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, whoever it is, and really decide what is going to make you happy, right? At some point in my career, the act of pushing my body to the limit made me happier than winning a Grand Slam medal. Pushing my body to the limit didn't make me happier than winning an Olympic medal. Right? There's a balance there. And I think a lot of people struggle with living their life where they're happy and they make other people happy, or take in their feelings into the considerations of what they need to do in their life. And I think if they can cut those strings sooner, it'll allow you to get over it quicker and get to a happier place sooner. And then as long as you're focusing on what's making you happy, the things you do that make you happy will attract other people who do those things that will in turn build stronger, better relationships.
And then you will also realize the best form of yourself and inspire many others. You've inspired me to, for whatever the hell I've done, at least to do a slightly better job than I otherwise would have by doing martial arts, by taking that journey, and I think becoming a better person because of it. So, Travis, I continue to be one of your biggest fans. I love your whole career in the way you pursued happiness. I love what you and Jimmy have done. I love the sport of judo as represented by you. So I deeply appreciate what you've done, man. Thank you. I'm honored that you would spend your time with me today. Thanks for talking, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Travis Stevens. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Napoleon Bonaparte. Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Throughout all of this, you've been inspiring to me, to a lot of people. You've been fearless, bold in these kind of challenging the policies, and not in a martyr kind of way, because you're walking the line gracefully and beautifully, I would say. And looking at that, I think you're an inspiration to a lot of young people. So I have to ask, what advice would you give them if they're thinking of going into science, if they're thinking of having an impact in the world? What advice would you give them about their career and maybe about their life? Thinking about somebody in high school, maybe in undergraduate college.
I'd say a few things. One is, this is a wonderful profession. You have an opportunity to improve the lives of so many and do it by having fun, the kind of play we're talking about. It's an absolute privilege to be able to work in this kind of area. And to young people looking at the saying that have some gifts or desire for this area, I say, please, go for it.
So this area of science broadly.
Yeah. I mean, it could be, I mean, I don't have any gifts in AI, but it could be or in health or in medicine or whatever your gifts lie, develop them, work hard and develop them, because it's worth it. It's worth it not just, not just because you get some status, but because the journey is fun, and the result is improvement to the lives of so many. So I think that is the encouragement I give. I'd also say, if you're looking at this ugliness of this debate that's happened over the pandemic, I'd say to young people, we need you to come in and help transform it. Many of the people you see in this debate that have behaved poorly, I ask you forgive them. I've done my best to try, because many of them are acting out of their own sense that they need to do good, but the mistake they've made is in this arrogance and this power. But when you come in, remember that example as a negative example, and so that when you join the debate, you'll join it in a spirit of humility, in a spirit of trying to learn, while keeping that love of that led you to enter the field in the first place.
And yeah, choose forgiveness versus like derision. Like the people that have messed up, like give them a pass, because that's how it feels like that's how improvement starts.
Funny, I've been thinking this is like I told you I'm Christian, right? So like I thought like God has given me many opportunities to forgive people, learn to practice how to do that.
Gave you a gift.
It's a very humbling thing, I guess.
Is there a memory from when you were young that was very formative to you? So you just gave advice to some young people. Is there something that stands out to you that a decision you made, an event that happened that made you the man you are today?
I actually grew up in a relatively poor environment. Like I was born in India, and I moved when I was 4. My dad had 8 brothers and sisters, and my mom had 4 brothers and sisters. She grew up in the slum in Calcutta. His dad died when he was young, and he supported his family, his brothers and sisters with university scholarship money. Came to the U.S., and my dad worked in a McDonald's, even though he was an electrical engineer, couldn't find a job in 1971. And so he worked at McDonald's. We lived in this basically like this, the housing poor, like development, in Cambridge, this middle building on the 17th floor of this like housing development. I think that was transformative for me. Like I didn't realize so much at the time how that experience of being essentially like poor, lower middle class, what effect it had on my outlook.
You mentioned to me offline that you listened to a conversation that I had with my dad. What impact did your dad have in your life? What memories do you have about him?
I mean, he was a rocket scientist, actually. he helped design rocket guidance systems. He died when I was 20, and I still miss him to this day. And I think that experience of seeing him sacrifice himself for his family, a brilliant man, but in many ways frustrated with like his opportunities in the world, which is partly what led him to come to the U.S. in the first place. That's transformed. That's had a transformative effect on me, and I wish I could tell him that. Looking back,
I'd like to get an updated 2021 version of Michael Malice giving advice to young people.
Okay.
So there's, God forbid, high school students, college students listening to you and looking to you for advice. Mm-hmm. What advice would you give them about career and about life, how to live a life they can be proud of?
This happens a lot because I have my locals community, malice.locals.com, and there's a lot of young people on there.
Yeah.
So
it's a great place.
I'll give them a meta piece of advice. Don't ask your friends for advice because you're an idiot at your age, and they're all idiots. And they don't want to seem like idiots, so they're just going to give you advice they pulled it from the TV, and no one knows what you're talking about, and it's just going to be counterintuitive.
Yeah.
So seek out advice from people who you seek to emulate. And ask them for advice. If you can't get a hold of them, figure out a way to get a hold of them. Incentivize them in some way. You'd be surprised how many people are responsive on Twitter or in social media if you just ask them a basic life question, because then they can quote tweet an answer to a whole population. So that would be one mechanism. It's also very hard at that age to realize your parents might not be all that bright and they might not be all that good people. So that's a hard one at that age to kind of wrap your head around. Just because they love you doesn't mean they understand you, and that's okay. Mm-hmm. That's okay. We like everybody.
Shit, your Trump's pretty good too. I'd like your Trump to talk to Elon to have a conversation.
Well, Mr. President, look, some things you did I liked, some not so much, but for the most part, I think did kind of a good thing. What are you talking about? Hey guys, what are we talking about? No, I fucked up the Lex. Anyway, so those would be two pieces. The other piece of advice I would say is join a gym or have some kind of quantifiable daily improvement to keep you sane. So the reason I always say weightlifting, and it could be running, it could be jump rope, I don't care what it is, because if you have those numbers moving in the positive direction, psychologically, if you're dealing with depression or anxiety, it's concrete proof to shut your brain up, because your brain knows how to talk to you. Your brain is often your enemy, and it'll say exactly the right thing to undermine you. So that's an issue. This works for me. Maybe it worked for most people. I'm very high on the openness metric. Try new experiences, new things, try things you don't like. It's okay to have a bad experience. You've learned something. So go to a restaurant of a cuisine you wouldn't like or hadn't heard of. Read a book that's popular but you have no interest in. Read a lot. For example, I didn't know anything about the election. What was it, 1892, when there was like a split between the electors? Read a book about it. Oh, I don't know anything. I don't know anything really about Malcolm X. Read a book about him. You'll be amazed how much more full you become as a person.
Do you see value in writing also, like writing down your ideas?
No, I think there's very little value in that. I'm not joking.
So reading is where the biggest
value
comes
because you're probably not going to revisit what you've written down.
But the act of writing, you don't see it solidifies somehow thoughts in your mind.
Not for me.
Because, it doesn't for you.
Like a tweet will, because then I have to have it narrowed down into like a phrase.
Oh, the responsibility of there being an audience.
No, I just meant in terms of I've got 280 characters. So if instead of having a meandering thought, I have to codify it in something that's catchy and short. That's a good, useful mental exercise.
What face do you make when you tweet?
I wouldn't know. I don't know. That's a good point.
Is it on the toilet? What percentage is on the toilet?
Very little. On the toilets, I usually more reading.
Okay.
So even though my tweets are all literally shit, very few of them are on the toilet.
They're on a throne.
That's some advice. Don't compare yourself to other people. That's a really dangerous one. All my friends are married. I should have a kid by now. There's an expression in recovery, stop shoulding yourself. But it should.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
I also, and this could be my hoarder brain, I surround my house with talismans of joy. So if you have an accomplishment, like when I did Rogan once, I went to the sock store and I bought these orange socks with black cherries on them. And now whenever I wore those socks, I'm like, oh, this is because I was on Rogan. That was kind of a big deal. So if you have these little things throughout your house, it gives good mental fuel. Even like a toy. Remember when I was a kid? Oh, you know what? This little moments that inspire happiness, I think, are visually very useful. So that's another one. And
I, by the way, have the watch, and that because we were talking about 2021. That was really the guy in the lecture hall giving you a pat in the back. Joe giving me the watch was it's life changing for me.
Yeah.
It didn't the fact that it was on a podcast or whatever doesn't matter.
Learn how to form boundaries. That's probably the biggest. That's gonna be number one on my list. Because
can you explain?
You're gonna have people around you who feel the need that they're entitled to your time, who feel the need to criticize you, and they're not coming from a good place.
Yeah.
So it's very good for you to be like, I'm not interested in talking about this anymore right now.
Yeah. Even if it's your parents.
Especially if it's your parents. Like, I need my space right now. You're entitled to your space. You're entitled to your time. No one owes you. You don't owe anyone a response. If someone has a question, you owe them an answer, especially if they're not coming at you in good faith or they're coming in a hostile way. That's a big one. It's hard to learn at that age. And be valuable to those who are around you. Be someone who people are happy to see, and if things are bad, like you're the one that they can rely on. Like I was just, a little bit under the weather, and I thought to myself, you know what? If things got really bad, I'll call Blair, and she would take care of me, and that kind of was very reassuring.
And you can always call me if you need heavy stuff lifted in an urgent matter.
Because of the robots?
No, just me. It's just kind of like that's those things I can help with, or you're actually literally bleeding. I'm not a good caretaker. I can save you though. I can murder if you need somebody
murdered. Yeah,
do this.
Yeah. Wait, what advice would you have to kids that age? And you're a lot younger than you think you are. That's the other one. Like,
yeah, there's time.
I know. Like, it's impossible to understand when you're 26 that your 40s are better than your 30s. Because, like, okay, old man, that's all cope. I promise you, it is.
Yeah, I think you said so many beautiful things. I would say another version of the openness. I'll say take big risks when you're young.
Like, yeah, because if you fail, who cares? You're sleeping on a futon. Who cares?
Yeah, and take them often.
Yeah.
Also, this is a little personal to me. I get pushback on this, but I think take big risks and work really hard, like at whatever you do. Like, I think you just have to give yourself to a thing. It doesn't have to be in terms of time, but really give everything. So it's not like I'm going to try doing this. I'll try with all of your heart. Like, really commit yourself. That doesn't mean necessarily hours. That doesn't mean, but like, if you fail at doing a thing that you commit to, it should hurt. So like when I competed in jiu-jitsu, or you do like sports and so on, don't just say, I'm going to have fun out there, so on. No, try to win. And because then if you don't, it hurts, and you learn from that. And then throughout, I think this the goodness thing is be kind. It's like some of it is also a skill, allowing yourself to be kind. I found myself earlier in life, I still do this. I find like when I hang out with people are often like cynical and negative, and
yeah, I try to avoid those people.
No, but like I think everybody falls into that, and sometimes it's the party norm thing. There's a temptation to me to kind of fit in by being more negative than I'm comfortable being, and so resist the pressure. I think especially when you're younger, it's not cool to care.
The thing that drives when you're young, if you are a fan of a band, a writer, a podcaster, an actor, and people roll their eyes at you, watch out. Those people are dangerous. You should have it. If you love Avril Lavigne with her terrible music, and she gives you joy, and people crap on you, they're wrong and you're right. So hold on to those things that make you happy. And if people want to take that away from you, or how can you like that? Those people are not your friends.
Why do you have to go make life so complicated? She's my favorite musician of all time. Jimi Hendrix second, Avril Lavigne first. Thank you for almost bringing a tear to my eye. There's unfortunately, sadly, a lot of people that look up to you.
That is a horrible thing, but life is a nightmare.
Yeah. If you were to give them advice, young folks, people in college, maybe even high school, but people in their 20s, about what to do with their life, whether it's career, whether it's just life in general, what would you say?
Ignore everyone, make a few good friends, truly have honest conversations with yourself about when do you feel the most alive? Figure that out. When and how do you feel the most alive?
Yeah.
Figure that out. Try to figure out a job or a career that can replicate that feeling. Don't listen to anyone. Don't listen to your parents. Don't listen to the gurus on the internet. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anyone. Figure out, where you feel the most alive. Where do you feel excited? Where does your pulse quicken? What do you feel matters? When you're in a situation, do you feel like it matters? What situation was that? What got you excited? What thing did you walk into where you looked around and were taken back and you're like, wow, this is amazing. And I'm filled with awe. If you can figure out a life where you can excite yourself, you might not use drugs or alcohol or a sex addiction or gambling or irresponsibility. You might not have to get your fucking kicks in very destructive places if you can get them in a productive place.
Well, you had a pretty weaving life that's full of mistakes and so on.
Many mistakes.
Are mistakes a bug or a feature? Like, do you recommend embrace the mistakes, make a bunch of them?
Depends what they are, right? So,
well, you've had the full spectrum.
I've had a lot, but a lot of mine could have sunk me.
Right.
Like, they sound like fun when I talk about them, but they actually could have sunk me. And they were all part of what made me funny, but I don't know. I would never tell anyone else to just light their life on fire and hope it works out on the other end. It would be pretty irresponsible. But hey, at the end of the day, it's like, I think one of my themes is that there's too much. We give the power. We think we have the power of choice has been elevated in our society to an unhealthy degree. I think people are I think you could get really good at something, but you're born with a certain aptitude. It might be to be a deal maker. It might be to be an athlete. It might be to be an artist. It might be to be a romantic and just fall in and out of love, in and out of love, in and out of love. It might be to be like a world traveler. But whatever you are, I think you are. I think that there's something about you that makes you something. And if you can figure it out and then refine, you're not going to be good at it per se, but if you're an athlete, it might not mean that you're going to be a great athlete in the history, but it might mean you're the best coach anyone's ever had, or you're the person that, builds a local scene for young athletes or whatever. If you are a really good deal maker, it doesn't mean you're going to be Warren Buffett, but it might mean you're somebody who enjoys making deals all the time and things like that. Like, if you're an entertainer, it might mean that you are an entertainer. It might mean that you are in the world of entertainment because you love it so much that if you lack the skill set to really pursue it on a degree, you just want to be like, there's a thing inside of you that makes you what you are. I think I look at certain people and I go, you were born to be that thing. Mm-hmm.
And the whole purpose is to find it.
I was a juror on that murder trial in Long Island, and the woman who's the DA, I'm like, you were born to do this. You were born to put murderers away, and this guy killed the mother of his children. I mean, he's a bad guy, but I was like, you are really good at what you do. She has a strong belief in whatever her moral code is and what her justice and ethics are, and she wants to communicate that to people. She was very good at doing what she did. I don't know the facts of the case. I didn't really listen. He seemed guilty, so I just voted guilty. But I didn't really listen to her, but I heard the shape of her mouth was very bovine, like a cow, and it conferred a certain level of expertise that I enjoyed.
Well, it's funny. I mean, you could see you're half joking.
Yes, but
you can often see that people they found their place, they found their role,
they found their thing.
They found their thing, and that's kind of the purpose of life. And once you are in a place that seems sticky, like the place that seems right, that's one of the problems with the generation that you're speaking to, is there's always a feeling like I should keep exploring, but it's okay to stay in a place that you found that works.
Yeah, and listen, sometimes the best place you'll find is like when people are like, when did you feel really excited and alive? It's like doing nothing.
Right, yeah.
Like that's the other thing. It's like some people are going to be like, I feel really excited and alive when I'm laying in my backyard in a hammock.
Yeah.
And I just want to have the simplest life and not have to do much. And I don't like doing anything. And I love laying around and going, wow, the sky looks good today.
Yeah.
Bill Gates goes, the sky looks good today. Let's shoot a missile into it. He wants to do shit, right?
Yeah.
So it's like in between that and nothing is you can find something.
But in that process, for you personally, I mean, for me, and for others, I think there's a struggle. When Tim Dillon looks in the mirror, do you love yourself or do you hate yourself?
Well, a lot of times I think I'm Amy Schumer, so I'm confused. I'm a detente with myself all the time. I don't love myself or hate myself. Addicts have a very bad problem where you can't just fall in love with yourself and you can't hate yourself. Both of them lead you to a negative place.
Yeah.
You try to stay kind of even keel. I don't go like, hey man, You put out a video, you got all these views, things are great. You sold a bunch of tickets. Let's fucking go out and like maybe hey man, let's have that drink that you've been waiting for 11 years. And I don't look at myself and go, you ate a burger yesterday. You're a piece of shit. You're horrible. You'll never, get into the shape you want. Like I try not to get too low or too high. Both of them are not good from my particular mind.
Do you have advice outside of all this discussion to young people today about career, about life? Since you've done so many things, you've overcome a lot of things. Think high school, college student, thinking about what to do in their life. Do you have advice for those guys and girls?
Yeah. First is you don't have it figured out. Yeah. So don't worry, just jump in.
Yeah.
We talked, a lot about understanding your values and aligning all that stuff, but you got to have a base level of start exploring and learning and just spending the time doing pick something. Let me elaborate a little bit.
No, you know what? A lot of people struggle with that aspect now because there's so much choice. It's difficult to pick something, but I think it does boil down to you should pick something and don't worry about it.
And then, but within that, you can start discovering the things that are there for you. Like I talked about, I made this huge shift. I threw away my whole life, but I don't regret anything about that. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be where I was if I didn't walk through and learn those things. And in fact, in the course of that, I learned just how much that inspiring people and helping them realize the potential far beyond what they thought was capable. And guess what? That was leadership 101 in managing people base level, floor level, right? And I got a lot out that was perfectly aligned with and that's what I realized. It didn't matter what industry I was in or any of those other things. But I was able, you can see so many things. There's so many paths that you can go down to help you realize what those things are. And you're going to be able to find a lot of those nuggets and develop those. Do you think that I could have just gone to school and got out and started a globally recognized brand within a few years without having been schooled in business while getting paid for it by others for years? And in fact, that entire time I knew that that's what I wanted to do, but I didn't go out on it. I mentored some of my friends along the same path to go, no, they're like, I'm ready to go do this. And I'm like, no, now you need to go get a job. You know, engineering, management, design, all that stuff. Go get a job as a manager now. Like, oh, that's a step down. I can't do that. I'm like, go try it. A couple years later, oh my God, that was such a good move. I didn't know what I didn't know. And now they're an executive for freaking a Fortune 500 company. And the same thing, like I sat there knowing that I was getting a free education. Don't stress yourself out that's my advice. Don't stress yourself out that you've got to have this perfect thing, because this process of understanding your values and the introspect, that takes time.
You can get a job where you're getting paid to learn.
Exactly.
That's a good deal before you launch on your own. You, like I mentioned with SpaceX, you give a lot of people hope, and a lot of people look up to you. Millions of people look up to you. If we think about young people in high school, maybe in college, what advice would you give to them about if they want to try to do something big in this world, they want to really have a big positive impact? What advice would you give them about their career, maybe about life in general?
Try to be useful. Do things that are useful to your fellow human beings, to the world. It's very hard to be useful. Very hard. Are you contributing more than you consume? Can you try to have a positive net contribution to society? I think that's the thing to aim for. Not to try to be sort of a leader for the sake of being a leader or whatever. A lot of time, the people you want as leaders are the people who don't want to be leaders. So, if you can live a useful life, that is a good life, a life worth having lived. and like I said, I would encourage people to use the mental tools of physics and apply them broadly in life. They are the best tools.
When you think about education and self-education, what do you recommend? So there's the university, there's self-study, there is hands-on, sort of finding a company or a place or a set of people that do the thing you're passionate about and joining them as early as possible. There's taking a road trip across Europe for a few years and writing some poetry. Which trajectory do you suggest? In terms of learning about how you can become useful, as you mentioned, how you can have the most positive impact.
Well, I'd encourage people to read a lot of books. Just read, basically try to ingest as much information as you can, and try to also just develop a good general knowledge. So you at least have like a rough lay of the land of the knowledge landscape. Try to learn a little bit about a lot of things. Because you might not know what you're really interested in. How would you know what you're really interested in if you at least aren't like doing a peripheral exploration of broadly of the knowledge landscape? And you talk to people from different walks of life and different industries and professions and skills and occupations. Like, just try learn as much as possible. Man's search for meaning.
Isn't the whole thing a search for meaning?
Yeah, what's the meaning of life and all, But just generally, like I said, I would encourage people to read broadly in many different subject areas, and then try to find something where there's an overlap of your talents and what you're interested in. So people may be good at something, or they may have skill at a particular thing, but they don't like doing it. Mm-hmm. So you want to try to find a thing where that's a good combination of the things that you're inherently good at, but you also like doing. And
reading is a super fast shortcut to figure out where are you both good at it, you like doing it, and it will actually have positive impact.
Well, you got to learn about things somehow. So reading a broad range, just really read it. At one point when I was a kid, I read through the encyclopedia, so that was pretty helpful. And all sorts of things I didn't even know existed. Well, lots, obviously. And
it's like as broad as it gets.
Encyclopedias were digestible, I think. 40 years ago. Maybe read through the condensed version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. I'd recommend that. You can always skip subjects where you read a few paragraphs and you know you're not interested. Just jump to the next one. So read the encyclopedia or skim through it, but I put a lot of stock and certainly have a lot of respect for someone who puts in an honest day's work to do useful things, and just generally to have not a zero-sum mindset, or have more of a grow the pie mindset. If you sort of say when we see people perhaps including some very smart people kind of taking an attitude of doing things that seem morally questionable, it's often because they have at a base sort of axiomatic level a zero-sum mindset, and they, without realizing it, they don't realize they have a zero-sum mindset, or at least they don't realize it consciously. And so if you have a zero-sum mindset, then the only way to get ahead is by taking things from others. If the pie is fixed, then the only way to have more pie is to take someone else's pie. But this is false. Obviously the pie has grown dramatically over time, the economic pie. So in reality, you can have so overuse this analogy. You can have there's a lot of pie.
Yeah,
pie is not fixed.
Yes.
So you really want to make sure you're not operating without realizing it from a zero-sum mindset, where the only way to get ahead is to take things from others. Then that's going to result in you trying to take things from others, which is not good. It's much better to work on adding to the economic pie. Maybe, so creating, like I said, creating more than you consume, doing more than you, So that's a big deal. I think there's like a fair number of people in finance that do have a bit of a zero-sum mindset.
I mean, it's all walks of life. I've seen that. One of the reasons Rogan inspires me is he celebrates others a lot. There's not creating a constant competition. Like there's a scarcity of resources. And what happens when you celebrate others and you promote others, the ideas of others, it actually grows that pie. I mean, the resources become less scarce. Mm-hmm. And that applies in a lot of kinds of domains. It applies in academia, where a lot of people are very see some funding for academic research is zero sum. And it is not. If you celebrate each other, if you get everybody to be excited about AI, about physics, about mathematics, I think there'll be more and more funding, and I think everybody wins. Yeah, that applies, I think, broadly.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, on that, there's a powerful question of who is John Galt. I don't know if we can do this without spoiler alerts.
Don't spoil the book.
Okay.
Well, but you can say
what's the importance of this character? What's the importance of this question?
I mean, without the importance of, so I once gave a talk on who is John Galt, and who is John Galt in a sense is anybody who takes their own life seriously, anybody who's willing to really live fully their own life, use their mind in pursuit of their rational values and pursue their happiness fully, uncompromisingly, with no compromise and sticking to their integrity. Anybody can be John Galt in that sense.
I think one of the mottos I live by is we are tasked to, maybe this is a little bit religious, but I think Yaron's going to agree with it. I'm sure you'll agree with it. All any of us can do is leave the world a little bit of a better place than we found it. And I think if you do that through hard work, being honest, being not at the expense of other people, you can go to your grave patting yourself on the back.
I mean, to me, the leaving the world a better place. Yeah, I mean, that's not what drives me. What drives me is, I mean, what I think drives people. I think just live a good life, and good life means a life you're happy living, and part of that is the impact you have on the world. But it's, so many people live wasted lives, live mediocre lives, live conventional lives. Maybe they even leave the world a better place, but they didn't really. They didn't
leave the world a better place.
They left the world a better place, but they didn't live their potential. They didn't, or they died feeling guilty about it, or they a million different things. So there's so many productive people. I mean, think about all the innovators and the technologists and the businessmen who leave the world a better place by a big shot, but are never happy in their own souls, in their own life. And to me, that's what counts. And if you're going to be happy, you'll leave the better world a better.
And that's what John Galt symbolizes.
To me, it's living your life by your standards, by your values, and pursuing that happiness.
Well, I take in a different context, because I think a lot of, and I don't think you're going to disagree with this, I think a lot of times when you're young, you have unrealistic expectations of what you're going to accomplish. And you think to yourself, well, let's suppose someone wants to go into politics. Well, if I'm not elected president, I'm a failure. That's nonsensical. There's lots of people who are successful who haven't achieved literally the top position in their role. So if you can go to your grave defending everything you've done, and you've moved the needle.
Success should not be relative.
Yes.
So that goes back to second-handedness.
Yes.
Success is not being better than other people. Success is not being the best. Success is maximizing your potential, whatever that is. And look, I know people. I have a son who could be a really good engineer, really good mathematician, really good scientist, but he decided he wants to write comedy, right? So he might have been a better mathematician than he's a comedian, but that's his values. Yeah. That's his goals. That's what he wants to do. And hopefully he'll be really, really good at that, and he'll be incredibly successful at it, materially in every other sense. But that's what you pursue. Yeah. So it's really being true to yourself in a deep sense. And if you are true to yourself, yeah, you'll leave the world a better place. But that's not the essence. The essence is you.
No, focus on you. Focus on making your life the best life that it can be. And if you do that, you'll make the world a better place by definition.
But yeah,
you'll impact people.
We're looking at the same thing in different ways.
Yeah.
It's at least in my little corner of the world, it was disappointing how rare that is. So one of the reasons I'm here in Austin, and one of the reasons my work gravitated towards Elon Musk, is because he represents that person for me in the world of technology, in the world of CEO, in the world of business. It was very surprising to me, the more I've learned about the world of tech, how few people live unapologetically, fully to their potential. I'm sure others do that, maybe music and art. I'm not sure. I don't know about those worlds. I do know about the technology world. And it was disappointing to me how many people compromise their integrity in subtle ways at first, but then it becomes a slippery slope.
There's this great quote, and I always forget if it's Steinbeck or Hemingway. And the quote, and this applies for money and applies for morality. The quote was, "How did you go bankrupt?" And he says 2 ways: gradually and then suddenly. It's very hard to one day be like, I have no integrity. That doesn't happen. It's very easy if it's like, look, I stole this candy bar. What's the big deal if I steal this thing? Then you're still...
People say there are no slippery slopes. They are, and they're big, and they're very slippery, and people slide.
This is the biggest one.
And people violate their integrity even without stealing. Just little things about how they treat other people, how they treat themselves, the values they pursue. They don't go after the profession they really wanted to. They compromise in ways that they shouldn't with their spouse or with their mothers or whatever.
They look the other way when they see injustice.
Yep. And this is why people go through midlife crisis. Midlife crisis is a crisis where you suddenly realize, I didn't do it. I didn't live up to my standards. I didn't live up to my youthful idealism. I compromised and I sold out. But I also would warn you about Silicon Valley. Yeah, I think at the top, very few of them stick to it, and partially it's the political pressure is unbearable. I mean, how would you? How can you? It would require to be a hero, and very few of them are. But there are a lot of people who do really well at all kinds of levels in technology, little startups, people. And this is the point Michael was making. You don't have to be the best.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a CEO to live to your max and to live with integrity and to live a great life. I know people who do, because they joined Amazon or whatever, have just made a life for themselves, an amazing life for themselves, and have done great work at Amazon, let's say, and then have lived a great life because of the opportunity that created for them. So I think there are more good people out there, but yes, one of the saddest things of growing up is noted, or even when you're a teenager and looking at adults and noticing how few of them actually live. I mean, are really alive in a sense of living their values and enjoying their life. And you start with your parents and you look across the people. Everybody lives such mediocre lives.
Yeah, the other thing is they don't have to. That's what people don't appreciate.
Particularly not in the world that we live in today that's so wealthy. And we all have so many opportunities, right?
So by way of advice, what advice would you give to young people to live their life fully? I mean, Michael and I have talked about this, but it bears repeating. So if you look at John Galt, if you look at the highest ideals of a life we could live, what advice would you give to a 20-year-old today, 18-year-old?
Can I say, I think Rand would agree. When Rand was writing John Galt, she says, when you have this character's human perfection, you don't want to get too close. So he's a little bit of a vague character because she was aware that when you're dealing with day to day, it kind of, the shine comes off. Yeah. I think Rourke is a lot better character for a young person.
Or Reardon.
Yeah, but Rourke is the entirety of the Fountainhead is Rourke. So, and Reardon is the one of several.
We barely know John Galt.
Yeah. So, but Rourke is someone where you could be like, okay. And what Rourke also gives young people is
that's in the Fountainhead.
The Fountainhead is the strength to persevere. Yeah. Because when you're young, you're going to have down times. There's going to be times when you're lonely. There's going to be times when you don't have a girlfriend. There's going to be times when you're out of work and you're thinking, holy crap, I'm falling between the cracks. I'm going to accomplish that. I'm going to be a failure. And he gives them the courage there's even a scene in The Fountainhead, which is this amazing scene. I love that it's not talked about enough, where basically Rourke is looking at one of his buildings and this little kid on a bicycle comes up to him and Yaron, please correct me. Yeah. And he's like, who built this? And Rourke said, I did. And the line is, Rourke didn't realize it, but he just gave that kid the courage to face a lifetime. And I think that is such a beautiful thing where you can find inspiration in this character. Don't become needlessly difficult. Don't start parroting his lines. You're not Howard Rourke and he's not a real person, but there's aspects of him that you can apply to your life. And here's something else. I'll give one example because this happened to me. When I was working at Goldman Sachs, I was doing tech support and my great-grandmother had passed away that year. And I promised my grandmother I would have I've told the story several times. I would have Thanksgiving dinner with her. I was working second shift 4 to midnight and we were a 24/7 help desk. And I got the schedule for the next week and I told my grandma I'm going to have lunch with her on Thanksgiving. And they had put me down from 4 to midnight the day before Wednesday, which is my normal shift, but then the day shift the next day. And I go to my boss, I go, first of all, second shift. I'm like, this Thanksgiving, I promised my grandma. And they're like, well, if you could find someone to fill this, we'll do it. And I asked everyone, they're like, no. And I said, I'm not coming in. And I 100%, not even a question. If I asked my grandmother, can we have dinner instead? She would have said yes. Yeah. But this was one of those moments, maybe this is from my huge ego, where I felt like I was in a movie and I'm making a choice. Am I going to ask grandma or am I going to just bend the knee? And I go, I couldn't find anyone. And I go, I'm not coming in. And they go, if you're not coming in, you're fired. And I go, fire me. And they did fire me. And I have no regrets. And because if I'd compromised, I'd have money in my pocket. But since I didn't compromise, I could look at that story. Rand talks about how man is a being of self-made soul. I could look at that story, and next time I have a time where it's a tough decision, where there's really pressure, I could be like, you know what? This is the kind of person you are. Stick to it. I'll give one more example. Sorry, Yaron. Right. I've given talks on networking. And I tell people, I like to use humor because humor is a great way to shortcut the brain and get the truth to them directly. I say, if you know someone is in town, it's their birthday and they're not doing anything, take them out. And I say, I do this for Rand reasons. I do it selfishly. And the audience laughs. And I go, you're laughing. But I go, the guy who takes people out for their birthday is awesome. That could be you. There's nothing stopping you. You're just not thinking in these terms. Mm-hmm. What's it going to cost you? $30? But for the rest of their life or a few years, that person will remember you and be like, you know what? This person did right by me. And I'll give you a concrete example which changed my life profoundly. Ted Hope, who was the producer of the film American Splendor, which starred my mentor, Harvey Pekar, sent an email to his firm that said, Harvey's in town with nothing to do. If you want to hang out with him, here's your chance. They worked at a film company. And I was the only one, I got the email, I wasn't working there, from a friend, who took him up on it. And as a consequence, Harvey wrote a graphic novel about me, Ego and Hubris, which is $250 on eBay now, and it moves at that. Not too shabby. The point being, you know what? Someone had a movie made about him. Someone is an interesting figure. Take the lunch and stay overtime for an hour. But so many people don't think in those terms, and there's so many opportunities for them. And so that's the advice I give. And I think it's also good to give advice via anecdote. So not only is the person getting the advice, they are learning why you got to that point. And maybe I'm wrong, but at least they've thought about it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of that. And I like the line, Ayn Rand's line about man as a self-made soul, is a creature of a self-made soul, is huge. And it's something most people don't realize. And it's something that modern intellectuals undermine. I mean, even somebody like Sam Harris, when you keep telling people they don't have free will, then you don't have a self-made soul. Because what is self-made? There is no self, according to Sam, right? He meditates and he sees that he doesn't have a self. So you're undermining the ability of people to take control over their own lives and make the kind of choices that are necessary to create the kind of moral character that is necessary for them to be successful. So I'd encourage people to go read Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, because put aside the politics, put aside even aspects of the philosophy, focus on these models. These are, Howard Roark is a great model for all of us. It's a great story to have in your head, in your mind, when you encounter challenging choices that you might make. And then spend the time and this is, I don't think I ever did this when I was young. I don't think people do this, but spend the time thinking about what your values really are. What do you love doing? What gets you going? What gets you excited? And how can I make a living at this? How can I do this and live through this? And then, think about what kind of life you want, what kind of people you want to hang out with. Don't let life just happen to you. Think it through. What kind of people, for example, if you want ambitious, excited, maybe you should move to Silicon Valley, to Austin, Texas, right? If you want to be around artsy people, maybe you should go to Hollywood, maybe you should go to New York. I don't know, but figure out what kind of life you want to live, what kind of people you want to hang out with, what kind of woman you want to spend your life with, or what kind of romantic relationship you want to have. Figure that out and go and do it. Don't sit around. Life is not.
Or try and fail. It's okay. You're going to fail.
Failure. Failure.
Go fail.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And learn from that failure. And that's the other thing. Think about what you're doing, why you're succeeding, why you're failing, and keep improving, keep working on it, because it's not just going to happen like this. Nobody is Francisco, to take a character out of Atlas Shrugged, who succeeds at everything first try, right? We all need to fail a few times. We all need to, but what have you got to lose? Every second is never going to be back. I mean, these are all cliches, but they're all true cliches, right? So think, figure out what your values are, and try to apply your reason, your rational thought on getting those values. And we talked about early on in the show, in the interview, we talked about integrating your emotions with your cognition. I think that's crucial, because you don't want to be fighting your emotions as you move towards these things. You don't want your emotions to be barriers to your own success. You want them to be cheerleaders, right? To cheer on when good things happen, and to be negative emotions when it's justified that they're negative. So work on integrating your soul. Creating your own soul, that's the real challenge.
And I'll give one piece of meta advice. When you're young, you're going to be clueless because you're going to be ignorant. You know the data. Don't ask your dopey friends for advice, because they want to be helpful.
Parents.
But the friends want to be helpful. They're as dopey as you. They're uninformed as you. So they're just going to give you platitudes, and you're going to be worse off, because now you're going to be confused. Especially with social media. Reach out to people who are older than you, who are accomplished. You'd be surprised how often you got to send them $20, buy them dinner, buy their book, whatever it takes.
Yep.
You are getting free world-class advice for very cheap. And that is really a mechanism for success.
And here's something very unpopular and not sexy. This is why people probably unfollow me.
That's not why.
Read. Well, you'll tell me why afterwards. Read. Because you're not always going to have access to those experts. And I'm not just talking about self-help books. I'm not even talking about self-help books. Read the world's literature. I mean, literature presents you with all the different characters. Read Dostoevsky, right? Read Hugo, right? Read all these authors that have taken time to really create characters and put them in situations that maybe you will never face those exact situations, but you'll face similar situations. And they play it out for you. You'll see what the consequences are. Great literature is a real tool for building your soul. Great art generally, but literature in particularly, because it's more conceptual.
Which brings up this question. What advice would you give to young people today thinking about their career, about their life, whether it's in mathematics, poetry, or hot dog eating contest?
And I have kids, so this is actually a live issue for me, right? It's not a thought experiment. I actually do have to give advice to 2 young people all the time. They don't listen, but I still give it. One thing I often say to students, I don't think I've actually said this to my kids yet, but I say it to students a lot, is, you come to these decision points and everybody is beset by self-doubt, right? It's like not sure what they're capable of, not sure what they really want to do. I sort of tell people, often when you have a decision to make, one of the choices is the high self-esteem choice. And I always tell them, make the high self-esteem choice. Make the choice, sort of take yourself out of it, and if you didn't have those, you can probably figure out what the version of you that feels completely confident would do. And do that and see what happens. And I think that's often pretty good advice.
That's interesting. Sort of like with Sims, you can create characters. Like create a character of yourself that lacks all of the self-doubt.
Right, but it doesn't mean I would never say to somebody, you should just go have high self-esteem.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have doubts. No, you probably should have doubts. It's okay to have them, but sometimes it's good to act in the way that the person who didn't have them would act.
That's a really nice way to put it. Yeah, that's a like from a third person perspective. Take the part of your brain that wants to do big things. What would they do? That's not afraid to do those things. What would they do? Yeah, that's really nice. That's actually a really nice way to formulate it. That's very practical advice. You should give it to your kids. Yeah. Let me ask you about a few high level questions. I guess you've done a million things in your life and been very successful. A bunch of young folks listen to this, ask for advice from successful people like you. If you were to give advice to somebody, another graduate student or a high school student about pursuing a career in computing or just advice about life in general, is there some words of wisdom you can give them?
So I think you come back to change, and profound leaps happen because people are willing to believe that change is possible, and that the world does change, and are willing to do the hard thing that it takes to make change happen. And whether it be implementing a new programming language or implementing a new system or implementing a new research paper, designing a new thing, moving the world forward in science and philosophy, whatever, it really comes down to somebody who's willing to put in the work, right? And you have the work is hard for a whole bunch of different reasons. One of which is it's work, right? And so you have to have the space in your life in which you can do that work, which is why going to grad school can be a beautiful thing for certain people. But also there's the self-doubt that happens. Like, you're 2 years into a project, is it going anywhere? Right? Well, what do you do? Do you just give up because it's hard? Well, no. I mean, some people like suffering. And so you plow through it. The secret to me is that you have to love what you're doing and follow that passion, because when you get to the hard times, that's when, if you love what you're doing, you're willing to kind of push through. And this is really hard because it's hard to know what you will love doing until you start doing a lot of things. And so that's why I think that particularly early in your career, it's good to experiment. Do a little bit of everything. Go take the survey class on, the first half of every class in your upper division, lessons, and just get exposure to things, because certain things will resonate with you and you'll find out, wow, I'm really good at this. I'm really smart at this. Mm-hmm. Well, it's just because it works with the way your brain.
And when something jumps out, I mean, that's one of the things that people often ask about is like, well, I think there's a bunch of cool stuff out there. Like, how do I pick the thing? Like, how do you hook in your life? How did you just hook yourself in and stuck with it?
Well, I got lucky, right? I mean, I think that many people forget that a huge amount of it, or most of it, is luck, right? So let's not forget that. So for me, I fell in love with computers early on because they spoke to me, I guess.
What language did they speak?
Basic.
Basic, yeah.
But then it was just kind of following a set of logical progressions, but also deciding that something that was hard was worth doing and a lot of fun, right? And so I think that is also something that's true for many other domains, which is if you find something that you love doing that's also hard, if you invest yourself in it and add value to the world, then it will mean something generally, right? And again, that can be a research paper, that can be a software system, that can be a new robot, that can be there's many things that can be, but a lot of it is like real value comes from doing things that are hard, and that doesn't mean you have to suffer. But
it's hard. I mean, you don't often hear that message. We talked about it last time a little bit, but I it's one of my not enough people talk about this. It's beautiful to hear a successful person.
Well, and self-doubt and imposter syndrome, and these are all things that successful people suffer with as well, particularly when they put themselves in a point of being uncomfortable, which I like to do now and then, just because it puts you in learning mode. Like if you want to grow as a person, put yourself in a room with a bunch of people that know way more about whatever you're talking about than you do and ask dumb questions. And guess what? Smart people love to teach often, not always, but often. And if you listen, if you're prepared to listen, if you're prepared to grow, if you're prepared to make connections, you can do some really interesting things. And I think that a lot of progress is made by people who kind of hop between domains now and then, because they bring a perspective into a field that nobody else has, if people have only been working in that field themselves.
You got an education at Browns. You're somebody who's amazing because as an Olympian and an Olympic coach, you've always emphasized kind of balance and education, all of that side of life. So developing your brain too. So you are an Olympic medalist, a coach of Olympic medalists. You're a business owner, so successful in all these domains. So I have to ask, what advice would you give to young people today, high school, judo age, high school, college, undergrad, how to be successful in their career or just in life in general, how to live a life they can be proud of?
I think you have to be true to yourself. You have to decide what it is you really want to do with your life. And it's hard because when I grew up, I didn't know I was going to be successful. When I was young, I didn't know I was going to be an Olympic medalist. Yeah. I certainly did envision myself owning a couple of companies that makes their living exclusively from martial arts or judo, because that wasn't really an opportunity when I was a kid. But I've created that opportunity. I would just say that, pick something that you're passionate about. I was stuck in a career before where I wasn't passionate about it. And it was my wife who said, Jimmy, if you can figure out how to make your living exclusively from martial arts, where your brain and your heart and your passion is all towards one thing that you really like, then you'll be successful. And I left the job. I had 3 kids. I was working for Monster.com. I was in internet marketing, and I was working for that company. Great company, nothing wrong with the company. But sitting behind the desk from 8 till 5, and then I get to go to judo from 6 till 9 at night. My whole day is tied up doing something that I'm really not passionate about. She said, if you can figure out how to make money from your dojo and other things judo related, then I think you'll be successful. And so she's the one that my wife, Marie, gave me that advice. And I would give that to others. Find something that you love doing where it doesn't feel like work, something you're passionate about.
And if the opportunity doesn't exist, how to make money on it, you can create the opportunity.
Be resourceful, figure it out. Don't let anybody tell you can't do it. Right? I didn't know that I could have a 200-person judo school that only taught judo, because that really didn't exist in this country. That actually charges money like jiu-jitsu charges, right? We're talking there's plenty of clubs out there that charge $10 a month that might have 100 people, but there's not many that, where the tuition is $150 a month having 200 people. So that's a successful business. But it wasn't done before. But be passionate about it. Understand you're going to fail. Understand you're going to get knocked down, beat up, right? There's going to be dark days, but you got to persevere. You got to believe in yourself. You got to have a plan. You have to be willing to learn from other people. And that's what I did. If I didn't know it, I brought somebody in to tell me, what am I doing wrong? Look from the outside. What do you see? Okay, great. Then you got to be willing to change. You got to be willing to adapt, and I think listening, believing in myself, and creating opportunity. And the other thing is helping others. Something I always did in my judo life and in my business life. If somebody came to me and asked for help with, hey man, is there something you can do to help me? I'm trying to get this thing started. I'm trying to get this dojo off the ground, or I'm trying to run this event series, or, I was creative in trying to figure out a way to help them make it work. Because if that really was their dream, and I could help them do their dream, I felt like that person would then give nothing but good comments about us, good, like they'll remember it forever. They become like family, and they're the best advocates for your business ever. And so the kids that I taught at my dojo are treated that way. The people that work for me get treated that way. The people that, my customers that I work with and building their dojos, get treated that way. People that ran tournaments, whether it was Grappler's Quest years ago and helping that guy with a full set of mats for Brian Simmons with his thing, or, any of the Gracies. Like it just became like family. And then I just work hard and deliver on what I say I'm going to do. If I say I'm going to do it, I do it. You know, and I think it goes a long way.
Well, and I got a comment. So in a small way, I've people may not know. I think it's still on YouTube. We previously talked many years ago, and I remember it. You were so kind to me, and you didn't really know who I was. You just took me as a human being. You welcomed me into your dojo, and we just had a conversation on a podcast or whatever the heck you call that thing. And you were just very kind, and you were also just. It was the last conversation I had when I showed up to MIT, and it stayed with me. So I've resumed doing this podcast, but it stayed with me because you said that I did a good job at this, and people, especially at that time, didn't tell me that. You know, didn't, and just that little act of kindness is probably just a regular part of your day. You had a busy day; it was the end of the day. Just saying that. That was powerful, and that pays off somehow. So thank you for that.
Yeah, but it was sincere, right? It was genuine. I felt like I had been to so many interviews. When it's around the Olympic time, there's lots of beat reporters that come out and they're trying to get your time, and they're there because they have to get the story for their newspaper or their television show. And a lot of times those people show up, right? And they pronounce my name wrong. Or they get something wrong about the background, or they offend me because they call me 5 minutes before that they're supposed to be there and say, "Oh, sorry, we're running late. We'll be there an hour and a half." Well, I'm a busy guy too. And, you know, but you were somebody that showed up, was so prepared with your notes, knew everything about like the history of what I had done. Well, the questions you asked were intelligent questions. They were well thought out. And at the end of that interview, I was really genuinely impressed, and I wanted to let you know you did a great job because you stood out from the rest.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, for me, it was like showing up to like the Mecca, like the try. I mean, I didn't, you know, you don't always want to just tell that to people, but you show up. You know, obviously, you're the legend of judo in the United States, and so that was like Boston is the Mecca. Like that's where you travel to talk to the greats. So the fact that you were kind to me just stuck with me for a long time. So it pays off to be kind to others, to give them a chance. Jimmy, thank you so much for giving me another chance and spending your valuable time. And you've also were kind enough to invite me to train with you today at your dojo. So I can't wait.
Let's go.
Let's go do some judo.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jimmy Pedro. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Bruce Lee. I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Put George, if you were to give advice to a young person today about life, what would you tell him?
If he takes life with the same mentality that I do, if he has the same taste of things that I have, I would tell him, you know, for sport, for life in general, I would say, if you have a dream, you know, like make everything in your power and work very hard, you know, never take no for an answer and go through hell in order to achieve it. Don't work hard only, but work smart. That's, I think, the problems with a lot of people. They work hard. They can work hard. They burn themselves. They don't work smart. Whether it is in science and business, they make bad choices, or they're badly informed. In sport, how many guys I've seen ruin their career in the gyms? They spar so hard, they ruin themselves in the gyms. They leave their career in the gyms.
what I would say to, for example, because my field of expertise it's in sport of mixed martial art, I would say to a young kid, make your training playful. You know, when you get ready for a competition, you need to train to recreate those elements that makes you go outside of your comfort zone. But in everyday's life in general, make your training playful. Don't make it like a hardcore competition about who's winning, who's losing. Make it playful, so it will increase your, because you will not be afraid of getting hurt or losing. You will be tempted to trying more things, and it will make you become more creative.
Yeah. What advice would you give to a young person today in high school and college that dreams of doing something big like Yann LeCun, like let's talk in the space of intelligence, dreams of having a chance to solve some fundamental problem in space of intelligence, both for their career and just in life, being somebody who was a part of creating something special?
So try to get interested by big questions. Things like, what is intelligence? What is the universe made of? What's life all about? Things like that. Like even like crazy big questions like, what's time? Like nobody knows what time is. And then learn basic things, like basic methods, either from math, from physics, or from engineering. Things that have a long shelf life. Like if you have a choice between learning, mobile programming on iPhone or quantum mechanics, take quantum mechanics. Because you're going to learn things that you have no idea exist. You may never be a quantum physicist, but you'll learn about path integrals, and path integrals are used everywhere. It's the same formula that you use for, Bayesian integration and stuff like that.
So the ideas, the little ideas within quantum mechanics or within some of these kind of more solidified fields will have a longer shelf life. You'll somehow use indirectly in your work.
Learn classical mechanics, like you learn about Lagrangians, for example, which is like a hugely useful concept, for all kinds of different things. Learn statistical physics, because all the math that comes out of, for machine learning, basically comes out of, was figured out by statistical physicists in the, late 19th, early 20th century, right? So, and for some of them, actually more recently, by people like Giorgio Parisi, who just got the Nobel Prize for the replica method, among other things. It's used for a lot of different things. Variational inference, that math comes from statistical physics. So a lot of those kind of, basic courses, you'll if you do electrical engineering, you take signal processing, you'll learn about Fourier transforms. Again, something super useful. It's at the basis of things like graph neural nets, which is an entirely new sub area of AI, machine learning, deep learning, which I think is super promising for all kinds of applications. Something very promising, if you're more interested in applications, is the applications of AI, machine learning, and deep learning to science, or to science that can help solve big problems in the world. Like I have colleagues at Meta, at FAIR, who started this project called Open Catalyst, and it's an open project, collaborative, and the idea is to use deep learning to help design new chemical compounds or materials that would facilitate the separation of hydrogen from oxygen. If you can efficiently separate oxygen from hydrogen with electricity, you solve climate change. It's as simple as that. Because you cover some random desert with solar panels, and you have them work all day, produce hydrogen, and then you ship the hydrogen wherever it's needed. You don't need anything else. You have controllable power that's can be transported anywhere. So if we have a large scale efficient energy storage technology like producing hydrogen, we solve climate change. Here's another way to solve climate change: is figuring out how to make fusion work. Now, the problem with fusion is that you make a super hot plasma, and the plasma is unstable, and you can't control it. Maybe with deep learning, you can find controllers that will stabilize plasma and make, practical fusion reactors. I mean, that's very speculative, but, it's worth trying because, the payoff is huge. There's a group at Google working on this, led by John Platt.
So convert as many problems in science and physics and biology and chemistry into a learnable problem and see if a machine can learn it.
Right. I mean, there's properties of, complex materials that we don't understand from first principle, for example. Right. So, if we could design, new materials, we could make more efficient batteries. We could make, maybe faster electronics. There's a lot of things we can imagine, doing, or, lighter, materials for cars or airplanes or things like that, maybe better fuel cells. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff we can imagine. If we had good fuel cells, hydrogen fuel cells, we could use them to power airplanes and, transportation wouldn't be, or cars, and we wouldn't have, emission problem, CO2 emission problems for air transportation anymore. So, there's a lot of those things, I think, where AI, can be used. And this is not even talking about all the sort of medicine, biology, and everything like that, right? Protein folding, figuring out, how can you design a protein that it sticks to another protein at a particular site, because that's how you design drugs in the end. So, deep learning would be used for all of this. And those are kind of, would be sort of enormous progress if we could, use it for that. Here's an example. If you take, this is like from recent material physics, you take a monoatomic layer of graphene, right? So it's just carbon on an hexagonal mesh, and then you make this single atom thick. You put another one on top. You twist them by some magic number of degrees, 3 degrees or something. It becomes superconductor. Nobody has any idea why.
I want to know how that was discovered, but that's the kind of thing that machine learning can actually discover, these kinds of things.
Maybe not, but there is a hint perhaps that with machine learning, we could train a system to basically be a phenomenological model of some complex emergent phenomenon, which, superconductivity is one of those, where, this collective phenomenon is too difficult to describe from first principles with the current, the usual sort of, reductionist type method. But we could have deep learning systems that predict the properties of a system from a description of it after being trained with sufficiently many samples. This guy, Pascal Fouat at EPFL, he has a startup company where he basically trained a convolutional net essentially to predict the aerodynamic properties of solids. And you can generate as much data as you want by just running computational fluid dynamics, right? So you give a wing airfoil or something shape of some kind, and you run computational fluid dynamics. You get, as a result, the drag and lift and all that stuff, right? And you can generate lots of data, train a neural net to make those predictions, and now what you have is a differentiable model of, let's say, drag and lift as a function of the shape of that solid. And so you can do backgradient descent. You can optimize the shape so you get the properties you want.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. And on top of all that, probably you should read a little bit of literature and a little bit of history for inspiration and for wisdom. Because after all of these technologies will have to work in the human world.
Yes.
And the human world is complicated.
It is, sadly.
Yann, this is an amazing conversation. I'm really honored that you would talk with me today. Thank you for all the amazing work you're doing at FAIR, at Meta, and thank you for being so passionate after all these years about everything that's going on. You're a beacon of hope for the machine learning community. And thank you so much for spending your valuable time with me today. That was awesome.
Thanks for having me on. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Yann LeCun. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Isaac Asimov. Your assumptions are your windows on the world. Scrub them off every once in a while, or the light won't come in. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. as an aging man yourself, if you were to give an advice to young folks today of how to approach life and maybe advice to yourself, is there some way you could condense a set of principles, a set of advices you would give to yourself and to other young folks of how to live life?
Sure. I would say that with the collapse of systems that have existed for thousands of years, like whatever is happening with universities might be an example of some system that may or may not be decaying. I think with the destruction of important systems, there is a unique opportunity to invest in oneself. And I think that is always the right approach, provided that the investment one makes in his self is obligated towards humanity as a whole. And I think that is the great struggle of my generation. Will we create our own paths that are capable of saving whatever is collapsing, or will we be squashed by the debris? And I hope to articulate what patterns I see this struggle taking over the years that my generation becomes particularly active in the world as an important force. I think already we're important as a demographic to particular markets, but I should hope that our voices will matter as well, starting very soon. So I would try to think about that. That would be my advice.
Let me ask you the big question for young people listening to this today in high school and college. What advice would you give them in terms of which career path to take, and maybe just about life in general?
Well, in my case, I didn't start life with any kind of goals. When I was going to college, it's like, oh, what do I study? Well, maybe I'll do this electrical engineering stuff, It wasn't like, today you see some of these young kids are so motivated, like, I'll change the world. I was like, whatever. And, but then I did fall in love with something besides my wife, but I fell in love with this, like, oh my God, it would be so cool to understand how the brain works. And then I said to myself, that's the most important thing I could work on. I can't imagine anything more important, because if you understand how the brains work, you could build intelligent machines and they could figure out all the other big questions of the world, right? So, and then I said, but I want to understand how I work. So I fell in love with this idea and I became passionate about it. And this is, a trope. People say this, but it's true. Because I was passionate about it, I was able to put up with almost so much crap. I was in that, I was that person said, you can't do this. I was a graduate student at Berkeley when they said, you can't study this problem. No one can solve this, or you can't get funded for it. Then I went to do, mobile computing, and it was like people say, you can't do that. You can't build a cell phone. So, but all along I kept being motivated because I wanted to work on this problem. I said, I want to understand how the brain works. And if I got myself, I got one lifetime, I'm going to figure it out, do as best I can. So by having that, because, it's really, as you point out, Lex, it's really hard to do these things. There's so many downers along the way. So many obstacles that get in your way. Yeah, I'm sitting here happy all the time, but trust me, it's not always like that.
Well, that's, I guess, the happiness, the passion is a prerequisite for surviving the whole.
Yeah,
the whole
I think
thing.
so. I think that's right. And so I don't want to sit to someone and say, you need to find a passion and do it. No, maybe you don't. But if you do find something you're passionate about, then you can follow it as far as your passion will let you put up with it.
Do you remember how you found it? How the spark happened?
And why specifically for me?
Yeah, like, because you said it's such an interesting, so like almost like later in life. By later, I mean like not when you were 5.
Yeah.
You didn't really know, and then all of a sudden you fell in love with that.
Yeah. There was 2 separate events that compounded one another. One, when I was probably a teenager, it might have been 17 or 18, I made a list of the most interesting problems I could think of. First was, why does the universe exist? Seems like not existing is more likely.
Yeah.
The second one was, well, given it exists, why does it behave the way it does? It's laws of physics. Why is it equal MC squared, not MC cubed? That's an interesting question. I don't know. Third one was like, what's the origin of life? And the fourth one was, what's intelligence? And I stopped there. I said, well, that's probably the most interesting one. And I put that aside as a teenager. But then when I was 22 and I was reading I was 70. It was 1979. 1979. I was reading. At that time I was 22. I was reading the September issue of Scientific American, which is all about the brain. And then the final essay was by Francis Crick, who of DNA fame, and he had taken his interest to studying the brain now. And he said, there's something wrong here. He says, we got all this data. All this fact. This is 1979. All these facts about the brain. Tons and tons of facts about the brain. Do we need more facts? Or do we just need to think about a way of rearranging the facts we have? Maybe we're just not thinking about the problem correctly.
Yeah.
Because he says, this shouldn't be like this, So I read that and I said, wow. I said, I don't have to become like an experimental neuroscientist. I could just look at all those facts and try to and become a theoretician and try to figure it out. And I said, that I felt like it was something I would be good at. I said, I wouldn't be a good experimentalist. I don't have the patience for it. But I'm a good thinker and I love puzzles. And this is like the biggest puzzle in the world. It's the biggest puzzle of all time. And I got all the puzzle pieces in front of me. Damn, that was exciting.
And there's something, obviously you can't convert it to words, that it just kind of sparked this passion. I mean, I have that a few times in my life, just something, just like you, it grabs you.
Yeah. I felt it was something that was both important and that I could make a contribution to.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden it felt like, it gave me purpose in life.
Yeah. I honestly don't think it has to be as big as one of those 4 questions.
No.
I think you can find those things in the smallest.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm with David Foster Wallace said, like, the key to life is to be unboreable. I think it's very possible to find that intensity of joy in the smallest of things.
Absolutely. You asked me my story.
Yeah. No, but I'm actually speaking to the audience. It doesn't have to be those 4. You happen to get excited by one of the bigger questions of in the universe, but even the smallest things. And watching the Olympics now, just giving yourself life, giving your life over to the study and the mastery of a particular sport is fascinating. Yeah. If it sparks joy and passion, you're able to, in the case of the Olympics, basically suffer for like a couple of decades to achieve.
I mean, you can find joy and passion just being a parent. I mean,
the parenting one is funny. So I always, not always, but for a long time, wanted kids and get married and stuff. And especially that has to do with the fact that I've seen a lot of people that I respect get a whole nother level of joy from kids. And at first is like, your thinking is, well, like, I don't have enough time in the day, right? If I have this passion to solve intelligence,
which is true.
Yes. But like, if I want to solve intelligence, how is this kid's situation going to help me? But then you realize that, like you said, the things that sparks joy, and it's very possible that kids can provide even a greater or deeper, more meaningful joy than those bigger questions.
Yeah.
When they enrich each other. And that seemed like obviously when I was younger, it's probably a counterintuitive notion because there's only so many hours in the day. But then life is finite and you have to pick the things that give you joy.
Yeah. But you can also understand you can be patient too. I mean, it's finite, but we do have, 50 years or something.
But it's also long, yeah.
so in my case, I had to give up on my dream of the neuroscience because I was a graduate student at Berkeley and they told me I couldn't do this and I couldn't get funded. And so I went back in the computing industry for a number of years. I thought it would be 4, but it turned out to be more. But I said, I'll come back. I'm definitely going to come back. I know I'm going to do this computer stuff for a while, but I'm definitely coming back. Everyone knows that. And it's the same as like raising kids. Well, yeah, you have to spend a lot of time with your kids. It's fun, enjoyable. But that doesn't mean you have to give up on other dreams. It just means that you have to wait a week or two to work on that next idea.
Well, you talked about the darker side of me, disappointing sides of human nature that we're hoping to overcome so that we don't destroy ourselves. I tend to put a lot of value in the broad general concept of love, of the human capacity to of compassion towards each other, of just kindness, whatever that longing of just the human to human connection.
Yeah.
It connects back to our initial discussion. I tend to see a lot of value in this collective intelligence aspect.
Yeah.
I think some of the magic of human civilization happens when there's a party is not as fun when you're alone.
Yeah, no. I totally agree with you on these issues.
Do you think, from a neocortex perspective, what role does love play in the human condition?
Well, those are two separate things. From a neocortex point of view, I don't think it doesn't impact our thinking about about the neocortex. From a human condition point of view, I think it's core. I mean, we get so much pleasure out of loving people and helping people. So I'll rack it up to old brain stuff, and maybe we can throw it under the bus of evolution if you want. That's fine. It doesn't impact how I think about how we model the world. But from a humanity point of view, I think it's essential.
Well, I tend to give it to the new brain, and also I tend to think that some of aspects of that need to be engineered into AI systems, both in their ability to have compassion for other humans and their ability to maximize love in the world between humans. So I'm more thinking about the social network. So whenever there's a deep integration between AI systems and humans, so specific applications where it's AI and humans, I think that's something that's often not talked about in terms of metrics over which you try to maximize, like which metric to maximize in a system. It seems like one of the most powerful things in societies is the capacity to love.
Well, it's fascinating. I think it's a great way of thinking about it. You know, I have been thinking more of these fundamental mechanisms in the brain as opposed to the social interaction between humans and AI systems in the future, and I think if you think about that, you're absolutely right. But that's a complex system. I can have intelligent systems that don't have that component, but they're not interacting with people. You know, they're just running something or building someplace or something. I don't know. But if you think about interacting with humans, it's gonna. But it has to be engineered in there. I don't think it's gonna appear on its own.
That's a good question.
Well, we'll leave that open.
Well, in terms of from a reinforcement learning perspective, whether the darker sides of human nature or the better angels of our nature win out, statistically speaking, I don't know. I tend to be optimistic and hope that love wins out in the end. You've done a lot of incredible stuff, and your book is driving towards this fourth question that you started with on the nature of intelligence. What do you hope your legacy for people reading 100 years from now? How do you hope they remember your work? How do you hope they remember this book?
Well, I think as an entrepreneur or a scientist or any human who's trying to accomplish some things, I have a view that really all you can do is accelerate the inevitable. It's like, you know, if we didn't study the brain, someone else would study the brain. If Elon just didn't make electric cars, someone else would do it eventually. And if Thomas Edison didn't invent a light bulb, we wouldn't be using candles today. So what you can do as an individual is you can accelerate something that's beneficial and make it happen sooner than whatever. That's really it. That's all you can do. You can't create a new reality that it wasn't going to happen. So from that perspective, I would hope that our work, not just me, but our work in general, people would look back and said, hey, they really helped make this better future happen sooner. They helped us understand the nature of false beliefs sooner than we might have. Now we're so happy that we have these intelligent machines doing these things, helping us that maybe that solved the climate change problem and they made it happen sooner. So I think that's the best I would hope for. Some would say those guys just moved the needle forward a little bit in time.
Well, it feels like the progress of human civilization there's a lot of trajectories. And if you have individuals that accelerate towards one direction, that helps steer human civilization. So I think in a long stretch of time, all trajectories will be traveled, but I think it's nice for this particular civilization on Earth to travel down one that's not.
Yeah, well, I think you're right. I mean, look, we have take the whole period of World War II Nazism or something like that. Well, that was a bad sidestep, right? We went over there for a while, but there is the optimistic view about life that ultimately it does converge in a positive way. It progresses ultimately, even if we have years of darkness. So I think you can perhaps that's accelerating the positive. It could also mean eliminating some bad missteps along the way too. Mm-hmm. But I'm an optimistic in that way. Despite we talked about the end of civilization, I think we're going to live for a long time. I hope we are. I think our society in the future is going to be better. We're going to have less discord. We're going to have less people killing each other. We'll live in some sort of way that's compatible with the carrying capacity of the earth. I'm optimistic these things will happen. And all we can do is try to get there sooner.
And at the very least, if we do destroy ourselves, we'll have a few satellites orbiting that will tell alien civilization that we were once,
or maybe
here.
Our future inhabitants of Earth. Imagine we, the Planet of the Apes scenario. We kill ourselves, and a million years from now or a billion years from now, there's another species on the planet.
Curious creatures were once here.
Yeah.
Jeff, thank you so much for your work, and thank you so much for talking to me once again.
Well, actually, it's great. I love what you do. I love your podcast. You have the most interesting people, me aside. So it's a real service I think you do for. In a very broader sense for humanity, I think.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right. It's a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeff Hawkins. And thank you to Code Academy, BioOptimizers, ExpressVPN, 8Sleep, and Blinkist. Check them out in the description to support this podcast. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Camus. An intellectual is someone whose mind watches itself. I like this, because I'm happy to be both halves, the watcher and the watched. Can they be brought together? This is a practical question we must try to answer. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. You're extremely well published in a lot of the fields we began this conversation with. So you're a legit scientist, but yet you're keeping an open mind to a lot of ideas that maybe require you to take a leap outside of the conventional. So what advice would you give to young people today that are, in high school or in college, that are dreaming of having impact in science, or maybe in whatever career path that goes outside of the conventional, that really does something new?
If you believe in something, you believe that an idea is valuable, or you have an approach to something, don't let others shame you into not doing it. As I've said, shame is a societal control device to get other people to do what they want you to do rather than what you want to do. So shame sometimes is good to stop you from doing something unethical or wrong. But shame also is something that is circumscribing your environment. I've never let people who've told me, you shouldn't do that line of science, you should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking that. Give me a break. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this area? What's wrong with asking the question? Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to stop these questions. You're the person who's almost acting like a cultist. Mm-hmm. You basically have closed your mind to what the possibilities are. And if I'm not hurting anybody, and if it could lead to an advance, and if it's my time, why does it bother you? I mean, I had a very well-known scientist once tell me that I was going to hurt my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
Yeah. have a couple questions on this. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized that it feels like a lot of the progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say, this is going to hurt your career.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's actually a pretty good indicator that there's something interesting when a senior wise person tells you this is going to hurt your career. I think that's just the one as a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you this is going to hurt your career, think twice about taking their advice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's the primary thing. And the other, I tell my own students, you know, I have a lab of about 20, 30 people and it's been that big since 1992. People come and go. It's not the data that falls in line that's so interesting. It's the spot off the graph that you want to understand.
Yeah.
That's it. You want to, when something is way off the graph, that's the interesting thing because that's usually where discovery is. And the number of times that I've stopped people in my lab and said, wait a second, go back a few slides. What was that? And then it ended up being something interesting that made their careers. I could, count on a few hands.
Yeah, get excited by the extraordinary that's outside of the thing that that you've done in the past.
Right.
Just on a personal psychological level, is there, I'm sure at Stanford, I'm sure in you exploring some of these ideas, there's pressure. How do you not give in to the pressure? How do you not give in to the people that say, that push you away from these topics? That what would you said? Shame.
I just point to my successes. I say, you're the ones who told me not to start companies all this time ago. And now you're the one coming to me for advice for how to start a company.
Yeah.
Right. But from the scientific area, it's you're wanting to take something off the table that might be an explanation. How is that the scientific method?
So
I reverse shame them.
Reverse shame them. So purely with reason through conversation, you're able to do that. So it doesn't feel, because to me, it would just feel lonely. There's a community.
Yeah.
There's a community of science. And, when you're working on something that's outside a particular conventional way of thinking, it can be lonely. I mean, there's in the AI field, if you were working on neural networks in the 90s, it could be lonely.
I have met some of the most fascinating people ever that had I stayed the conventional track, I would never have met. I mean, truly.
Yeah.
Brilliant people because of this. So, it is for those worried about, well, should I step outside of my comfort zone? You're going to meet some really interesting people. And, because I'm open about this area, I'll go and give a talk, in Boston, Harvard, or MIT. And at dinner, inevitably, this subject comes up. And inevitably, somebody else at the table will admit both that they're interested or that they've seen something. And suddenly the whole tone of the conversation changes. It's kind of like there's safety in numbers. And then, or I've had people come to me afterwards, after dinner, and say, hey, I don't talk about this openly, but. So the number of scientists who know that there's something else going on is much larger than the scientific community would like to think.
That's a really powerful one, which is, I don't talk about this, openly, but here's what I believe. And you'd be surprised how many people speak like this and hold those beliefs. And I am optimistic about social media and a more connected world to reveal more and more, like us not to have these two personalities where like this public and a private one. Is there advice you can give to young people today that look at your story that's successful in many dimensions? Advice you can give to them about how to be successful in their career, successful in life, whatever path they choose?
Yes, I would say listen to advice and see it for what it is, a mirror of that person, and then map and know that your future is going to be in a zeroth principle land. And so what you're hearing today is a representation of what may have been the right principles to build upon previously, but they're likely depreciating very fast. And so I am a strong proponent that people ask for advice, but they don't take advice.
So how do you take advice properly?
It's in the careful examination of the advice. It's actually the person makes a statement about a given thing somebody should follow. The value is not doing that. The value is understanding the assumption stack they built, the assumption and knowledge stack they built around that body of knowledge. That's the value. It's not doing what they say.
Considering the advice, but digging deeper to understand the assumption stack, like the full person. It's almost, this is deep empathy, essentially, to understand the journey of the person that arrived at the advice. And the advice is just the tip of the iceberg.
That's right.
That ultimately is not the thing that gives you.
That's right.
It could be the right thing to do. It could be the complete wrong thing to do, depending on the assumption stack. So you need to investigate the whole thing. Are there been people in your startup, in your business journey, that have served that role of advice giver that's been helpful? Or do you feel like your journey felt like a lonely path, or was it one that was, of course, we all are born and die alone, but do you fundamentally remember the experience as one where you leaned on people at a particular moment of time that changed everything?
Yeah, the most significant moments of my memory, for example, like on Kilimanjaro, when Ike, some person I'd never met in Tanzania, was able to, in that moment, apparently see my soul when I was in this death match with reality.
Yes.
And he gave me the instructions, look up, step. And so there's magical people in my life that have done things like that. And I suspect they probably don't know. I probably should be better at identifying those things. But yeah, hopefully I suppose like a wisdom I would aspire to is to have the awareness and the empathy to be that for other people, and not a retail advertiser of advice, of tricks for life, but deeply meaningful and empathetic with a one-on-one context with people that it really could make a difference.
Yeah, I actually kind of I think about that sometimes. You have like a 18-year-old kid come up to you. It's not always obvious. It's not always easy to really listen to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like not the facts, but like see who that person is. I think people say that about being a parent is, you want to consider that you don't want to be the authority figure in a sense that you really want to consider that there's a special, unique human being there with a unique brain that may be brilliant in ways that you are not understanding, that you'll never be, and really try to hear that. So when giving advice, there's something to that. So both sides should be deeply empathetic about the assumption stack. I love that. Do you have advice for young people today in high school, in college, of how to live a life as nonlinear and as successful as yours?
Nonlinear.
A life that could be they could be proud of.
Well, Lex, that's a super compliment. I'm humbled by that. Actually, I would say a life they can be proud of. Honestly, one thing that I've said to people is, first, find people you love and care about them. Like, family matters to me a lot, and family means people you love and have committed to, right? So it can be whatever you mean by that, but you need to have a foundation. So find people you love and want to commit to, and do that.
because it anchors you in a way that nothing else can, right? And then you find other things, and then kind of from out there you find other kinds of things you can commit to, whether it's ideas or people or groups of people. So especially in high school, I would say don't settle on what you think you know, right? Give yourself 10 years to think about the world. Like I see a lot of high school students who seem to know everything already. And I think I did too. I think it's maybe natural, but recognize that the things you care about, you might change your perspective over time. I certainly have over time. As I was really passionate about one specific thing, and I was kind of softened. I was a big. I didn't like the Federal Reserve, right? And there's still we can have a longer conversation about monetary policy and finances, but I'm a little more nuanced in my perspective at this point. But that's one area where you learn about something, and go, I want to attack it. Build, don't destroy. Like build. Like so often the tendency is to not like something and want to go attack it. Build something to replace it.
Yeah.
Build up. Attract people to your new thing. You'll be far better, right? You don't need to destroy something to build something else. So that's, I guess, generally. And then definitely like curiosity. Follow your curiosity, and let it. Don't just follow the money.
And all of that, like you said, is grounded in family, friendship, and ultimately love.
Yes.
Which is a great way to end it. Travis, you're one of the most impactful people in the engineering and the computer science in the human world. So I truly appreciate everything you've done. And I really appreciate that you would spend your valuable time with me. It was an honor.
It was a real pleasure for me. I appreciate that.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Travis Oliphant. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with something that in the programming world is called Hutchinson's Law. Every sufficiently advanced Lisp application will eventually be re-implemented in Python. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. What advice would you give to young folks, whether we're talking about sport, like excelling, becoming great at grappling, becoming great at fighting, becoming great at whatever sport they take on, or at life in general, whether they're maybe in high school or in college? What advice would you give them to excel at that thing they take on?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this because I'm only 26. So
you're at the top.
You said giving advice to young people. For me, I think the two biggest things are find something that you're both talented in and you enjoy. I think that if you enjoy something but you're terrible at it, it's going to be hard for you to be successful in life in that given area. And it's going to be hard to do something for long amounts of time if you're talented at it but you don't enjoy doing it. It's easy to come in and train hard for a month or for 2 months or for a year. You can be very talented at it, but if you come in, it's a different story to come in every day for 5 years in a row, for 10 years in a row, for 15 years in a row. So I think finding something that you're both talented in and something you enjoy are probably the two biggest things for me.
How do you find the joy in it? So you've been training insane amount, a lot. You've been doing it for a long time. Is there ways to rediscover the joy in it?
Yeah, for me initially, it was just learning new stuff. You come in as a white belt, and every day you see a different move, and you're like, oh man, that's awesome. And then when I started to compete more seriously towards my professional career, it was the joy of doing camps and seeing the result of those camps and beating high-level athletes. And then it got to a point where I've beaten all the high-level athletes already, so who am I going to compete against? So now for me, the joy is just being the best athlete I can possibly be until I reach my prime, which I'm hoping is somewhere between 35 and 40. So instead of competing against the other athletes, I would be bored already because I already beat all the rest of the guys. But I know that now. I know that I can be better in a year from now or 2 years from now than I am today. And that for me is exciting.
By the way, is there some aspect of teaching that's exciting to you?
Yeah.
Because you become a better and better teacher over the years.
Yeah. I definitely, I enjoy teaching, and I used to teach, a lot before I met John, and then I met John and I was like, yeah, I just have no idea how to teach. So that's like a completely different element, of the sport. Doing things and being good at doing things, or being good at winning, and actually being able to communicate those skills and knowledge to a vast amount of people is two completely different things.
George, advice for young people like yourself?
Well, first I would tell them, find what you want to become, what you want to do. And long term, use certain things maybe sometimes you don't love, but where you want to propel yourself in the future. Not what your parent, your friend wants you to become, what you want to become. So once you find it, you cannot doing it by yourself. Everything that is big achievement in life, we cannot doing it by ourselves. So what I would say is, second thing is, try to build up your team, and try to build up your team to be able to achieve your goal of people that are competent and people that you trust. You need both competency and trust. I see a lot of people sometimes in business, for example, they hire people that they trust, but they turns out to be incompetent. So now you have to fire a friend, or otherwise your business is going down. It's the same problem if you do the opposite. You hire someone that is competent, but you cannot trust. He's gonna screw you, So it's very important to stay away from the negative, build up your team, people you trust and that are competent. And I would say the third one is to work hard, to sacrifice yourself. Yeah, you have to go through hell sometime, but you have to see the light at the end of it, to keep your dream in mind is going to give you the motivation to go through the tough time. It's nothing easy to go work is nothing you can accomplish without hard work. The fourth one, I would say, to invest on yourself constantly. If you do not invest on yourself, on whatever you are, in which business and sport, the game will catch up to you. For example, if you become champion at something and you stop improving, the other guys that are trying to be champion, they're going to catch up to you. So you need to invest on yourself. And most athletes, they make the mistake when they start to having money, they buy luxury stuff. And that's one thing I didn't do. When I start making money, I was investing on traveling to New York, training with John Gordon and the guys to learn what is new in the game of jiu-jitsu. I used to go in Thailand, train Muay Thai, in Los Angeles to perfect my boxing skill. So instead of taking that money to buy me jewelry, cars, and to do what a lot of guys do, because it's a mistake, I invested on myself because I know there were people coming, they don't want my place, so I didn't want them to catch me. And the last one I would say, it seems weird, I would say to give back. And it's not because I'm a nice guy. And it's not that, I don't say that to look good. I say that when you make it, it creates opportunity where you can help certain group of people. But when I say give back, not give back to everybody, to anybody. Give back only to the cause that you want. I give back, not because I'm a nice guy. It's kind of selfish. I only give back to the people that I want to give back. Because I give back to them, and I know that if I'm more successful, I'm going to be able to give back to people I love, to the cause that count for me. So it brings me more motivation because I don't compete for myself anymore. I compete to help people I love in a way. So when you reach the top in your game, you need to find new motivation. If you're satisfied, is the end of it. Your success will go down. So you need to find new motivation. What can motivate you? What do you want? Oh, I want to help this, so I need to be successful. I want to, you need to find reason what do you want to do with your success. So when I say give back, it's not because I'm necessarily, it's not to look like a nice guy. It's to keep your motivation to be able to keep climbing the ladder even more.
That's beautiful, George. John?
First off, the two responses given so far cover, I think, the most important things already. Gordon talked about the need for an underlying passion and enjoyment. If you don't have that, you're not going to have the longevity that is required. In order to build skills, which is ultimately everything's going to come down to your ability to build skills, you've got to have some kind of underlying passion and enjoyment, which will keep you in the game long enough to build world championship skills. It's going to take a minimum of 5 years and quite possibly considerably longer than that. George talked about the idea of community. You're not going to make it by yourself. So you've got to be able to build people around you and build a trusting environment around you to develop those skills. What I would add to the excellent points that both already raised alludes to what I said at the start of this podcast. You've got to be able to identify some kind of undervalued elements in whatever industry you're in and show the world what their true value is. In addition, you can't go through life doing the same things as everybody else and expecting to get different results. This is straightforwardly irrational, and worse, it's even arrogant. It's essentially the statement that I'm going to do the same thing as everyone else, but I believe I'm different. And so they'll work for me, but they didn't work for everyone else. That's like saying, no, I'm special. No, you're not special. We're all pretty much the same. And in order to be special, you're going to have to exhibit skills that other people simply don't have. Thirdly, I would say if you want to become something truly impressive in life, you've got to be able to focus on one or two things that you do better than anyone else in your industry. You can't learn everything, but you can pick one or two skills, and the more innovative those skills are, the better, and you can truly excel at them. For example, at the peak of his career, no one in the world was better than Georges St Pierre at integrating striking and takedowns. No one in the world was better at integrating grappling and striking on the ground. He had two things that he could confidently say he was the best in the world at. Was he the best at every MMA skill? Nope. But he was absolutely the best at those two skills. And those two skills were skills which he used throughout his career to win the vast majority of his matches. Gordon Ryan, at the onset of his career, could confidently say, there's no one in the world better than me at leg locks. He could also say there's no one better in the world than me at late stage defense to submission holds across the board. As he went through his career, he started adding more and more elements. It's gotten to an extraordinary degree now where you could absolutely say he's the best at guard passing, the best at guard retention. The list just keeps going on. And that goes back to what Gordon said earlier about keeping things interesting over time, because we're always introducing new skill sets. The day you start saying, I'm satisfied with my skill set, is the day you get bored. And boredom to an athlete is a precursor to death by boredom. As long as you're still growing in those directions, you'll stay in the game for very long periods of time. So the main thing I would add to these statements by Gordon and George is this idea of finding something which is currently undervalued and showing the world what its true value is. Understanding that you can't just use the same training methodologies as everyone else and somehow expect to be different from everyone else. You've got to almost every great rise in human civilization, whether it be groups of people or individuals, required some kind of innovation. You've got to look for that new angle. Okay, Georges St Pierre found it with shoot boxing early on in his career. Gordon Ryan found it with leg locks early on in his career, and they branched out from that angle. Add to this the idea that you want to become the absolute best in the world in your industry in one or two things that make a difference. Find out what they are and focus on those things, and you'll go far.
John, Gordon, George, this is an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for your extremely valuable time, George. As somebody who's become famous in part by commenting on people's performance, how do you think we did? How would you evaluate our performance today?
I'm not impressed by your performance.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John.
Loved it. I've learned all the time. I've talked to you guys. It's great. I loved it. I was very stimulated. And really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was something I really was looking forward to. I was hoping that we'd get together. It's so rare that at the same time in history there would be some of the greats together, and the fact that you guys would be willing to come together and talk like this is awesome. And that Gordon would even wear a cowboy hat. I mean, this is just historic. This is like Churchill getting together with whoever, you know.
This is great and all, but the next one is just going to be us just quizzing John on which animals would win in fights.
Yes,
for the whole 3 hours.
It'll be just so we'll invite Joe, and it'll just be we'll make it a systematic.
It'll be a
analysis.
debate between Joe and John on which animal would win.
John and I, we have a thing that we send each other footage all the time of animal fight where we are very intrigued about animal fight.
I get them at like 3:30 a.m. on Instagram. He's like, check this out.
Like a rhino taking like a pig, like literally. Like,
and it's not always fair.
No, it's not ever. But interesting stuff. If people would see what we send, the stuff that
they would judge you harshly.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much, guys. This was awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with George St. Pierre, John Donahar, and Gordon Ryan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. There's nothing outside yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything is within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. So I know you're 21. So asking you for advice is a little bit funny, but at the same time not, because you've created a social network. You've created a startup from nothing, as we talked about earlier. Like, without knowing how to program, you've programmed. I mean, you've taken this whole journey that a lot of people, I think, would be really inspired by. So given that, and given the fact that 20 years from now, you probably laugh at the advice you're going to give now.
Absolutely. I hope so. If I don't laugh at the advice I give now, something went desperately wrong, right?
Yeah. So do you have advice for people that want to follow in your footsteps and create a startup, whether it's in software app domain or whether it's anything else?
So I'll speak specifically about social media apps.
Yes.
Try to keep it as narrow as possible so I can laugh as little as possible when I'm 41. And what I would say is that if you're like a 21, 22-year-old who's looking at me and being like, I want to do something like this, what I would say is you probably know better than just about anyone. And if you have a feeling in yourself that this is something that I have to do, and this is something I could imagine myself doing for the next 10 years, because if you're successful, you are going to have to do it for the next 10 years. And through the ups and the downs, through the amazing interviews with Lex and through the not so amazing articles you might have with other people, right? And you're going to have to ride those highs and lows, and you have to believe in what you're doing. But if you have that feeling, what I would say is listen to as few people as possible, because people are experts in domains. But when it comes to like what's hot and what makes sense in a social context, you are the authority as a young person who's going through these things and living in your sort of milieu. And I mean, I've talked to, at this point, so many experts, yeah. So many investors, VCs. So you'd be amazed at the advice I've gotten.
So there's like a minefield of bad advice.
That's the hardest part, I think, for young people. And it's the thing when people like, I help Yellies all the time who ask, like, I never turn down when a founder asks me to have a conversation. I never turn it down. I'm always there for them. And the number one thing I worry about is that at Yale, we're taught implicitly and explicitly that you listen to the adult in the room, you listen to the person with the highest, pay grade. Yeah. And
it's devastating because that's how innovation dies. And,
yeah, it's intimidating to like, you talk to VC who probably made
it's worth $1 billion.
Yeah, $1 billion. And they're going to tell you, all the successful startups they helped fund, or even just a successful business owner is going to tell you some advice. And it's hard psychologically to think that they might be wrong. Yeah, but you're saying that's the only way you succeed.
The only way you can succeed, because if they knew what they were doing, they would have built it themselves. And what's especially hard is people go, "Oh, of course, I'll listen to their advice, but I'll know why it's wrong."
Yeah,
and then I'll do my own thing, and that sounds great in the abstract, but sometimes you can't always even put your finger on why they're wrong.
Yeah,
and I think to have the conviction to say you're wrong, and I can't tell you why. But I still think I'm right.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rare thing, especially at it's very counterintuitive. And you might even say it's hubris or arrogant. But I think it's necessary because a lot of these things they're not things that you can really put into words until you see them in action. Like a lot of them are kind of happy accidents.
Yeah, it's been tough for me. Like as a person who, I'm very empathetic. So when people tell me stuff, I kind of want to understand them. And it's been a painful process, especially people close to me. Basically everything I've done, especially in the recent few years, a lot of people close to me said not to do.
Yeah.
And my parents too, that's been a hard one, is to basically acknowledge to myself that you don't know, you don't, that everything you're going to say by way of advice for me is not going to be helpful. I love my parents very much, but they're just they don't get it. And as you put it beautifully, it's very difficult to put your finger on exactly why, because a lot of advice sounds reasonable.
That's the worst kind.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it sounds really good, that just means it's an earworm. That's like a song that you hear on the radio, and then you're like, you're humming it in the car, and it's it's the same thing. The better it sounds, the more skeptical.
Yeah, reason is a bad drug. You should be very careful, because the things that seem impossible. Every major innovation, every major business seems impossible at birth. But even not just the impossible things. I think, you look at love, for example. It's very easy to give advice to sort of point out all the ways it can go wrong, or marriage, all the divorces that people go through, all the pain of years that you go through the divorce, the system of marriage, the marriage industrial complex, all the money that's wasted, all those kinds of things. But that advice is useless when you're in love. The point is to just pat the person on the back and say, "Go get him, kid." What is it? Good Will Hunting. I went to see about a girl.
Yeah.
That's a good movie.
I love that movie.
But yeah, that took me a long time to figure out. I'm still trying to fight through it, but especially when you're young, that's hard. But nothing in life is worth accomplishing is easy. So,
but I think it's really interesting you make that connection between startup advice and your parents, because it's the exact same sort of mechanism where when you're young, your parents are usually right.
Yeah.
Right. And the experts are usually right. And, if you listen to them and you follow their orders, you're going to go to a school like Yale.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, it stops making sense. And I've seen my friends at Yale go down paths because they just continued listening to their parents that I know in their heart of hearts is not the right path for them.
Yeah. You know what? That's how I see the education system. The whole point is to guide you to a certain point in your life, and everybody's point is different. And your task is to, at that point, to have a personal revolution. and create your own path.
But no one tells you that.
Nobody tells you that because they want you to keep following the same path as they're leading you towards. Like they're not going to say your whole job is to eventually rebel.
Yeah,
that's how rebellion works. You're not supposed to be told, but that is the task. They can take you just like you said, and depending who you are, they can take you really far. But at a certain point, you have to rebel. That could be getting a PhD. Something? That could be in your undergrad. That could be high school.
Yeah, it could be at any point. One thing that I think played a pretty pivotal role, and I've never really mentioned this. He might not even know, the person I'm about to tell you about, in sort of me actually going out and making Librex, was that I was taking this graduate level math class, I think my sophomore year. And I met this PhD student who was also in it and had considerable citations and also startup experience. And I think he actually ended up being the CTO of a unicorn later on. I've sort of lost touch with him, but we're still Facebook friends, as it is in the 21st century, right? So, and I was in a class and I was telling him, I really want to make this thing, but I have no technical background. And this guy's a computer genius. He worked under Dan Spielman at Yale. So he's a good guy, right? And we were doing some math together. We were doing something on discrepancy, for those of you who really care about math. So combinatorics. And he just turns to me and he's like, I think you could do it. I'm like, what do you mean you think I could do it? He's like, I think you could do it. Yeah. And I was like, really? But I respected this guy so much. His name was Young Duck. Shout out to Young Duck. I respected this guy so much that I was like, if Young Duck says I can do it, and Young Duck is a legit genius, and he knows me, because we were in 2 classes together and we spent a lot of time together. If he thinks I can do it, then who am I to say I can't do it?
Yeah, that's a lesson for mentorship. Is like,
by the way, he has no idea, probably.
Well, he might not even remember that interaction, which is funny. But the point is that when a crazy young kid comes up to you with a crazy dream, every once in a while, you should just pat him on the back and say, I believe in you. Like, you can do it. If they look up to you, that means your words have power. And if you say, no, come on, be like reasonable, like, finish your schoolwork kind of thing, like that's unreasonable to take that leap now, just finish your education, blah, 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 whatever the reasonable advice is. Every once in a while, maybe often, as a mentor, you should say, go see about a girl in California, or whatever the equivalent is.
That was my moment. That was my Good Will Hunting moment.
It's your Good Will Hunting moment. Oh man, I miss Robin Williams. That was a special guy. Is there advice that you would give to young people today about life, about career, about how they can help a world where 53% are living under authoritarian governments, but in general, a world that's full of injustice, but also full of opportunity?
Just thinking about my own upbringing, I went to a public school here, and we never learned about money. It was never part of our curriculum. Even personal finances was not part of our curriculum. You could take like an optional course to learn about like business or something. And I think that would be really valuable as a young person or as a teenager to start incorporating into your children's lives is like a curiosity about what is money. I think would be very healthy, regardless of what path that takes them down. Because we don't think about it enough, either from an administrative sort of personal finance thing about like responsibility, or more fundamentally, like, what is it and who creates it? Where did it come from? Both of those things are very important. So my advice to a young person would be to get to the point where you feel like you can answer the question, what is money?
So you ultimately see money as kind of power and freedom and a mechanism of sovereignty.
It is so core to everything. The United States, whether you want to call it the Pax Americana, the empire, the hyperpower, whatever you want to call this moment in time where the U.S. is dominant around the world, it is because of the fact that we have this petrodollar system where we are able to force the Saudis and other oil-producing nations to sell their oil in dollars. That is really inescapable, inseparable from our power. And that's very rarely talked about. And it's very important to understand. So yeah, if young people could start thinking about that stuff, it'd be good.
I remember being, it sounds silly to say, but I remember being really uncomfortable that I was dependent on my parents at a young age for like financial.
Well, you need to be 18 to have a bank account or whatever.
Right.
One of the people that we supported at Href through we do software development funding for people in Bitcoin, open source projects. And he's one of the guys we funded is this very young, smart sort of prodigy. He's like 17. But one of the reasons he got into Bitcoin was because he wanted to have control of his money when he was like 14.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think in history, people who invented all kinds of incredible contributions to science or math, I mean, a lot of them did it before they were 15.
Yeah.
So think about that maturity that is capable and possible in many people. Like I've participated in some of the sort of selection processes for like the Teal Fellowship, which is like really amazing. Like these people who are 14, 15, 16, who don't need to go to college. They're already like so smart, they can figure it out, but they wouldn't be allowed to have a bank account, right? So, hey, that's kind of cool. Like now you have a permissionless money. You can open up yourself without permission from your parents. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's fascinating to me. I feel like I would have loved my parents more
if you had a little more separation.
If I had freedom to fully realize myself, because I felt like I was a little bit trapped by, I don't know, it's not explicit, right? It's a little bit, it's like a subtle push that you're somehow dependent on them. I mean, part of that is like, I think it actually very much has to do not talking about money. Like, what does it take to operate as an individual entity in this world? Like knowing that when you're 10 years old, knowing that when you're very young, so that then you see how amazing it is to have the support of your parents until you're 18. Like have that freedom. Have the freedom to appreciate the value your parents bring, and at the same time, the freedom to leave in some capacity to carve your own path. I mean, like just all of that. I think for weirdos like me, especially because I was a very non-traditional path, that I think it would be very empowering, and certainly it would be empowering in the third world too.
Not just weirdos like you. Yeah, I was going to mention one of the people I got who taught me about Bitcoin. Her name is Roya Mahbub. She's an Afghan technology CEO. And in 2013, she started paying her employees in Bitcoin because they were not allowed to open bank accounts, the women that worked for her. She started the country's first female, like all-female software company. And if they brought cash home, their like husbands or uncles or brothers would steal it from them. There's like a power, patriarchal dominance thing going on. But they had phones, and she was able to pay them in Bitcoin, and no one knew, and it gave them that power. And that's always stuck in my mind as a very interesting effect of this kind of thing, of permissionless money, like that it can be an empowerment tool. So absolutely.
So in your own personal life, where did the deep concern for the suffering in the world come from? Where was that born?
I was going to be an engineer, actually. And then in 2003, we invaded Iraq, and I got very interested in why we did that as a nation. And I switched my focus of study to like international relations. And that's how I kind of went down the kind of political science, democracy rabbit hole, and ended up getting a job at the Human Rights Foundation. So that I'm very much a child of like 9/11 and the Iraq War. Those are the two really formative events for me personally.
Can you break that apart a little bit? Like, what illusion about this world was broken apart by the invasion of Iraq?
Well, I think, first of all, 9/11 just shifted the world dynamics completely from a focus on big power politics between the US, Russia, and China to this new threat of Islamic terror. And a lot of it, we learned later, a lot of the things we did were manufactured, choreographed. Like there were no WMDs in Iraq. Like the reason our rulers said we needed to invade and destroy this country was a lie. And that I think has really been forgotten. Like I think a lot of like the Zoomers like today don't really know a lot about that time period. I mean, it was pretty crazy. Unanimously, I mean, Democrat, Republican, like Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, like, and the Republicans, everybody wanted to invade this country. And it's a confusing time. There's a really good book by Ian McEwan called Saturday, a fiction book that takes place during, I think, 2003. And it's one day in the life of a doctor in London. It's really good, though, to revisit this time because he has characters in the book, one of whom is very pro-war and one of them is very against war. Basically, he, the father himself, is pro-war and his son is against it. And they have all these debates. And it's nice to go back to revisit, but that time it's really crazy. And it really showed you that like the media could be captured into like helping promote this idea of like invading another country. So I was very curious about why we did it and like who was pulling the strings and what are the reasons that we went. And what's really interesting is that like I took all these courses on it, interviewed all these decision makers, whether they were like neocons or whatever, different people who were involved. And the whole like dollar reserve currency thing like really never came up until like I learned about it more recently because of Bitcoin. Like, and today when I look back, it seems kind of obvious that the reason we invaded Iraq was because Saddam Hussein wanted to sell oil in euros. This seems really obvious when you go back and look at the chronology of it. And we were like, no, we actually don't want you to sell dollars in euros because that would threaten the dollar. So we're going to invade you, and then you're not going to do it, and then no one else is going to like sell dollars in euros, just oil in euros, right? I guess you could say the same thing about Gaddafi, but we as a nation have very much protected our reserve currency. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, actually, one of the things that Bitcoin community has motivated me to do is to look back to the histories that I have studied myself from just even the 2 world wars, the history of the 20th century from a perspective of the monetary system, of money. And it's interesting. It's interesting to look at human history in the context of money.
And can't we be patriotic and be pro-America, but like not want the petrodollar? Like I should be proud of my country. Why do we need to be propping up the Saudis? Why do we need to be, threatening to invade other countries if they sell their oil for a different currency? I think we can be just as powerful as we are today, if not more powerful in a Bitcoin world. If you think about the infrastructure Americans are building, all the innovations we're building, all the wealth we have, I think we'll be fine. Better than fine, and we won't have these horrible negative externalities. It's really an optimistic vision for the future.
I thought we learned the lesson of 9/11 and the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. But
we're leaving, and Biden announced we're leaving Afghanistan this year. Yeah, 20 years for what? The Taliban are going to take over again.
Well, I mean, that's at least a good. This the longest war, right?
The forever wars.
I feel like the past 20 years or whatever it is, 18 years, 19 years, we've been very skeptical about invading other countries. We've been skeptical about military intervention in other nations.
Well, our leaders certainly haven't. What do we have, like 7 active wars right now? And neither the Russians and the Chinese, everybody's starting to invade everybody else.
I mean, so yes, but I meant to a degree that I was worried about like conflicts with hot conflicts with Iran, with North Korea, those kinds of things.
Sure.
That there was not as much warmongering as I was afraid about. But yes, you're absolutely right. We're still there's a big presence by the United States and other nations and across the world that's military. The military industrial complex is a thing that has huge detrimental ripple effects throughout the entirety of our governments.
Yeah, so the big question is, how do we prevent the rise of this like authoritarian surveillance state in China, while at the same time kind of diffusing the military-industrial complex on our side? That, to me, is like the biggest challenge of our time. I don't have the answer, but we should keep digging.
Yeah, I believe there's a technological innovations. You're suggesting that perhaps one of the technological innovations is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin's a big part of it, yeah.
On the money side, I think the information side, there's innovations that are open, that's possible. And the political side, I'm the most skeptical about. I just feel like there's, without hot wars, that we don't seem to make any kind of progress. Bureaucracies just grow, corruption and greed grow, and human nature does not do well in the political arena. So I hope technology can outpace the darker sides of human nature. Is there advice you can give to young people today, high schoolers, college students, trying to figure out their career, trying to figure out their life? Advice on how to succeed in either?
Yeah, I think one thing I was always interested in when I was teaching was like you'd have students who had like interests, they had what they were good at, and sometimes those ran in unison with one another, other times they didn't. And it was always interesting to me when you'd have a student who's like, I'm really into like, guitar, or I'm really into skateboarding or something like that, where it's like pretty small like success rate on that avenue versus what you can maybe accomplish by focusing on just something like a little more standard. And I think like really like besides the likelihood of it becoming something you can turn into a profession or not, you should just ask yourself, like, is this something that I want to spend my free time doing? And because if it is, then you want to keep that in your life, because that's something that's rewarding, motivating. It might be the catalyst that gets you out of bed in the morning and, go to another job in order to go do that thing afterwards. And I think nowadays we're getting to a point where like your reachability from even a really small, like unmonetized thing previously is now an option, where if like you live in a city where there's only 2 other people interested in your topic of area, so you're not gonna be able to turn it into a job. Now with the internet, you have the world at your disposal. So that 2 to 3 people in every town can turn into thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of people. And if you really focus your time and energy into that thing, then who knows where you can go and how much more enjoyable your life can be if you're able to turn your career into a passion of yours. So I think like that is something I would tell people, focus on that.
See the thing you're good at, and it kind of sparks that flame, and go with that, even if society doesn't really want you to. Like it's non-traditional, and the odds are low of like traditionally defined success. Just do that thing. I've struggled with that. It's like it was always clear, especially like in school, there's stuff I'm actually good at and stuff that the world wants me to do.
Right. Yeah.
And I kept
the
doing
world wanted me to be a plumber when I took that test my sophomore year.
Yeah, right. But even like academically, just going to university and academia, there are certain ways, even in I would say, even in the thing you want to do, the way you do that thing, the world will want you to do it a certain way. And even just like finding your way of doing that thing is really powerful. Like for me, the way I do research, the way I learn is different than colleagues of mine. And I've realized that I really like to follow things I'm passionate about versus sort of the rigor of studying like the fundamentals all across the board and building up and castle on the fundamentals, like layer upon layer. Just there's a bunch of details in the way I pursue the very thing that I currently do that's different than others. And it took me quite a long time to accept, like, you don't need to do it the way everyone else is doing it. It doesn't, not everyone else, but majority of people are telling you to do it. Because 1, it's beneficial to do it different, because then you'll more likely stand out. And 2, like, why the hell are you doing it the way it's not working for you?
Yeah. And I saw that all the time when I was teaching. I was dual certified. I was my certifications were in history and broad field social studies, so like econ, psychology, history, all that stuff. And then I also had a certification in special education, which was, people think of special education a lot of times as like, oh, it's the the kid who is not smart enough to do the regular thing, when in reality it's like, I mean, there is some, there's obviously like, like certain things like Down syndrome and stuff like that. But like, there's also like a huge population of groups of both like gifted and talented on one end of the spectrum, where they're incredibly smart and they're like the geniuses. But for whatever reason, the standard method of learning does not click with them, does not work with them. And then they just need a slightly different path, or maybe a drastically different path, and they're going to just flourish. And you have kids that end up falling on the other end, where, maybe it's really difficult for them to be able to read at the speed of other students, but if you give them this specific direction, they can just thrive in a certain area. And just seeing that, like that there's multiple ways to do stuff, and there's not necessarily one path to the end, is, I think, such an eye-opening thing to learn, especially if you learn. Maybe that's what I should answer the question that you asked me with, is, keep an open mind as to what paths there are forward, and know that, maybe just because even if you look to your left and you look to your right and all your classmates are successful doing it one way, it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the way for you.
Yeah. So that could land you in eating a meat-based diet, running across the country, like the incredible madman that you are, Zach. I'm a huge fan. As I told you many times, you're an inspiration to many. I'll be there checking in every day. If you somehow make it out the starting line on September 1st, I know Joe Rogan and millions of others will be as well. So I'm excited to see all the suffering that you're going to go through. I wish you the best of luck. And thank you so much for talking today. I really, really appreciate it.
Well, thanks a bunch, Lex. It's been an honor to come on your podcast. I've been a fan of it for quite some time. And I thought about wearing a white suit, but Michael Malice already took care of that one. So it was off the...
Well, and I think it'll be really good for the ratings of this conversation if you end up dying during that run. So
I'll do my best.
So the everything that could happen will be positive for the world.
So you're saying I should try to average 100 miles a day?
100 miles. Well, I think you're going to push yourself to. Again, it's not the main priority, but it's trying to beat that record. That's probably going to take everything you have, and that's truly inspiring. I wish you the best of luck, man.
Thanks a bunch.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Zach Bitter, and thank you to Ladder, Belcampo, Noom, and BetterHelp. Check them out in the description to support this podcast. And now, let me leave you with some words from Steve Prefontaine. I'm going to work so that it's a pure guts race at the end. And if it is, I'm the only one who can win it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Do you have advice for young people about career, about life, people in high school, people in college, of how to live a life they can be proud of?
So what I like to do is tell people, don't plan it, because I didn't plan anything. Everything I did was one step at a time. You don't have to plan. I just found things that were interesting to me. And so my father was a doctor, and he wanted me to be a doctor, but I was not interested in taking care of people. I learned that, but I couldn't say no to him. So, I was a biology major in college, and I graduated, and I didn't have anything to do. So I liked science, so I got a job in the lab. And it was very exciting, and that led to everything else that I've done, one step at a time. And I think the most important thing you can do, well, there are two important things. You can be really curious all the time. You mentioned curiosity. I think curiosity is essential. You have to be curious about everything. And if you are, you're never going to be bored.
Yeah.
And so people who say they're bored, I say, you are not curious. You should just think about things and say, look at something and say, how does that work? Or what is it doing? And how did it get there? And you'll never be bored. And the other thing is, when you find something, which may take time, it's fine. You have to be passionate about it. You have to put everything into it. And that's what I did with viruses. So I think they're amazing. And I tell my classes, I love viruses. They're amazing. And people think I'm morbid because obviously they kill people, and I shouldn't love something but that's not the point. That's not what I mean. I love them in the way they have emerged and how they work and so forth, and all that we don't know about them. So you need to be curious and passionate, and don't plan too much, and just find something that you don't call a job. Because someone said on the live stream last week, I wish I had a job I liked as much as you. And I said, it's not a job. I never looked at it as a job. It's my vocation. It's my passion. If it's a job, then you're not going to like it.
Yeah. Something that doesn't feel like a job.
On this subject.
In your childlike, open-minded excitement and approach to science, you're, I think, to anyone listening to this, truly inspiring. I mean, the question I think is useful to ask is by way of advice for young people. A lot of young people listen to this, whether from all over the world, and teenagers, undergraduate students, even graduate students, even even young faculty, even older faculty. They're all young at heart. Like, there's many of us young at heart. Do you have advice let's focus on the traditionally defined sort of young folks like undergraduate. Do you have advice to give to young people like that today about life, maybe in general, maybe a life of curiosity in the sciences?
Definitely. Well, first I should confess that I enjoy working with young people much more than with senior people. And the reason is they don't carry a baggage of prejudice.
Yes.
They're not so self-centered. They're open to exploration. my advice, I mean, one of the lessons that took me a while to learn, and I should say I lost important opportunities as a result of that, so that I would regard it as a mistake on my behalf, was to believe experts, so quote unquote. On a number of occasions, I would come up with an original idea and then suggest it to an expert, someone that works in the same field for a while, and the expert would dismiss it, most of the time because it's new and was not explored, not because of the merit. And then what happened to me several times is that someone else would listen to the conversation or would hear me suggesting it, and I would give up because the expert said no. And then that someone else, would develop it so that it becomes the hottest thing in this field. And once it happened to me multiple times, I then realized, the hell with the experts. They don't know what they're talking. They are just repeating the.
Yes,
they don't think creatively. They are being threatened by innovation. Okay, and it's the natural reaction of someone that cares about their ego more than about the matter that we are discussing. And so I said, I don't care how many likes I have on Twitter. I don't care whether the experts say one thing or another. I will basically exercise my judgment and do the best I can. Turns out that I'm wrong. I made a mistake. That's part of the scientific endeavor. And it took me a while to recognize that, and it was a lot of wasted opportunities. So to the young people, I would recommend, don't listen to experts. Carve your own path. Now, of course, you will be wrong. You should learn from experience, just like kids do. Mm-hmm. But do it yourself.
Do you have advice for young people, speaking of being excited about and hopeful about the future world? Do you have advice for young people today in computer science world, and software engineering world, and crypto world, but maybe in any world whatsoever, for life, how to pick a career or how to live life in general?
I think the thing that young people should do is not any one specific thing for any one specific young person. I think what they should do is what they won't be able to do in the later stages of their life.
Yeah.
And the way, in my opinion, from a framework point of view, to think about that is that the amount of obligations and the amount of time that a person has seems to just diminish over time, right? So the amount of free time they have, right? So you start your job, you get a bunch of responsibilities, something with your partner or spouse, more responsibilities, kids, probably even more responsibilities. And soon enough, the time that you have to educate yourself, to travel, to, experience the world, however, create whatever creative endeavor you're interested in, slowly but surely disappears. I think this is something that, young people don't fully realize. They assume that the world as it is now and the amount of free time that they have to travel, to educate themselves, to make new friends, to do all these things will somehow maybe diminish by 10%. It won't diminish by 10%. It'll diminish by 90%.
Yeah.
And the 10% that you have, you'll be resting to get back to work and get things done. So
yeah,
what I think young people should do, and this is why it's very different for each of them, right? I can't tell young people, hey, you should study philosophy, travel, and start your own enterprise to achieve something worthwhile in the world, right? That might be something that's good for me with my values and my kind of worldview, but for other people might be something else. I think the way that they should conceptualize it is, imagine if over the next 10, 12 years, the amount of choice that you had about what you could do was cut down by 90%. What would you, and this is, copying from this kind of Jeff Bezos regret minimization framework. Mm-hmm. In that framework, it's like, what would I regret not doing at 80? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of meant to create this long-term view and make these decisions now that'll get you to a long-term future that you can look back on and be proud of your life, right? What I think young people should do is they should say to themselves, look, if I never get the chance to travel for as long as I live, assuming that after 25, after 27, after 29, that's the case, how will I feel about that? If I never get to start a company after 25, after I get married, after I have kids, how will I feel about that? And whatever they feel the worst about is what they should do. Whatever they feel like when they say to themselves, you know, if I don't travel now, I will never travel. And they feel horrible about that. They just have an overwhelming fear and disgust at themselves in that type of state at 25, 27, 29. That's what they should do. And they shouldn't listen to anybody else. Let me put it to you this way. If you're really smart, you're going to make it anyway. There's a lot of people putting a lot of pressure on you because they're afraid whether you're going to make it. If you're really smart, you're going to make it anyway. If you're not really smart, you're screwed anyway. So
either way, just relax with it and use your time well to do the things you would most regret not doing. That's really fascinating.
I wouldn't say relax. I would say very much cherish the free time, the discretionary time that you have from the age of 18 to maybe 25.
Yeah.
Because at 25, everyone's going to start looking at each other and asking, what have I achieved? Like my friends have achieved, I haven't achieved. And then by the time you get to 30, you're going to look at each other again and go, well, my friends have a family or a company or a PhD or a whatever. What do I have? And the pressure will just increase. And it'll increase so much that even if you want to go and do the fun thing, it will not be fun because the pressure of comparing yourself to your friends at 25 or your peers at 30 will be so great that it will no longer be normal for you to be in a hostel at 30, you know, kind of like living it up, right? And this is why I also can't tell you specifically what it is. For me, it was getting an education in philosophy that was rigorous and in depth. It was traveling, and it was starting an enterprise that I thought that was worthwhile, that I directed, that I could make into something great. That's what it was for me. For other people, it might be something with a band. It might be something with painting. It might be an education. You by the way, should not assume that your ability to get an education will improve. Mm-hmm. All of those responsibilities will take away your ability to get an education. Mm-hmm. So if you value having an education, if you value being a deeply educated, well-rounded person with a wide array of knowledge on a wide array of topics, capitalism will force you to specialize. That's what it's good at. It's going to take you, it's going to fashion you into a very specific tool for most people, into a very specific set of tasks. If you want to have an education in something, get it now. If you want to travel somewhere, travel there now. If you want to, do some kind of creative endeavor that you doubt whether you'll have time for in the future, do it now. You won't have time for it in the future. You won't have time to read philosophy books all day, unfortunately. You won't have time to fly to, Italy and kind of hang out with people. If you're serious about your life, you're going to get more responsibilities. You're going to get more stuff to do. And so my advice to you is do not piss away this rare, unique, discretionary time. And if your friends are, get new friends. Get smarter friends. Get people who are using the limited time they have better.
Yeah.
That's my advice.
So it's just to quickly comment. It's brilliant, to reframe high school and undergraduate college education. Sometimes people want to quickly get it over with, but one thing I remember thinking, and it's very true about high school, is one of the only times in your life you'll get a chance to truly get a broad education. You don't often think of it that way, but it's a chance to really enjoy learning things that are outside of the specialty that you'll eventually end up with. And that's how college education is. And on a more fun side, I played music, I did martial arts, and we offline mentioned played video games. I find it fascinating and brilliant what you said, which is the world will not give you a chance to truly enjoy many of these things and truly get value from many of those things once you get older. I find it exceptionally difficult to enjoy video games now.
There's so much stuff to do. There's so much
stuff.
responsibility.
And at the time when I played Elder Scrolls and Baldur's Gate and Diablo 2, and at the time I thought maybe that was a waste of time. But now looking back, I realize, because I always thought, let me get the career first and then I'll have a chance to play video games. That's the way I was thinking. It was a waste of time because I should really progress on the career and then I'll have time to play video games. No, the reality is that was really fulfilling. Those are some of the happiest travel experiences of my life, is me traveling to those virtual worlds and spending time in them. And it was really fulfilling, and they stay with me for the rest of my life. And I get to experience echoes of that when I play video games these days for an hour here, an hour there, like 1 hour a month or something like that. But even those experiences, as silly as they are, that seem like a waste of time at the time, enjoying them fully, unapologetically, and in a framework exactly as you said, would I regret being the kind of person who've never played those video games? And I can, for myself, honestly say that yes. Look, when I'm on my deathbed, I'm glad I
Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I built Baldur's Gate 2 and all those Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, and all the Elder Scrolls games. And the things that don't necessarily fit into this kind of storyline of what a career is supposed to be, travel and all those experiences that you mentioned.
I think I just like to say one final quick thing on this. I think this extends to really hard things as well. It extends to the things you want to do. But one of the best pieces of advice one of my mentors gave me early on in my career around this time is that it will actually become harder to start a company as you get older.
Yes.
Once again, because you have more responsibilities. You're responsible to your partner for some kind of income to create a life together. Once you have kids, you're responsible for an even greater income to create a life for kids. And startups do not generate income, right? They take many, many years before anything happens. People are getting evicted. People are eating ramen noodles. That is a thing. That happens. That will happen. So I'm not saying that you should do the fun things or the enjoyable things. I'm saying the things that you would regret not doing, that you can uniquely do in the time span from 18 to 25. One of which is, if you plan to have a family and start a family when you're 25, you should start a company now. You should not wait until a bunch of people depend on you for income to eat to start a company. The amount of pressure that will be on you at that point will be monumental. You should start a company when nobody depends on you and you can sleep on the floor eating ramen noodles and still have a great time and show up with a lot of enthusiasm and be excited. So I just mean whatever you want to really devote yourself to and really do, don't put it off. Don't go to consulting or banking or any other industry and say, I'm going to do this for 3 years and I'll get experience. The only way you get experience is by doing something. You go, you do it, you fail, you do it again and again and again and again and again, and then you have experience, and then you can do it right. That's the only way experience happens. There is no other way short of mentorship. If you're lucky to get mentorship, 99% of people don't get mentorship.
And even though we're talking about young people, I feel like you're speaking to me as somebody who spent the last 2 weeks sleeping on the floor because there's no mattress, and somebody who's single and somebody who's thinking about doing a startup. I felt like you're speaking to me as a fellow young person. Is there advice outside of love that you can give to young people? You were a million years ago a professor. Is there advice you can give to young people, high schoolers, college students, about career, about life?
Yeah, but they're not going to like it because it's not easy to operationalize. So, and this was a problem when I was a college professor too. People would ask me what they should do. Should they go to graduate school? I had almost nothing useful to say because the job market and the market of, pre-job training and all of that, these things are all so distorted and corrupt that I didn't want to point anybody to anything, right? Because it's all broken. And I would tell them that. But I would say that results in a kind of meta level advice that I do think is useful. You don't know what's coming. You don't know where the opportunities will be. You should invest in tools rather than knowledge, right? To the extent that you can do things, you can repurpose that no matter what the future brings, to the extent that, if you, as a robot guy, right, you've got the skills of a robot guy. Now, if civilization failed and the stuff of robot building disappeared with it, you'd still have the mind of a robot guy. And the mind of a robot guy can retool around all kinds of things, whether you're, forced to work with, fibers that are made into ropes, right? Your mechanical mind would be useful in all kinds of places. So invest in tools like that can be easily repurposed, and invest in combinations of tools, right? If civilization keeps limping along, you're going to be up against all sorts of people who have studied the things that you studied, right? If you think, hey, computer programming is really, really cool, and you pick up computer programming, guess what? You just entered a large group of people who have that skill, and many of them will be better than you, almost certainly. On the other hand, if you combine that with something else that's very rarely combined with it, if you have, I don't know if it's carpentry and computer programming, if you take combinations of things that are, even if they're both common, but they're not commonly found together, then those combinations create a rarefied space where you inhabit it. And even if the things don't even really touch, but nonetheless they create a mind in which the two things are live and you can move back and forth between them and, step out of your own perspective by moving from one to the other, that will increase what you can see and the quality of your tools. And so anyway, that isn't useful advice. It doesn't tell you whether you should go to graduate school or not, but it does tell you the one thing we can say for certain about the future is that it's uncertain, and so prepare for it.
And like you said, there's cool things to be discovered in the intersection of fields and ideas. And I would look at grad school that way, actually, if you do go. Or this is such like every course in grad school, undergrad too, was like this little journey that you're on that explores a particular field. And it's not immediately obvious how useful it is, but it allows you to discover intersections between that thing and some other thing. So you're bringing to the table these pieces of knowledge, some of which, when intersected, might create a niche that's completely novel, unique, and will bring you joy. I have that. I took a huge number of courses in theoretical computer science. Most of them seem useless, but they totally changed the way I see the world in ways that I'm not prepared, or is a little bit difficult to kind of make explicit. But taken together, they've allowed me to see, for example, the world of robotics totally different, and different from many of my colleagues and friends and so on. And I think that's a good way to see, if you go to grad school, as an opportunity to explore intersections of fields, even if the individual fields seem useless.
Yeah. And useless doesn't mean useless, right? Useless means not directly applicable. A good useless course can be the best one you ever took.
I took James Joyce, a course on James Joyce, and that was truly useless.
Well, I took immunobiology in the medical school when I was at Penn as, I guess I would have been a freshman or a sophomore. I wasn't supposed to be in this class. It blew my goddamn mind, and it still does, right? We had this, I don't even know who it was, but we had this great professor who was like highly placed in the world of immunobiology. The course is called immunobiology, not immunology. Immunobiology. It had the right focus. And as I recall it, the professor stood sideways to the chalkboard, staring off into space, literally stroking his beard with this bemused look on his face through the entire lecture. And, you had all these medical students who were so furiously writing notes that I don't even think they were noticing the person delivering this thing. But, I got what this guy was smiling about. It was like, so what he was describing, adaptive immunity is so marvelous, right? That it was like almost a privilege to even be saying it to a room full of people who were listening, But anyway, I took that course, and, lo and behold,
that's
COVID
going to be useful.
Well, yeah, suddenly it's front and center, and wow, am I glad I took it. But anyway, Useless courses are great. And actually, Eric gave me one of the greater pieces of advice, at least for college, that anyone's ever given, which was, don't worry about the prereqs. Take it anyway, right? But now, I don't even know if kids can do this now because the prereqs are now enforced by a computer. But back in the day, if you didn't mention that you didn't have the prereqs, nobody stopped you from taking the course. And what he told me, which I didn't know, was that often the advanced courses are easier in some way. The material's complex, but it's not like intro bio where you're learning 1,000 things at once, right? It's like focused on something. So if you dedicate yourself, you can pull it off.
Yeah, stay with an idea for many weeks at a time, and it's ultimately rewarding and not as difficult as it looks.
Yep.
You had a pretty nonlinear life. Your parents were professors. You have done a lot of sort of incredible things that many would say kind of like, how the hell are you going to get this done? Is there advice you can give to young people today, like high school, college, about how to live a similarly nonlinear, crazy life and be as successful as you have been? About whether it's just their career or life in general.
The greatest gifts I've been given have come from pursuing curiosity.
Just trying to understand the thing you're curious about and allowing yourself to be curious about and just going with it.
And also pursuing things that are like deeply joyful for me.
Not what society wants, but you just personally. Just on your own, you're happy that you did it.
And that's something that in the times when I've strayed from that, my life has been harder. Right? So it's fundamentally, what are we on earth to do? To live and thrive. And so pursuing things that are curious and satisfying and interesting and joyful and allow me to grow. So I made a number of choices to do things that were more complicated and kind of not considered like cool at the time. Although now it's cool to work on farms. It wasn't when I started my career in animal agriculture. And it was like, but just deeply interesting to me. And I felt like there was just lots to learn. And so that's been the path for me, is like going for something that's like curious and hard and kind of sticking with it and being open to it and growing elements that give me joy through that. So I also, for people who are starting out in their careers and want to do something different too, it's like, get out of your comfort. Go to a place that you've got something to learn from and let it teach you that. And you'll get beat up. Like I got beat up by that experience. Like it was really hard. I laugh about now working in Sicily for cheesemaking. I mean, and the funny experiences I had there, but it was hard. I was lonely. I cried a lot. It was stressful. It was hard. It was really hard.
When you're inside of it, you didn't know how it's going to turn out. You didn't know it's going to turn out well.
And I'm like, why didn't I get a job doing something that all my friends are doing? And I didn't speak the language yet. I had to learn foreign language and learn how to function. And it was very lonely and very challenging. But then that's where my resilience started to grow, right? So the things I learned there ended up just being about resilience and understanding the language's subtlety and meaning. So that's something that's carried me through my life. But it was a curiosity about cheesemaking and about just living in a village that was there. I'm like, wouldn't it be amazing just live in a really rural village?
And then you just went with it.
And I just this seems incredible, and have a place where you can, these the people seem interesting, the food seems good, and let's just try this and see what I can learn. And that putting yourself out of your comfort zone in a place where you have a chance to learn and grow is the secret, because you grow through discomfort. People think that you grow when you get into this environment where everything's kind of sailing along, but growth actually comes through pain. It's you growth comes from being cut down and beat down and having to regrow and double down. And so that kind of opportunity, you have to seek it out. You have to put yourself in the line of fire a bit.
If the situation sucks, it's a sign that you might be doing something right, in the sense that you're on the path at the end of which you'll be a better person if you allow yourself to grow in that way, as opposed to resisting it, just going along with the journey and persevering. And that ended us up in this incredible place this whole conversation, I'll probably overlay a video. I'm looking at a gorgeous mountain, and it's an incredible farm. Thank you so much for a meal yesterday. That was incredible. The cheese, the fish eggs, just everything about this place. Looking up, you can see the stars. The stars at night are beautiful, and there's a peacefulness to it. I had a pretty hard week, actually, just emotionally in many ways, and just coming here, it's immediately so much of it is lifted. So I really deeply appreciate, Anya, that you would invite me here and that you would have this conversation. This was really awesome. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Anya Fernald, and thank you to Gala Games, Athletic Greens, Four Sigmatic, and Fundrise. Check them out in the description to support this podcast. And now, let me leave you with some words from the ancient Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu. Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. What advice? You've taken an interesting journey through your life. You were at Fidelity, your philosophy major. You're now one of the seminal minds in the world of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Who the hell knows what the next 5-10 years looks for you? If you were to give advice to somebody young today, making their way through life, making a career, what kind of advice would you give?
See, the problem with advice is that in a world where so much of success is defined by luck and serendipity, is that the advice givers often don't know why they've been successful, right? And so they might say, I was wearing a green tie on the day of my job interview, and so you should go out and wear green ties. And so they might just get the causality completely wrong, right? I mean, I'm not going to claim that I'm super successful at it, but see, that's the problem, is that I don't think my journey is replicable necessarily. So, who am I to give advice? Although the one thing I will say is that the thing I did right was to become completely obsessed with a domain I found really interesting and held promise. Like, if I had been really interested in like Magic the Gathering, I wouldn't have been able to like do much with that aside from build like a killer, card pack or whatever. And I wasn't afraid to, really put myself out there, and, float my thoughts online and see how people reacted to them, even if I said stuff that was completely erroneous or wrong all the time. The rewards to writing and just publishing content are immense, as you know, obviously. Mm-hmm. It's the most high leverage activity I think most young people have available to them. And I was very lucky, and I benefited from a lot of favorable coincidences, a lot of people that took a chance on me. And if I had more time, I would sit here and name them. But
is there something in your actions that made you more open to the benefits of luck? Sort of, luck can bring you a lot of positive and negative things. So saying you're lucky means you were able to ride the wave of whatever positive stuff luck brought you.
Well, that's right. You have to put yourself in a position to be lucky, and most people don't. So you just have to get as many shots on goal as possible. And of course, luck plays an undeniable role in any career path, for sure. But you do have to make yourself available to it. And you have to take a ton of chances. But yeah, that's the problem with advice. It's just so hard to replicate it. So I find it illegitimate most of the time.
You heard it here, kids. Don't listen to anything Nick just said.
Exactly.
Wear a green tie to your interviews. It'll work out.
Why, that's for sure.
So there's a lot of young folks, undergrads, grads. They're also young. Listen to this. So you've talked about a lot of fascinating stuff that's like, there's ways that things are done, and there's actual solutions, and they're not always like intersecting. Do you have advice for undergraduate students or graduate students, or even people in high school now, about a life, about career, of how they might be able to solve real big problems in the world, how they should live their life in order to have a chance to solve big problems in the world?
It's hard. I struggle a little bit sometimes to give advice, because the advice that I give from my own personal experience is necessarily distinct from the advice that would make other people successful. I have unending ambitions to make things better, I suppose. And I don't see barricades where other people sometimes see barricades. Now, even just little things like when this virus started, I'm a medical director at Brigham and Women's Hospital, and so I help to oversee molecular virology diagnostics. So when this virus started, wearing my epidemiology hat and wearing my sort of viral outbreak hat, I recognized that this was going to be a big virus that was important at a global level. Even if the CDC and WHO weren't ready to admit that it was a pandemic, it was obvious in January that it was a pandemic. So I started trying to get a test built at the Brigham, which is one of Harvard's teaching hospitals. The first encounters I had with the upper administration of the hospital were pretty much, no, why would we do that? That's silly. Who are you? And I said, well, okay, don't believe me, sure. But I kept pushing on it. And then eventually I got them to agree. It was really only a couple of weeks before the Biogen conference happened. We started building the test. I think they started looking abroad and saying, okay, this is happening, sure. Like, maybe he was right. But then I went a step further and I said, we're not going to have enough tests at the hospital. And so my ambition was to get a better testing program started. And so I figured, what better place to scale up testing than the Broad Institute? Broad Institute's this amazing, very high throughput, high efficiency research institute that does a lot of genomic sequencing, things like that. So I went to the Broad and I said, hey, there's this coronavirus that's obviously going to impact our society greatly. Can we start modifying your high efficiency instruments and robots for coronavirus testing? Everyone in my orbit in the hospital world just said, that's ridiculous. How could you possibly plan to do that? It's impossible. And to me, it was like the most dead simple thing to do.
Right.
But the higher ups and the people who think about, I think one of the most important things is to recognize that most people in the world don't see solutions. They just see problems. And it's because it's an easy thing to do. Thinking of problems and how things will go wrong is really easy, because you're not coming up with a brand new solution. And this to me was just a super simple solution. Hey, let's get the Broad to help build tests. Every single hospital director, told me no, like it's impossible. My own superiors, the ones I report to in the hospital, said, Mike, you're a new faculty member. Your ideas, probably would be right, but you're too naive and young to know that it's impossible.
Right.
Obviously now the Broad is the highest throughput laboratory in the country, and
yes,
and so I think my recommendation to people is, as much as possible, get out of the mode of thinking about things as problems. Sometimes you piss people off. I could probably use a better filter sometimes to try to be not so upfront with certain things, but it's just so crucial to always just bring it, think about things in new ways that other people haven't, because usually there's something else out there. And one of the things that has been most beneficial to me, which is that my education was really broad. It was engineering and physics, and then I became a Buddhist monk for a while, and so that gave me a different perspective. But then it was medicine and immunology, and now I've brought all of it together from a mathematics and biology and medicine perspective, and policy and public health. And I think that, I'm not the best in any one of these things. I recognize that there are going to be geniuses out there who are just worlds better than me at any one of these things that I try to work on. But my superpower is bringing them all together, and just thinking, and that's, I think, how you can really change the world. I don't know that I'll ever change the world in the way that I hope.
But that's how you can have a chance.
Yeah, that's how you can have a chance. Exactly. And And I think it's also what, this to me, this rapid testing program, like, this is the most dead simple solution in the world.
And this literally could change the world, actually.
It could change the world. It could change, and it is. There's countries that are doing it now. The U.S. isn't, but I've been advising many countries on it. And I would say that, some of the early papers that we put out earlier on, a lot of the things actually are changing. You don't always, unless you really look hard, you don't know where you're actually having an effect. Sometimes it's more overt than other times. In April, I published a paper that was saying, hey, with the PCR values from these tests, we need to really focus on the CT values, the actual quantitative values of these lab-based PCR tests. At the time, all the physicians and laboratory directors told me that was stupid. Why would you do that? They're not accurate enough. And of course, now it's headline news that, Florida, they just mandated reporting out the CT values of these tests because there's a real utility of them. You can understand public health from it. You can understand better clinical management. That was a simple solution to a pretty difficult problem. And it is changing the way that we approach all of the lab testing in this country. It's taken a few months, but it's starting to change because of that. And, that was just me saying, hey, this is something we should be focusing on. Got some other people involved and other people. And now people recognize, hey, there's actual value in this number that comes out of these lab-based PCR tests. So sometimes it does grow fairly quickly. But I think the real answer, my only answer, I don't know what, I recognize that some people are going to be really focused on and have one small but deep skill set. I go the opposite direction. I try to bring things together. And but the biggest thing I think is just don't see barriers. Like, just see, like, there's always a solution to a barrier. If there's a barrier, that literally means there's a solution to it. That's why it's called a barrier.
And just like you said, most people will just present to you, only be thinking about it and present to you with barriers. And so it's easy to start thinking that's all there is in this world.
Yeah. And just think big. I mean, God, there's nothing wrong with thinking big. Elon Musk thought big, and, and then thinking big builds on itself. You get $1 billion from one big idea, and then that allows you to make 3 new big ideas.
And there's a hunger for it. If you think big and you communicate that vision with the world, all the most brilliant and passionate people will just you'll attract them and they'll come to you. And then it makes your life actually really exciting. The people I've met at Tesla and Neuralink, I mean, there's just this fire in their eyes. They just love life. And it's amazing, I think, to be around those people. Is there advice you can give to young people today, besides reading Russian literature at a young age, about how to find their way in life, how to find success in career or just life in general?
I just, my own belief, it may not be very deep, but I believe it. I think you should follow your dreams. And you should have dreams and follow your dreams if you can, to the extent that you can. And we spend a lot of our time doing something with ourselves. In my case, physics. In your case, I don't know, whatever it is, machine learning and this. We should have fun.
What was wait? Follow your dreams. What dream did you have? Because
well, originally I was
because you didn't follow your dream.
I changed along the way. I was going to be, but I changed.
What happened?
That was what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I decided to take the most serious literature course in my high school, which was a mistake. I'd probably be a second-rate writer now, and
could be a Nobel Prize winning writer.
And the book that we read, even though I had read Russian novels, I was 15, I think, cured me from being a novelist.
Destroyed your dream?
Yes.
Cured you. Okay. What was the book?
Moby Dick.
Okay.
So why Moby Dick?
Yeah, why?
And so I've read it since, and it's a great novel. Maybe it's as good as the Russian novel.
I've never made it through. I lost. It was too boring. It was too long.
Okay, your words are going to mesh with what I say.
Excellent.
And you may have the same problem at older age.
Maybe that's where I'm not a writer.
It may be. So the problem is Moby Dick is, what I remember was there was a chapter that was maybe 100 pages long, all describing this. Why there was Ahab and the white whale. And it was the battle between Ahab with his wooden peg leg and the white whale. And there was a chapter that was 100 pages long in my memory. I don't know how long it really was, that described in detail the great white whale and what he was doing and what his fins were like and this and that. And it was so incredibly boring, the word you used, that I thought, if this is great literature, screw it.
Oh, fascinating.
Okay. Now, why did I have a problem? I know now in reflection, because I still read a lot, and I read that novel, after I was 30 or 40 years old. And the problem was simple. I diagnosed what the problem was. That novel, in contrast to the Russian novels, which are very realistic and, point of view, is one huge metaphor.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
At 15 years old, I probably didn't know the word, and I certainly didn't know the meaning of a metaphor.
Yeah, like, why do I care about a fish? Why are you telling me all about this fish?
Exactly. It's one big metaphor. So reading it later as a metaphor, I could really enjoy it. But the teacher gave me the wrong book, or maybe it was the right book because I went into physics. And so, but it was truly, I think, I may oversimplify, but it was really that I was too young to read that book, because not too young to read the Russian novels, interestingly, but too young to read that, because I probably didn't even know the word, and I certainly didn't understand it as a metaphor.
Well, in terms of fish, I recommend people read Old Man in the Sea. Much shorter, much better. Still a metaphor, though. So, but you can read it just as a story about a guy catching a fish, and it's still fun to read. I had the same experience as you, not with Moby Dick, but later in college, I took a course on James Joyce. Don't ask me why. I was majoring in computer science. I took a course on James Joyce, and I kept being told that he is widely considered, by many considered, to be the greatest literary writer of the 20th century. And I kept reading, I think, so his short stories, The Dead, I think it's called, was very good. Well, not very good, but pretty good. And then Ulysses.
It's actually very good.
It is very good. I mean, The Dead, the final story, it still rings with me today. But then Ulysses was, I got through Ulysses with the help of some Cliff Notes and so on. But and so I did Ulysses and then Finnegan's Wake. The moment I started Finnegan's Wake, I said, this is stupid. That's when I went full into I don't know. That's when I went full Kafka, Bukowski, people who just talk about the darkness of the human condition in the fewest words possible and without any of the music of language. So it was a turning point as well. I wonder when is the right time to appreciate the beauty of language. Like even Shakespeare, I was very much off-put by Shakespeare in high school, and only later started to appreciate its value in the same way. Let me ask you a ridiculous question.
Okay.
Because you've read Russian literature, let me ask this one last question. I might be lying. There might be a couple more, but what do you think is the meaning of this whole thing?